All
What
right.
the show is going on?
It's a show. There is definitely a. What the fuck is this show?
I don't know what this is either, but we're here right now, so we're gonna leave it at that. But we're gonna just go with this.
Yeah, we planned on music. We were going to have I tried to rent a llama. I don't know if you guys know how hard it is to rent a llama during
Just
COVID.
stop the stealing
But
the dolphin.
yeah, it's just sorry about that. But they have so much fur and it just like traps it in. It's like shag carpet.
October's not a good month for that anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Man, I always wanted a llama.
Oh, man, you and me both. But what's going on? So this is the first episode of What the Show, and what exactly is this?
So we're gonna be talking some music, some entertainment. We're gonna be having some fun throughout this. But the main thing is like I mentioned some COVID stuff. We're not gonna bring up COVID. I'm not gonna tell you the next time the Tenet is pushed back on its release date.
It already came out.
Tenet came out.
Yeah. And
we're not gonna bring up.
We're not gonna go into anything. Yeah, we're not gonna go into politics. No COVID. No, nothing negative.
No Christopher Nolan films.
Okay, I like that idea. So
probably no Nolan films.
We might have to bring in a Nolan film here and there. Nah, I don't think so.
Okay, Prestige was the fucking bomb.
Well, I'm not gonna argue.
Other than that, nah. But yeah, we want this to be your guys' oasis. This is kind of our oasis.
Exactly.
Going into just having something fun and positive, goofing off a little bit around the week, just kind of sharing. This one's gonna be pre-recorded. It is our pilot episode. Nice. So I guess we're gonna start off by talking about actually here. Our first guest.
We're gonna bring him right in.
Mike, we have a guest. This is our guest.
Our lovely guest.
Right?
The legend. How you doing, bud?
Doing great.
Justin, certain shows ask you like why Schmodown or what do you love about movies? I have something much more important to ask right now. Why Keytar? Oh wait, guys, I can't.
Booyah!
Someone mentioned Christopher Nolan, so I can drink.
I
love that that's what the first 2 minutes of this show were about, establishing the Christopher Nolan rule and COVID.
Because my friend watched a certain Christopher Nolan movie like 6 months ago, and I don't clean my apartment.
Oh, because it is the bomb.
The Prestige. Jeez, that was an A+ intro. Hi, everyone. Happy anniversary. Well, hi.
Guys, I can't open this.
I bought a split and split stuff except for this one, and I was so stressed out while we were starting the stream that I wasn't even able to open it, but I somehow did. I'm really proud of myself.
AJ's the sober one, and he can't figure out how to open the bottle.
I think I need to be right back.
Well,
So 3 years. Like, this is kind of crazy that we've been doing this for this long. Like,
We weren't married when this started.
that's true.
Am I crazy?
When we first
Now it's
dropped,
the orange juice I can't open.
no, so all the non-alcoholic beverages are giving us problems tonight.
Yeah.
It should be an
Alcohol
indication to
sucks.
everybody.
yeah,
Very difficult.
yeah, it's so fun. Like I have always like new coworkers, and they're like, "So why do you have off work Friday?" And I'm like, "Well,
Let me tell
let me tell you."
Let me tell you.
Well, I'm kind of a big deal. Second of all,
And like the best moment is always, and the first time I met him was at their wedding.
wedding. Every time. I tell it.
What?
But that's
Are you
that is
crazy?
a true story, everyone. That is the first time I met juice. Freaking legend,
Oh,
icon.
I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Juice, but I think it was like maybe like the 4th or 5th episode that we recorded. We went off the air, and I was like, "Juice, what's your address?" To send you a save the
Yeah.
date.
Can I just say
All I'm
love
saying is, if
Hmm.
Tenet ever comes out, I'm gonna be pissed.
I drink. I love that you can really tell the progression of what the show by the amount of pictures we have behind our couch. Because
Yeah.
going back to the pilot, it was just the porgs, and now look at the full gallery. We're all bitches.
The pilot, like as you could tell, we didn't have a microphone or a webcam. It was all done through our laptop, and
Yeah.
you know, not that we've ever like intentionally improved the quality of our program, but that's gotten a little bit better.
So true.
And
So
that
true.
reminds me, streamlabs.com/whattheshow/tip.
Boom.
We never go to
3
using
years
your
in,
money
you
to
would've
improve the
said-
quality of our program. Instead, we do donate to a cause. My co-hosts on screen were very gracious to me, and since I had medical expenses that came out, said that September and October are actually helping me with my recovery with congestive heart failure. But starting next week, back to charity, guys. So anything you guys want to do there? We love you. We always love you.
Let's do
Now,
it. Come on. go.
being the anniversary stream, we have a tradition here, and that tradition is apologizing to Jake Iacovetta because we have still not watched Freeway. We might get to that eventually.
We
I
ran
know
out
that
of time this year.
we ran out of time.
This is the year for the by
This
the
is the
fourth
year
anniversary,
we're gonna watch Freeway.
we're gonna
And
do it.
that goes back to our first anniversary when he donated as an incentive. Sorry about that, Jake. But let's talk about this year's incentives.
And those sick kids and animals, I mean, they still got help. Or animals or kids. What was it?
I believe our first year was Ben Aid is what we were called. Yeah.
No, that sick animal Ben Bateman got.
We helped them out. We helped out that sick animal. The kids were all right.
Ben Bateman, if you're watching, no, you aren't.
Sorry, bro.
I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I love last week when John Hoey was like, Dan Merle and Mara, if you're watching, maybe you are. I was like,
Last week, that was 2 days ago.
That was 2 days ago.
This
I
week's
know,
2 days.
you're like,
That's why. That's the only reason I remember it.
touche. Mommy, are you
Three-way?
available?
Wait. Reese Witherspoon in Three-Way?
I have a lot.
We've not been watching this?
Oh, this means war. That's what that movie is.
Can you help us?
Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about.
Chris
Alrighty.
Pine and Chris Pratt or whatever it is.
We're gonna do. It was Chris Pine.
Fine.
They did.
And-
We did do the
And,
Moonfall one, but
yeah.
Geostorm.
Also,
Tom Hardy.
we do a moon.
We did Moonfall, yeah.
Moonfall
We
for
did-
so long.
We did Moonfall.
Success. We open my OJ.
So this year we're going to do it different. We're not going to do
Tom
it
Hardy.
by individual donations. We're going to do benchmarks this year.
Ooh, we love a benchmark.
So we've done it already this month. So we're going to like zero those out. This is all for tonight. I've got the first one in here. For those who don't know, on this channel, I recently started a show. We've only done one episode so far, but where I'm going on a journey with Jeff Alterman and showing him some classic old school wrestling. I want if we hit $200 in donations tonight, I promise that the next episode is going to be the WCW Chamber of Horrors match. Now, for those of you who know what this is, it's the opposite of a classic. And I just cannot wait to watch Jeff react to what the Chamber of Horrors is. So if we hit $200 in donations tonight, I promise you that will be the next episode of that show.
I like it.
Bethany, you got like an idea for a $300 benchmark?
Man, you just put me on the spot. Great question. We have never. I have one for something a little higher.
Okay.
Most of you know that
I can take the 300 then if you want to do yours later.
Yeah. What's your 300 juice?
I think for 300, with stipulations to be determined, Jacob Whitnaben versus the Juice, trivia style. What the show? Questions written by Wah. We'll have to come up like with specific, because I did just talk to Jacob and he was talking about like how he really wanted more. He wished he could have been more Star Wars focused in the Schmodown, whatever. So I think like if we had like, even if it was a Star Wars match, just to do the two of us,
I like it.
something like that. We'll figure it out. But
So
a
Jacob
Juice versus Jacob
for 300. If we hit $300 tonight, we'll make that happen.
Yeah.
Um,
And I haven't asked him, but he'll be down.
Someone should have prepared me for setting a benchmark. There's not a lot. Like, Juice has good things he can offer. There isn't a lot that I think people want from me. So I don't know. But if we can reach $500 tonight, just know that it goes to a good cause. And our dear friend AJ, whom we love dearly, so I don't know everything good.
Is it too much to like have him like pick a book that you would cover on your Sarah Dessen podcast, or would that be too much of a can of worms?
No, I pick any book.
Or a
we have
movie.
A segment that we call Chaos Thursdays, and I'm here for the chaos. So if we can reach $500 tonight, I will read anything. And boy, that is the can of worms that I've opened up.
If I give Nebraska Medical Center $500, will you do John Ties at the end?
Wait, is that a book?
Yes,
It's a book.
My one of my favorite books. That was adapted into a movie by the same guy who the guy who directed the movie, who adapted the book, was that did Bubba Hotep. By the way, guys, we got our first donation of the evening. Donald J. Trump donated $20 saying,
Okay.
Thanks.
AJ
Lucky and Home
Lancaster,
Alone.
Home Alone 2. And
Home Alone
also
2, which is
spat-
Juice's favorite.
He also spat on a child in the outtakes of The Little Rascals. But AJ Lancaster, the best, started the show during my presidency. I hear from a lot of people, that I inspired the creation of the show. Give a lot of money here. The most. Nobody is as generous. You're all welcome.
Nobody is.
Pretty sure it did inspire Gucci, which
I tried,
in turn inspired me.
I tried to slip into an Obama there. Did I do a decent trying to slip into an Obama accidentally? I'm wondering what my character work was like.
I'd give it a solid 5
that?
out of 10.
Thank
For
you.
sure. Yeah.
That's what we aim for here.
Yeah. Mediocrity. That's what we're here for.
We are spectacularly mediocre.
That's the What the Show promise, baby. Someone backstage who we bring on very shortly, who might be, I don't know, little teaser, everyone. My co-host in a new upcoming trivia show, which we have named Know It or Blow It. And she said that I could also offer up something, an incentive for that. So if there's any interesting, I'm the worst at coming up with that sentence outside my head.
How about we just
How
rip
about
the
we bring her
bandit
in?
off?
Sarah has
Yeah.
much better ideas than I am.
Our first guest of the night, someone we've had on before. Oh, geez. Second time on the show. Let's bring her out. It's Sister Sarah.
Sister Sarah. Sister Sarah.
Hey guys.
There she is. The
Welcome.
one and only.
Yeah, no, I'm here. You guys told me to be here at a certain time. I'm like, well, I'll be on here early if no one else is ready for you.
She's prompt,
Awesome.
ladies and gentlemen. She is prompt.
Yes,
So
I am.
Bethany brought it up, so why don't you just give us a little tease about what we're going to be seeing
Well,
from you two?
We've seen a lot of you guys on my lovely, amazing husband, Benny, and his normal co-host, Moose. They have their channel, Last American Heroes. And Benny and Moose Save America. Beth and I are going to show them how it's done
I'm sure.
and do Know It or Blow It.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
that'll
anything
be a
you can-
brand new show starting.
I can do backwards and high heels, so we're ready to prove that point.
Oh, you could walk in the high heels? You're so ahead of me.
Girl,
I can attempt to walk in high heels, Sarah. Whether or not I actually am good at it is a different story.
I can't even walk, in shoes. So
That's fair, honestly. That's very fair.
So we also have
don't worry,
somebody
Sarah. I volunteer as tribute.
else.
you volunteer as tribute. How are
Yes.
you with regular trivia that is not movies?
Mediocre.
But
talking about the
I
heels.
would
Let's talk
love
about
to
the
have
heels.
you on. It'll be fun.
I
that's the quality content we're here for, AJ.
I don't mean to brag, but there was a trivia night at a local bar. My friend and I talked about it for years, how we have to assemble the massive crew and just go dominate this trivia. We took 15th out of 15th.
Nice.
That
is
sounds awesome.
fantastic.
Two icon.
It would be like, all right, so how far away is the sun from the earth? And it's like, yeah, no. And then it would
93
be
million
like,
miles.
and then it'd be like, all right, now a Star Wars question. I'm like, all right, finally.
Luke Skywalker.
What I've already told this on the show. What color is Luke Skywalker's lightsaber? My mom
Blue,
knows
green.
that.
Blue? Creed?
Are
Creed?
we,
I think
wait,
it was
are we
Obi-Wan,
supposed
so it was
to answer?
Obi-Wan.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that I was supposed to
I'm
answer.
No,
Answered.
no.
Well, I mean,
It was
it's
just
a-
it was like
then
specific
it's right.
science questions where you have to know it, you can't guess it.
Right.
Or it was
Yeah.
what color is Obi-Wan's lightsaber?
the Batmobile's on my chocolate. I don't know if you can see it. I'm really bad at knowing where the camera is on my phone.
There you go.
Batmobile. There you go.
Yeah. No, but
Hmm.
we'll do anything and everything, whether it's movies, music, TV shows, really weird, obscure things. Like, what was it, AJ, you were asking for?
The Franco-Prussian
Korean
War.
what? Oh, you want some Franco-Prussian War stuff? Sure, we'll do that too.
And
you
also
guys wanna
Korean soap
do-
operas.
Korean soap opera. Yeah, we can do that.
Whatever the hell that is.
I do want to have
Sure.
this crew on, and since I'm in charge of booking, I'm just letting you all know now you're booked. I do want to have this crew on for a Cobra Kai. So
Sure.
you'll be competing in that.
The three of
Yeah.
them are competing. All right. And then we can
It's
have
happening.
some fun with one of the extra
That would
rounds
be
of
awesome.
all kinds of random, history and geography and random science. What's constitutes an astronomical unit? I'll throw juice under the bus there and have some fun with that. Why not?
Yeah, you shouldn't have admitted that you weren't the science questions, Juice, because you know it's going to come your way now.
And I love
Wow.
science and history.
I'll be studying.
I'll be funny.
So,
So,
here's a fun
right
one
now-
for you guys. Just to kind of let you know why history is so much fun for me. My dad taught history for 41 years before he retired. He literally taught 3 generations of kids in his small town. He was able to tell his students, "I taught your grandpa behave."
Nice.
So history kind of runs through our blood
Love
a
it.
little bit. So
I'd love to host like a liquor type, alcohol type, like history trivia. I got a question I'll throw out. It is likely that Paul Revere took a shot of some kind of liquor during his midnight ride. What liquor did he take a
I'm
shot
gonna
of?
Scotch, because he was British.
Gin.
I'd probably go whiskey.
It's a good guess.
I'll go vodka. We'll cover the bases.
All bases.
No,
yeah.
brandy.
You've covered all the bases except for the correct one. He likely took a shot of Medford rum.
Ooh.
Oh.
Rum. Well, I guess he was over in the Americas and they were shipping it up from the Caribbean. It all makes sense. Yeah. Didn't think about that.
So,
I watched
right
Pride
now,
and
Hold
I
up a
should have
moment.
known.
we
To
have
follow
somebody
up on that.
backstage who I think knows the spirits. So let's bring them on. This is somebody I think Sister Sarah's pretty familiar with.
Oh my goodness,
Brother.
Brother Lomas. Can I get an amen? Brother Lomas, can I get you to pray for the Fartigators tomorrow, please?
The good Lord can only do so much in certain situations.
Get all the heavenly power we can get, Brother Lomas.
Clip that.
Yeah, I could put that in the next year's anniversary stream. Oh my goodness. Brother Lomas, always a pleasure to have you. We're all still mourning Wallace Shawn, even though it's been years. How are you this evening?
I'm well. It is nice to see that you are still reaching out for my guidance after all these years.
Always.
Some of you more so than others, but nonetheless, it's good to see you try.
That's what we aim for.
Yes.
We do what we can. What can we do?
So while we're at it, there's somebody who else backstage right now we're going to bring on real quick too. Somebody who I think also needs your guidance and your wisdom, Brother Lomas. And that, of course,
Yes,
Mr. Chris Anthony Lopez.
yes. Please, I just
Cheap
We
Anthony
love you.
Lopez.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the
Lomas.
anniversary stream.
Sister
We're so happy to
Sarah.
have you be here.
What
Hello.
the show? Happy anniversary.
Thank
you.
you.
Hello.
Chris was-
hello.
Chris and Sarah were our two favorite first-time guests this year, so we had to bring them
Yeah.
both back. Both those episodes, if you have not seen them, go back and watch both of them. They are both probably the two funniest shows we did all year. So definitely go back and check those out if you haven't. I know for a fact you're going to see some of those in a little bit. So,
Oh,
Ooh.
Lord.
Hey, do y'all remember that time just a few months ago when Chris thought we didn't like him?
Look, let me explain. So like I was convinced, like, no one at no point did Justin, AJ, Bethany, Mike, no one said any cross stuff to me to the point where I thought they were shitty with me. That
We just said it behind your back.
right, of course, because why would you say it to my face?
We didn't.
And I was talking with Matt Thomas from Watt Real Entertainment, and I was like, "Dog, I don't think they like me." And he was like, "I think they at least tolerate you." I said, "No, I don't think so." And like, I shit you not, it got back to Mike, and Mike was like, "Where'd this come from?" And here we are, you know. But
we are.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be
I
here.
love that Matt was just like, I think they at least tolerate you.
I might be paraphrasing, but
That's-
like,
I'll take toleration any day of the week.
so do I. So would I, in a heartbeat.
And it shows fine courage that you're interrupting your own anniversary show to cover up your passive aggressive natures. That's a fine display.
Mhm.
See, it's all for, you know, we're all about love here. At What the Show.
So true. We
It's
are
fun.
all
How
It's
dare
fun.
you speak for us?
You know,
Yeah. What?
as an honorary What the Shower,
What do you know?
what the show face,
Shody.
a showdy.
I think
Is that what you guys
what
call
you
your
decided?
subscribers?
Someone put that. Juice, get your shirt guy. Put that on a shirt.
I'm a what the show face.
I'm a
We
What
Yeah.
the
always
Show
say we're
face.
like Chris Anthony Lopez is the honorary fifth What the Show host. That's what
I'm
we
just,
count.
I'm just a What the Show face.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it. That's it.
He's a What the Show face. It's a high honor.
My shirt guy hasn't gotten back to me since I sent him the "get off my bourbon, you varmints."
Which really is such high quality content. I don't know why he wouldn't. He could make so much money off of that.
The fact that you have a shirt guy is
I need-
impressive.
I need a new shirt guy.
You
No.
might be time to look into getting a new shirt guy, Juice. I'm sorry to say.
You know,
This
underground.
is
shirt
when I
guy.
announced that we're actually rebranding to a What the Pony show. So it's going to be don't show me if you don't brony. Show me.
We're talking about My Little Pony. We can, if you want.
Brony. Show me. What?
You want me to show you my pony? AJ, we can do that later, dog. You don't gotta do that now.
That's how it got taken off the air.
Well, guys, it's been a great 3 years.
That is terrifying. What is that? Play it again.
Put it back up. Put it back up.
Who was that girl?
I've never seen this clip.
I
Oh, we
can't
love
find
this
it.
lady.
That was a lady?
Well,
It's like a
Girl, lady.
I'm guessing like a 12-year-old girl.
You can
That-
watch the video on YouTube. It's good. It's good quality.
That's the last time
insane.
anybody ever saw Liv Tyler.
She's not the only one though. Like these horse girls, like that. This is a
It's
thing.
a thing. It's a whole subgenre of human being. We're trying to find that girl, and so we just put into YouTube girl who jumps like a horse, thinking she was the only one. No, there's
no.
multiple.
There's a
There
ton.
are multiple girls who do it.
It's a subculture of horse girl where they
Yeah.
actually show you what they're made of.
Yeah.
Horse girl, if you're watching, please come on the show.
Yeah, please.
How old is she now? That's the big question, because that looks like that was shot 480p.
She's probably about my age. She's probably about me and Bethy's age. I would say like early
Yeah.
30s.
Yeah, I
Brother
think
At this point or then?
20s, early 30s, I would think.
Nah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Brother Lomas, what do you think of horse girls?
I think it's a growing genre. Like I invested heavily into riding crops in the late '90s, and I'll have to say it is an investment that has paid off quite handsomely. Definitely a
That's
growth
a
engine.
show horse. Was the girl? That's
No.
Brother Lomas, show horse.
No, believe me, there is a large community of equine lifestyle enthusiasts out there, and they post some fine internet content. You're welcome to research that on your own. But if you're in the market for a riding crop, just Google Brother Lomas brand riding crops. They are the finest in North America.
I believe it, Brother Lomas.
Does your T-shirt guy have shirts of that?
Yeah, someone get that on a t-shirt. T-shirt guy? Call him up.
If you guys don't mind me backtracking, I was intrigued by Justin's question about Paul Revere and what kind of alcohol he was drinking. How do we know that?
Yeah. What,
Dang it, I was about to go to the bathroom.
most
One
likely-
second.
You want me to hold my thought? I'll hold my
Y'all
thought.
just to wait in suspense. Okay, let's all hypothesize. Well, Juice.
Yeah, Justin, go take a leak. Go ahead.
Yeah, do your thing. We'll be here.
How do
We're gonna
we know?
hypothesize.
Who wrote that
Well,
down?
Yeah.
I will tell you
Well,
that Martinelli's sparkling apple cranberry juice was not the choice because this has only existed since 1868, which means 3 years after the Civil War, the Martinelli family decided, this is how they're going to repair the Union. So.
I mean, it
My
worked.
mother would like for us to know that it's quality apple juice, which I agree.
But Paul Revere is taking shots of rum. How? Who wrote
How
that
do we
down?
know?
Longfellow.
A fun fact, Benjamin Franklin kept a very thorough catalog of what revolutionary figures smelled like, and he did often describe Paul Revere as a Caribbean louse in scent.
And
I believe
for those who don't know, what does that smell like, Brother Lomas?
Yeah.
Mostly rum, coconut, and shame.
And shame. Important.
Yeah.
I like at least one of those smells. So
Yeah,
I'm
coconut.
okay with that.
Shame?
Yeah, I like the smell of coconut. I was leaning toward coconut, but also shame. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
Shame
imagine,
complements coconut quite well. Surprisingly, it's a wondrous odor for a living room.
Mm.
A coconut and shame mix.
I love coconut, but I hate coconut flakes. You guys know what I mean? Like the consistency
I
of the
like
coconut
coconut
flake.
flakes like on a dessert. I think it
Not a
adds
fan.
I like it.
Like
You're not a
it's
fan?
a consistency for me. I'm
I
like,
could eat
No,
like
it's texture.
raw out of the bag coconut flakes. Yeah, I'm good with it. I love it.
I love a good coconut flake. I mean, it's not my favorite way to partake in a coconut.
Just snack on them out the bag. Handfuls of coconut flakes.
I have done this.
Just like on a dessert, I'm into it, or like in like a curry. I know certain curries will put a little coconut in there. Get on in there. We like a coconut.
That on a curry? I mean, I'm out here tangent on tangent. I just want to know how what someone wrote down when they saw Paul Revere take a shot of whatever rum Justin was talking
They're like,
about.
it's the most likely. Also, that it was most likely.
Most
They
likely.
were too far away. They're like,
It wasn't tequila. We'll tell you that. There's a lot of options to eliminate. But who the hell wrote that down? Or word of mouth? It's like, hey, did you hear ye see Paul Revere drink ye rum? Is that like
hear ye?
Like is that how folks talk? Like I don't, but I'm assuming. I'm just assuming.
No, because the British were coming in the middle of the night. So
the British are doing what in the middle of the night?
They were coming in the middle of the night.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you have to light.
You know
hit
how
the
we're
lamps.
supposed to know this information.
All right, Justin. Tell me what website you got that off of.
Yeah, spit out the facts.
So it's off of this hamster website.
So I've been listening to your entire conversation.
Nobody
It's
giggled.
been
Okay.
fantastic.
It was on
not a
Reddit?
hamster website. No, I'm actually reading a book on rum. So it was not the fact that somebody jotted this information down. It was the fact that while Paul Revere was being chased by the Redcoats, he stopped at the house of the main distiller of Medford Rums.
Ye old distiller?
House.
Okay.
The main distiller of Medford Rum. He stopped
Okay.
at his house. So there is not 100% proven fact that he took a shot of rum, but it
he
is
hung out with the
likely.
distiller.
There's a highly likely possibility, given the things that we know, that he took a shot of rum
So
while hanging out with the main distiller.
Here's the thing about Paul Revere. So in my mind, the way this was explained to me as a wee little youth is like he's out, he sees that the British are coming, and he's like on horseback, and he's just like shouting through town, "The British are coming! The British are coming!" But you're telling me that homeboy was like, "I'm gonna go like stop off here for a minute and have a little minute." Like,
No, he was trying to. I think he was.
There was really
He wasn't going on. He was being chased, and that was like he's stopping here to like let people go by.
It was
From
like
my
a-
understanding,
It was like a movie where
Like-
they're like, he can't be in there, and they just
Yeah.
run by the house.
it was one of those. It was one of those. Yeah, like a cartoon moment. It's like
that's what I'm choosing to believe in my head.
You know, for being as important of a figure in American history, like what do we know about Paul Revere? Paul Revere? I don't know his name. Paul Revere. What do we really know about this man? Was he an asshole? Someone had to have written that down somewhere.
He was really the one that warned.
He was a
different.
white
It's like,
dude
no
in the
way.
1700s. I mean, by default.
He was
So,
an
yeah.
asshole.
They weren't doing
let
great.
me guess.
18th century
Owned
asshole.
land.
No, he was in that like little point of time where they were doing good.
Who's we?
He was at a little point in time where we were all rooting for America.
Like
We're
when we were all like,
get them red
"No, we're not
coats,"
going to
and then
drink
we're
your
like,
stupid tea. We're going to drink coffee. Get out of here."
Yeah, get
Yeah,
out of
pretty
here.
sure
It's
it's
like
still
bean water
like
better
a
than your
weed
leaf
that's
water.
like inclusive but kind of exclusive.
Thank you for bringing up the map. Okay, so now where was Paul Revere?
So he was right
He started
in
in
Massachusetts, Maryland,
Right up
Massachusetts.
there.
Massachusetts, yeah.
Oh man.
Now, I think Paul Revere, he was a famous printer during his time. He owned a very large printing press in the Northeast, so he was a champion of literacy. But leaning into the asshole theory, he did basically lift his entire persona from Johnny Appleseed. He basically robbed a man and entire public persona off of him. It was a tragedy.
So with all due respect, fuck Paul Revere.
Yeah, basically.
If you're a fan of apples, yes.
Yeah,
that
I like
for
apples.
sure.
Well, how
Yeah,
do you
well,
like
then fuck
them?
Paul
apples?
Revere. I think that's fair to say.
I do like them apples, AJ. Thank you for acknowledging it. Paul Revere, that's something that Sister Sarah and Bethany are going to put in their trivia thing. So jot that down, guys.
You best believe.
It's
Of course,
gonna
whenever
Paul
it's
Revere's
on the
gonna come
show,
up at some point.
We are
This
Can
is
we
going to be
watch
an
it on
essay
color?
question.
When they
This
do the
is
American
happening now.
American history as a category, it's like, how big of an asshole was Paul Revere?
An
The
essay
answer-
for 40% of your score.
The answer.
Place
It's an
your
oral
respect,
essay. You have to
Buckham.
do it on the spot.
The question, though, how big of an asshole was Johnny Appleseed?
Immense.
Damn, that's disappointing.
Maybe he deserved to have the persona taken off.
Yeah.
He was known to
Trump.
urinate on
Did we
people's
need
floors
two of
when they
them?
invited him for dinner.
If Johnny Appleseed's already an asshole, why do we need two assholes with Paul Revere?
So true.
And you know
He's a
narc. He ratted on the redcoats. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, when you think about
He's
it,
a
he is-
narc.
God, I don't know what
Well,
I did here.
I am a big fan of us rejoining the monarchy, so if that's what you're trying to get at here, by all means. But just so you know,
I'm
you
just throwing
are
ideas out.
admitting to public treason.
I'm just throwing out. I'm throwing out ideas.
Yes,
Because obviously we're doing
Just
so
ask the
well
question.
over here. We're crushing it.
He's
as a
doing
country.
what we call Tucker Carlsoning it, where you're just like, I'm just asking a question. And then it's
He's
fine.
like,
If you're just
that's
asking a
Snow
question.
White. That's Snow White character. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But
Why does she have to be Latina? I'm just asking questions.
did you guys see that Tucker Carlson, like, he has like a production company and they made a Snow White? Did y'all see that?
No.
Yeah. They're making like.
They're making the whitest Snow White ever,
yeah.
which is original Snow White again. But like Tucker Carlson produced a Snow White film, and because it came across my TikTok for you page. I don't know why. Like TikTok's like, hey, you might want to see
Because
this. No,
of
fuck, I
everything
don't.
else in your algorithm.
Right? Because my
Yeah.
For You page is a clusterfuck. But I'm like, this is gross, and it's like this is all because Rachel Zegler. How dare Disney try to be diverse? How dare they?
I swear. Hashtag woke Disney.
Snow Hussein White. Anyways, we
Wow.
That
I say the middle
hell
name because
that?
it matters.
it's topical.
That is from the 90s Super Mario Brothers, right?
The real Super Mario Brothers.
Real-
Real
Yeah.
one.
Do we not like the new one here?
What new
was
one?
fine. It
Like
was
what? new one?
serviceable. I like this.
I haven't
I
seen
like
it.
the Jack Black song.
Oh,
That's great.
speaking
That was
of
pretty rad.
Super Mario Brothers, Bethany and I had quite an adventure last weekend.
Are we gonna tell everyone how
Like
we're
a-
old people?
Cross country adventure?
Yeah. So what do you see this little where Georgia? Okay, right. So this little top hat of Florida. Y'all see it on the map. So we were in Georgia, and we went from there to we stayed there. But I'm currently now in. Can you pull the map back up, Juice?
I love that you're pointing on your screen and we can't see
Yeah,
what you're pointing.
You can't see it, but so you'll see here the little panhandle of Florida. I'm currently there. I'm in Florida. Mike is in the top hat right now. Okay.
So
Thank you, Juice.
yeah, very much. So last week, for the first time since Nintendo 64, I bought a video game system. I bought a Nintendo Switch. The two of us setting up this Switch was like, I didn't even know what the correct analogy is, but it was
I
bad.
just want everyone to know it's really simple. Like setting up any Nintendo gaming system in the history of ever is like you plug it in, you power it up. It's simple. This, because it's new, you hook it up to Wi-Fi as well, right? But like we're hip with the kids. We know how to use Wi-Fi, okay? And yet we struggled with this. So this is the internet. We struggled with this so much, and I have never felt older in my life. And I was like, this is why right here Gen Z makes fun of us, because like we can't hook up a Switch. Like we deserve the hate that we get sometimes, you know?
So we made two critical errors. The first one is when we're setting it up and it says to connect to Wi-Fi. I keep putting in what I think our password is, and it keeps coming up as cannot connect to Wi-Fi.
And getting so frustrated, y'all. Like, he is like certain it's our internet's problem and not his. Because I was like, I try it without this, try it without that, and he's like, no, I'm just gonna go sit by the router. He's restarting the router, like, because our internet is shoddy. Like, don't get me wrong, but like, he's certain it's our internet, and it's like 100% user error. He just put an exclamation point in our password, and there's no exclamation point in our password, but he was certain that it was part of it.
So we go to we're like, all right, we're just going to bypass that. We're going to set it up to connect it to the TV. And Bethany goes and plugs it in, and we're getting nothing to the TV. Nothing to the TV. What happened when we went to plug it in?
Well, what happened is we have a power strip, right? We have like a bunch of those like surge protector power strips. That's what we like use to plug in most of our stuff. So behind our TV, you know, it's got like the TV, our stuff in this little wine cooler, right? Or wine cooler, Jesus, power strip. And it's got rectangle plugs, you know? So I'm trying to find a spot to plug it in. I'm like moving things around and, you know, whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'll plug it in here. And I wasn't trying to unplug everything because then we'd have to like wait for it all to reboot, right? So I find a spot at the end thinking, okay, it'll fit here. Large rectangle plug will fit here. And what I didn't realize is it was right over the power button of the power strip, and it had shut it off. So this entire time we're like checking the HDMI, checking the switch, doing this, doing that. And it was just that the outlet that it was plugged into, we had accidentally shut off. So we were killing it. We did great. We finally got it up and rolling. We're playing Mario Kart now. It's wonderful.
It took us an hour and a half to set up, which would have taken 5 minutes.
That could happen to anyone.
Thank you.
That could happen to anyone.
It was bad. We like literally like the simplest solution we never went for. Like we overcomplicated each step. We're like, well, let's clear the HDMI. Well, it's clearly this. We'll try this. We'll try that. And I'm like, nope, just the power outlet's not getting any power. Whoopsies.
It's okay. It's not a millennial thing or a Gen Z hater thing. As someone who I guess is technically Gen Z,
yeah,
no judgment free from me.
Thank you, Chris. I needed to hear that from the youth.
Yeah,
and in the upcoming apocalypse, you'll have a distinct advantage when all the machines stop working over Generation Z.
Right? God
so
knows,
it will all balance out eventually.
Yeah, and Gen Alpha is straight up screwed probably. Like they're not going to know what to do either.
Who's Gen Alpha?
They don't know how to clean deer for shit.
Younger. They're the generation under Gen Z. So like the 12-year-olds out there right now, that's Gen Alpha.
Mm-hmm. What, you guys have never butchered a deer on your kitchen table?
Excuse me?
Can't say I have.
Not recently.
Oh.
You're from Nebraska. You must have.
I said not recently.
I've seen some fish filleted. So when I pull up a GIF, it doesn't show up.
Processor though, does that count? I think that
Can you
counts
say
for
that again?
something. Her dad will be able to get me some food in the apocalypse, except I don't eat meat, so that might be a problem.
Yeah.
So when I pull up a GIF, it doesn't show up, which makes my comedic timing not work. So I'm gonna leave and reset and then come back.
Okay.
BRB.
You just have to be able to set the on my phone. It's so hard to read the comments, so I'm just gonna pull up the comments real quick and see if I
Not
missed
the bees. You guys think I pissed them off with me talking about Paul Revere as much as I did?
No.
Just calling out his bullshit.
Why do you always think we hate you?
I don't think y'all hate me. I don't think y'all hate me.
And
You're doing
Paul
great,
Revere
Chris.
was actually a
You're thriving.
silversmith, by the way.
Say what?
Paul Revere was a silversmith, not a printer. Sorry, Lomas.
Oh,
You're wrong.
That is incorrect.
God.
Completely incorrect.
He
No, he
saw
was a
him
silversmith.
just like he saw Wallace Shawn die. Okay, he saw him at his printing press, didn't you, Brother Loomis?
I own
printing
several
press
books
wasn't
printed by Paul
invented
Revere.
The printing press wasn't invented yet. Holy shit.
The printing press was invented in the 1500s.
Wait,
No, like the
is
other
it
one.
true that he was a cool?
Well, you have me there.
Press.
He was a silversmith, and some people say they don't think he even owned a horse.
Oh, apparently he did not own a horse.
Oh.
So
he
every
stole the
no,
horse.
lie.
So how do you know he's just not lying about being a printer if he lied about the horse?
So true.
Or was he
They're
on
lying
foot?
about the rum then.
Hey, y'all ever
Probably.
hear printing press and think cotton gin?
No, but now
No.
I will.
I don't. AJ, I try my hardest not to think about cotton gins.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you just really anti Eli Whitney?
I'm
Yeah.
just. I don't like getting my hands dirty.
Oh, fair
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not for me. Not my speed.
Then you definitely want to stay away from printing presses. I think your hands get really inky there.
Yeah. See, that's the worst, isn't it? Getting ink on the hand. I hate
That's
that.
probably why Paul Revere was a drunk. Couldn't stand it.
He couldn't stand the ink. By the way, I loved the groan after I made the comment about the cotton. It was like, ooh. I'm the only one that liked it. Okay. Just
I tried to follow it up. I tried to keep it going.
Thank you. I'm playing around. It's all in jest. Except my hate, my disdain for Paul Revere. That's pissing me off.
Everyone else getting silent and uncomfortable is key to lean into the bit. You got to lean into the bit.
Gotta keep going. Paul Revere, American hero.
He's probably a communist.
He sometimes worked as an amateur dentist.
Okay, I know communism wasn't invented.
Wait, I caught
Paul
dentist.
Revere sometimes worked as an amateur dentist. I don't even want to know what dentistry was in that time. I can only imagine that it was not great. Things.
I mean, ask Washington. You know, didn't he use like recycled teeth?
He did.
That's one way to put it.
I'm being nice about
You
it.
You want to sound weird about cotton?
People are just putting animal teeth in their mouth. That's disgusting. I can't even.
I don't think they were animal teeth.
Yep. Yeah. Don't. I mean, they might have been viewed as animals. John. Oh, holy shit! Move on to William Henry Harrison or something.
We
can talk about.
God,
we can talk about that.
and we have much better practices these days. I can confirm.
You know who's more politically correct these days?
Go ahead.
Andrew Jackson.
What?
When's the last time you held a $100 bill? Real question.
Jackson's on the 20.
On the 20. When's the last time you held a $20 bill? Who has cash anymore?
I have a debit card.
I used to have cash all the time, but then I quit surfing, and now I no longer have cash on me all the time. So sad.
Strangely enough, once they seize your passport, it's advantageous to use cash.
That's fair.
I have several follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Which country seized it?
That is kind of in flux. At the time, both the Bank of Zurich and the Casino de Monte Carlo were engaged in intense religious persecution against me. So I was forced to flee Italy in a hurry. So as to who ended up seizing it, I don't know. But the U.S. Customs Department has been very clear that I cannot have it back.
That's fair. Yeah, I see that. Is AJ buffering for just me, or is he buffering for everyone?
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, AJ's right there.
AJ's good, yeah.
Okay, it is just me. I got a notification about connectivity issues, which is the best ad lib in all of whatchamacallit.
Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Rec.
It says you have connectivity issues.
Yeah. I put it into the search bar here, and it seems that you had connectivity issues. But yeah, AJ is like not around for me. He's like buffering. But am I still working? You can still hear me?
Yeah, you buffered for a second there, but you're good now.
Oh,
everyone looks great to me.
AJ said
Darlie, I'm okay.
Just naturally glitchy. Yeah.
Is he saying things?
Is he saying things? AJ?
Yeah.
He's holding up a picture of a circle that's moving around slowly.
So he is buffering?
No, he's just holding up a picture that makes you think that he is.
Okay, this just reminds me of something. Okay.
I don't know what's happening.
Guys, open up your phone.
Yeah, I just got another message.
Everyone?
Yeah. I don't care. If you have your phone within arm's reach. Okay. Go to like take a selfie, right?
Oh God.
Why
Now
in the
look
hell would I do that?
Yeah.
You don't have to take the picture.
All right,
But
hold
you
on.
see
I'm
that-
I'm
gonna
gonna take it
drop
and send it to you.
I'll be back.
You see that green light, like at the top of your, like right by the camera on your phone.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to look at, so your eyes are in focus.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Did you know?
Your
that?
eyes are in focus.
I didn't know that.
So your eye line, your eye line. So you're not like looking off to the side. You're supposed to look up at the green light.
No way. I look stupid. I mean, when don't I?
You're supposed to
But
look at the green light. Yeah, that's what that's there for.
I don't. AJ, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you the picture I just took of me looking at the damn green light. Where is it?
He's just tricking us into getting green light pictures.
Right.
No.
AJ,
We all know
you
he
better
wants the red light ones instead.
You better make this your phone background, AJ, when I send this to you.
You don't get my lock screen, you slut. What?
Excuse me? What'd you call me?
Don't worry about it. But yeah, I just found that out. By the way, I found that out because Perry Nemroth tweeted that out. Thank you very much. I'm going to give my source on that one.
Oh, here, I'll share with the rest of the class the picture I took. I did send it to AJ because that's why he all.
Wait, how did you put your sunglasses on that quick?
Let's see. Let's compare.
Yeah, let's compare. Looking at.
Send it to the internet.
This is happy with the show.
Okay, you're not supposed to look all confused like this.
Well, that's how I am. Look at the green light.
That's a what the show face right there.
That is a what the.
But you look at the green light. You're not supposed to look like the most awkward you've ever looked.
You just blew my mind, AJ.
Yeah, because like what you
Holy
were
shit.
looking at, like right here, is the hummus, and then juice is what the hummus sees. Hi, Bethany. Welcome back.
Hi, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me here.
What the hummus sees.
What
Hummus?
the hummus?
Yeah. Okay. Just put it back up. This is what the hummus sees when you go and get the hummus at 2 a.m.
Oh, right.
Or the bag of shredded cheese, or whatever you prefer.
Or your coconut flakes.
Hummus.
Yeah. Whatever.
I like a good hummus. I always think of that. Does anyone else always think of the Friends episode where no one is ready and Phoebe's just yelling, "What gets our hummus?" That's what I think of every time.
Is this the part where I admit I have not seen Friends?
Yeah,
That's very
probably.
fancy of you.
How did you avoid it? Like it's probably on like 6 stations right now.
Yeah, I turn on the TV. I'm certain it's on.
Oh, is that me? Is that me?
And this is the hummus. This is the hummus. And juice is what the hummus sees.
That's the face I make when I'm looking at the microwave at 3:00 in the morning, watching the bowl spin. That's the face I make. That one. Like looking up at the microwave. Super rad. Juice, you were gone for a minute. How you all right? You can pull up your gifts now?
I guess so. Yeah, that was so weird. Usually I'm the one that like with always the stable internet, but not tonight.
By far of all.
Yeah, Juice does have the best internet of what the show can
Usually.
confirm. 3 years
So,
running.
if I pull up Iron Sheik and I don't see Iron Sheik, there's gonna be problems.
He gets very sad. Look at that mustache. That was a beautiful mustache.
Rest in
Juice,
peace.
speaking of good internet, I know we've talked about. I don't know how you're doing it this year, but you want to bring up some clips?
I do. I had them all ready, and then my internet went out. So I will
Do we have
need a few minutes, but I will.
Happy 1989 Taylor's version to all who celebrate. I couldn't let that not be acknowledged today. It's an important day. It's a high holy day. Brother Lomas, how do you celebrate such a high holy day like 1989 Taylor's version being released?
By listening to Cyndi Lauper's album, She's So Unusual.
I respect that. That's a great way to celebrate such a high holy day.
So we used to live in Orlando, and we were Disney annual pass holders. And at Epcot, they have performers during a lot of the festivals, and it's usually artists that it was the 80s and 90s. Now it's steering into the 2000s. But one that played every single year was Tiffany. So if you went to Epcot on the right day, you could go see. I've seen Tiffany like 4 times because of that.
I think we're alone.
You think you're alone? See, Bethany, that's why we're going to be great co-hosts.
We immediately both went there.
Yes.
Iconic.
Okay.
I have seen that
Personally,
before.
I was a Debbie Gibson man, but
That's
teach
what
their
I do.
I saw Deborah Gibson as Belle on Broadway in Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, that was when she was going by Deborah because she was a
Deborah.
secret artiste. She was past her mall days, so she was like, going by
Okay,
Deborah.
so if somebody took like an old mall and just reopened it as an old mall, I think they'd make millions of dollars.
I think you're right. I think that's the problem with malls these days is there isn't enough like people love nostalgia. If you just gave people an 80s mall experience, I think they would flock to it. I would if someone was like, we're all mall, I'd be like,
I see what you
yeah,
mean.
let's go.
Yeah.
You want like the Orange Julius back in the mall.
I want the Orange Julius. I want a Walden Books. I want
The Sam Goody.
I want the side table.
the side table.
Specifically this one.
Okay, we do need hipster
like a 1.
restaurants.
It looks like 5 to 1 to me.
Hipster restaurants?
Yeah, you need some of
I
those.
think you're right. I think it is a 7, but it
make
looked like a
money.
1 for a minute. I was worried. Sorry, my
'Cause
mother
it's a
was distracting
novelty.
from baseball. But yeah, like full on 80s mall.
Record stores.
Who is winning?
Orange Julius.
It's college baseball. It's not the baseball.
Oh, not the
We're
real
not
baseball.
talking playoffs.
Not real baseball.
It's real to me, but it's not real to most
Lucy,
people.
Diamondback 5, Rangers 3.
Nice. I'm going for Arizona.
Do you have the express written consent of Major League Baseball?
They're about to take
course
the
I don't.
stream down. Holy shit.
Oh,
I
man.
I don't know if
No.
if we have the express written consent of Major League Baseball, but we have the express forged written consent of Jeff Alterman.
No, that's good enough.
Quiz.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
I don't want to do this.
Oh, we
Don't
left
like
him hanging
this.
for a
You
while.
left me to do cold open. I'm not prepared.
I saw Wallace Shawn die. Wallace Shawn is dead.
We
My
are
name's AJ
the-
Lancaster. It's about the show.
That was so funny. Y'all
Was
made
that
me
it?
so
Was that
uncomfortable so fast.
No, just scroll back to the beginning so you can see what, we missed the first 3 seconds, which makes it funnier.
Oh, we did. Okay. Whoops.
Nice.
So we did this with Jeff as the cold open.
I don't want to do this. Right?
You can see him get so uncomfortable in real time.
So he's an awkward duck here.
I saw Wallace.
That's incredible. I haven't seen him get so. He was embarrassed.
Absolute quality.
Okay, do we know that Jeff's not watching?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're here to make fun of Jeff, whether he's with us or not.
Oh, I like Jeff.
Okay,
We love
Jeff.
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff's
Jeff,
great.
if you're
I shouldn't say I
watching,
like Jeff. I
let us
love
know
Jeff.
in the chat right now.
I love
Do you
Quiz.
eat your ear of corn side saddle or the long way?
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm asking Jeff if he's in the
Oh,
chat just
Jeff.
to let us know
Okay.
if he eats his ear of corn side saddle or the long ways.
Okay.
Also, Jeff, I want to know, I still don't believe that you ever have actually seen Jaws or Back to the Future. You say you have, even though you never put it on your meticulous letterbox list. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, have we really seen a movie if we didn't log it on Letterboxd?
Yeah, and it's not on his list. So,
You know who's on Letterboxd? That Marty Scorsese.
Martin Scorsese.
what does he have? Wait. Someone pull up Marty
He
Scorsese
joined Letterboxd.
please.
this
I
week.
need to know. What
I
list
believe
has he
it-
made so far?
Favorite
I believe
MC
he only logged Keaton
didn't.
Company.
Yeah, I think he's only locked his own movies.
Wow, that's
Letterboxd sent me a notification, but I haven't looked into it yet.
what a lame-o. He's only letterboxed his own movies. Dude, you
I'm
saw
just
them
kidding.
when they were made live. And you know that
No,
joke,
but
like the only people that haven't seen Star Wars are people that were in Star Wars because they lived it.
that's the best part though, is the one movie when he did a Taxi Driver commentary when he was like, I haven't seen Taxi Driver since the final edit because I've watched it so much in editing it that like I'm not just gonna go back. Like I've seen it a billion times.
That's fair.
But,
I also wouldn't go back and rewatch it. Sorry.
But I think
Well, and I think Gavin O'Connor hadn't watched Warrior. He hadn't watched the end of Warriors since the premiere. If I remember right.
I also know some people like don't like watching their own work, you know. And again, especially a director who has to like sit there and watch it so much in dailies and edits. I can imagine being like, yeah, we're gonna take a pause on that, you know.
Anybody watching this right now, you were so much braver than I am. I don't watch this.
I occasionally will go back and data mine for clips, which like because our episodes go so long can be tough. Like if I don't remember the timestamp as we're going along, it gets difficult to find what I'm looking for.
So would you sit and watch the whole thing then until you find what you're looking for?
Typically, if I knew there was something specific I was looking for, I would, yeah.
We watched a lot of the fantasy football draft, or we rewatched some of the fantasy football draft from last year, all because I made a joke about Pacheco, and Mike was like, I think you made an exact joke on our fantasy football draft of last year, and so we put it on, and we didn't know where the heck it was, because we don't know when the heck Pacheco was drafted, and we watched a good hour and a half of it until we got to the stupid joke I made about Pacheco.
So speaking of Mike looking for clips.
Oh.
Do you have a clip package?
It's not a package, it's just clips, I believe.
Just one clip. We'll take it.
Oh, what's this?
I can't hear it.
Can you not hear anything?
No.
Oh, gosh dang it.
Oh, I think I know what this is. I think I know what it is.
I should go put that jacket on. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't at least what bit this was.
Like I said, your episode actually, like, because I went through and I was like, I went and watched the ones I knew were clip heavy, and yours was one of the three that I found the most in.
What was?
Okay. Damn, I'm pissed off that they didn't include COVID. This is the one time, bro, I'm mad that COVID wasn't brought up.
Why was COVID involved?
Yeah.
I feel bad for COVID. They got a hell of an honorable mention.
I never feel bad for the Rona, but here we are.
Sorry, but QAnon got mentioned.
So,
yeah. Good job,
I want to
Chris.
be honest. I miss COVID a lot.
You miss COVID?
Yes, I do.
I bet COVID misses you too.
Mike will say that occasionally. He'll be like, I miss the quarantine times. And I'm like, okay, but I don't miss the stress of there being all that going on.
You know how glorious it was to wake up whenever it was that you woke up, walk into your living room and just put American Gladiators on all day?
Holy shit. Holy shit. That's my favorite thing I've ever heard.
It was great.
You know what the best...
That is how we spent pretty much 75 days of the time that we were...
Like the original American Gladiators?
Oh, yeah. It's all on YouTube.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes.
The best part of COVID was like we exist because of COVID.
Yeah,
essentially,
that's true.
You know,
that is very true.
Like
I do feel like this community was really strong during COVID because like no one had anything to do or whatever. It's like the Schmodown community and whatever. Like everyone was streaming like every day, and everyone was keeping in contact with each other all the time. And then we all like went back to the real world to do real things. And like, yes, obviously a lot of the community has still survived. And obviously Schmodown doesn't even exist anymore. But like, I don't know, like there was something glorious about that time with like just the way everyone was, and yeah, what the show was born in that time. Yes, Mom. God was from the peanut gallery here. Yes, Mom. Schmodown existed before, but I'm just saying there was lots of streams going on. You had to have been there, okay?
Oh yeah,
just had to be there.
I say this all the time. Like I wish I I wish I had like a log of how many hours I've spent in front of my computer on StreamYard. Like I wish I knew, because it's probably in like I know it's in the hundreds, but I just need to know.
Oh yeah,
like hours and hours and hours, fucking all night. Like initially, we'd all start streams talking about movie trivia, and then we start talking about, I don't know, Paul Revere and the alcohol he was drinking.
And missing the Rona.
Yeah, and
How
missing.
it got gypped out of a Fall Out Boy song. Brother Lomas does have to leave us shortly. So, Brother Lomas, would you like to leave us with one final blessing here on our magical anniversary stream before you have to part ways this evening?
Yes, I would like to congratulate What the Show on surviving 3 years in the internet wildscape. It remains one of the few watchable YouTube shows in all of humanity.
Thank you.
I hope in the next few years that all of the Mr. Beast and the various pornography websites followers reject their pointless channels and come and follow What the Show the way that a moral and rational human being would. And as always, I would like to thank you for basking in my wisdom. Typically people by your ages, your advanced, sad ages, they've given up growing as people, but you guys continue to follow me, to learn and to grow. And for that,
yes, brother,
you deserve another 3 years. Thank you, children. Thank you.
Yeah.
Amen.
Cheers. Amen.
I just want to say we don't have anywhere near as shitty chocolate as Mr. Beast.
Or like mid hamburger establishments.
Okay, but if you get the right Mr. Beast burger,
any leaves.
If you get the right
Love
Mr.
that
Beast
guy.
burger, you get animal style fries with a chopped cheese patty in it, and it's good. But that chocolate is terrible everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say I've had it.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm too old for that shit.
Sister Sarah, I wish I didn't know what AJ was talking about. Unfortunately, I know way too much about it.
Well, the
I
is
have
interesting.
never partaken in the chocolate, but I know who Mr. Beast is.
Yeah, the Ghost Kitchen thing, that is like bizarre, and it's crazy how much money he's made off of that.
Yeah.
Like literally just going to small local. I mean, I'm happy for the local businesses that it supports, but it's like just him putting his name on all of these shitty burgers. He's making money hand over fist, and it's like it's that Generation Alpha or whatever it was that you mentioned that's buying it.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That was the most like old
okay.
thing you've ever
It's
said.
still-
That Generation Alpha, whoever you were talking
Those
about.
kids, get off my lawn.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting old.
Precious.
I am old.
So I keep up with the Mr. Beast stuff because like it's a
Not-
better influence on my nieces than most things.
That's valid.
Are your
But
nieces
like
them
for sure.
the burger wasn't bad. At least from the Ghost Kitchen I got it from. The chocolate was like shittier than Hershey's and like 4 times the price.
I am eating a Hershey's bar right now. Something about Hershey's bar hits sometimes.
Well,
okay.
okay, there's something about
I like
Hershey's
Wilbur
bar like
chocolate.
McDonald's chocolate. Like a McDonald's burger, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not like good, but it hits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
the
chicken.
Mr. Beast is worse, and it doesn't hit.
What's the best fast food burger?
Ooh.
It's the Whopper.
Whopper.
It's the Whopper. Is it the Whopper?
No.
Whopper.
I do love a Whopper.
It is to me.
I love a Whopper.
Well, it is to me because it's one of the only fast food locations that actually has a vegan, vegetarian option. So,
Okay, what's the best? Is the best Impossible the Whopper?
I mean, I've had better of fast food. Yeah, I would say.
Oh
I've had
yeah,
better-
fast food, of course.
Yeah, of fast food burgers. That they make a good. The Impossible Whopper is honestly that's quality. I like it. It's good.
And I can't have more than 2,300 milligrams of sodium in a day. So I'm going to say that that's the burger that I crave the most because I can't have pretty much any fast food burger anymore. I miss the Whopper.
The Whopper.
Yeah.
I mean, my roommate gives me shit all the time because I love Burger King. And their unsalted fries and their mid everything else. I love it. But I come home with a bag of Burger King, and he looks at me like I disappointed him, like he's my dad, like, and every time. And I love the Whopper. It's so good. The Quarter Pounder from Mickey D's, I will say, that's the signature. We all talk about the Big Mac. Big Mac, the gimmick is fun. There's 3 pieces of bread. What? And the sauce? I know, I totally get it.
Well, you just add the Big Mac sauce to the Quarter Pounder, and there you go.
Sister Sarah, you're on to something.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's a hack.
You're on to
You
something.
gotta make it extra sloppy with extra pickles too.
3 hacks.
Ooh, extra. You said extra sloppy with extra pickles?
Yeah, you gotta add the extra. You gotta add the Big Mac sauce to make it extra gooey and sloppy, because then you get it all over your face, and have it drip everywhere. Because why not? And you have to order extra pickles too, because pickles are
I'm
fabulous.
a fan of McDonald's pickles. I know that might be like controversial, but I did enjoy a good McDonald's pickle on my burger when I ate them back in the day.
I was so mad when Subway changed their pickles. I was so pissed off.
I miss pickles.
John in the chat said
I miss sodium so much.
Sodium's overrated. I think you're good, AJ. I think you got it.
Oh, it's not overrated. It's great. But also,
I think I would cry, AJ. I don't think I'd be able to survive if I had to take salt out of my diet completely.
It's not out completely. It's 2,300 milligrams. So you just gotta be careful.
That's like 2 French fries for me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What even is 2,300 milligrams? Like that's gotta be like
1 teaspoon of salt if you were to measure it out.
Oh yeah, that's nothing. That's insane.
Yeah, I would cry.
Yeah.
I would cry
I
too.
would cry.
I was amazed when my doctor said that my cholesterol levels were good, because I was like, do you want to understand how many French fries I consume in an average week? Like, there's no way that's right. I was like, my blood results
French fries. The best way to get, if you're gonna do salt, you add the salt straight to the ketchup and make the ketchup super salty, and then when you put the fries in the ketchup,
Smart.
then you get the salt everywhere. Because if you just put it on the fries, it falls off. No, you gotta salt the ketchup.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Ketchup's overhated. As a condiment, ketchup is overhated.
Oh, yeah. Okay, ketchup on a hot dog specifically is very good.
So, and I'm live on What the Show from Chicago, where putting a ketchup on a hot dog is sacrilegious over here.
True.
But
wrong.
I do this shit anyway because I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. It's good.
Ketchup on a hot dog is fire. I'm sorry, all those like pretentious people who want to put mustard and other fancy condiments on it.
Oh, those other ones are fun. But
ketchup is great. I love ketchup on a hot dog. I mean, for me now, it's a veggie dog or a veggie corn dog. Veggie corn dogs are fire.
I knew a guy that would bring his own ketchup bottle to a restaurant, because when they'd serve him a ketchup pack or whatever on the burger, it was not enough, and he would just squeeze his own bottle.
Brought his own ketchup.
Yeah. I bring my own hot sauce places.
I mean, hot sauce, yeah.
That makes more sense to me, because you might not be able to find hot sauce or a particular hot sauce you like, but most restaurants have ketchup. Like that's.
I think it was in the era where you would have to do the little packets where it's you're squeezing.
Oh, during
out,
COVID,
guys,
we're allowed to have bottles.
You have to squeeze out a
guys,
quarter of an ounce.
Can we go to Hell's Kitchen?
Sure.
And get a Wellington, and then put ketchup on it.
I think you'd be kicked out.
And then live out the third act of the menu.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I want my. He would totally turn us into s'mores.
Oh, 100%.
Ellen in the chat says this, ketchup starts great, but leave it for 15 minutes. It's the grossest thing ever. Why are you leaving ketchup out for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
How are you not using it?
Yeah. Who
That's my
has
question.
a meal that involves ketchup that lasts longer than 15 minutes? Like, those fries are gone by then, okay?
Right. At that point, I'm just like everything that's dippable, I'm dipping it. I was just I was in Colorado a few weeks ago, and we went to Whataburger because it's fucking phenomenal, and got to get the spicy ketchup. I put that shit on everything. I'm dunking my burger I'm dunking it into the packet that they gave you. I'm forcing it in just so I can get spicy ketchup on my burger, because I don't want to do the classic, oh, here's my spicy ketchup, take the plastic off and then squeeze it. That's doing too much. Just
do you do the sriracha ketchup then?
I
ever
like
seen
a
those?
I like a spicy ketchup. Yeah. Oh yeah.
See, spicy ketchup is good, but Whataburger is basically just stale buns hearty with the tan.
So right now, backstage, I have somebody else who probably has some thoughts about all things Chicago. So let's bring him up right now.
He's from fucking Pittsburgh. Dude, ketchup makes sense
from
though.
the popular video game series Dead Space.
Yeah. Incredible.
That thing does not have a breathing hole.
Hey, John.
John Getz, the subway vigilante.
That was such an entrance. That was. That was
I have all these masks from various collector's editions of games, and I finally had a chance to use one for 5 seconds. So
There you go.
I took it.
Put another one on.
stream.
Worth every.
The Doom one's in the other room. We're not going for that.
John, it's been a
Iron Man
minute
one
since
around
you've been
here,
on
so.
here.
Yeah, dude.
It has been. That's true. John,
October.
are you pro or anti-ketchup? We're taking a vote.
Well, excuse me. Do
he's
you
a
know where
Pittsburgh
Heinz
sports
was
fan.
founded? You know what the Pittsburgh
true.
Steelers Stadium
Yeah,
was called? Heinz Field for a number of
It
years.
was. Now it's
I'm
Accenture Field or
obligated.
something like that.
Acrisure, which apparently paid a
Acrisure, yeah.
shit ton to
That's
outbid
fucking
Heinz for it,
disgusting.
and Heinz was like, you know what, whatever. Well, whenever we had Heinz Ward playing for us, even though it was spelled differently, we had to keep it Heinz Field. And then after he retired, I guess they didn't care as much.
John, you said in the chat that Dairy Queen Flamethrower is the best fast food burger. Were you kidding or not?
Nah, Dairy Queen burgers are amazing.
Dairy Queen food?
Dude, yeah.
Yes, they're actually really
food
good.
is good.
Is
Yeah.
it?
I grew up around
Yeah.
a Dairy Queen that only did
decent,
the cold stuff for a while, and then I started traveling for work, like driving around our area for a few counties, and I started stopping at the Dairy Queens that had the hot food, and I was like,
The
"Holy
braisers,
shit,
yeah.
this burger's like better than all the other burgers." It's like the Flamethrower's got Gouda cheese, which I love. It's got this,
Yeah.
obviously flaming hot sauce. It's got all these thick bacon on it. I was just like, "This is amazing."
Because you're not the
And they
first
have
person.
awesome cheese curds.
Cheese curds, I mean,
Curds are fine.
man, I do love a good cheese curd. But you're not the first
like their
person, John,
pretzels
that's
and
mentioned
squashes.
Dairy Queen food being very good. You're not the first person I've heard say that. And
They
Sarah doubled
undersell it.
down on it.
Can I ask
Yeah.
everyone on the chat a quick question? Curds. When I say cheese curds, what do you think of? Can you explain to me what a cheese curd is? I know, but can you
Well-
explain to me?
Unprocessed cheese glob. If it's
Okay.
not fried, if it's
Fried
if
on
it's
the
not
outside.
fried,
Yeah.
then you put it in your mouth and it makes a little squeaky noise between
Yeah.
your teeth.
Sweet.
If
Yeah.
it's fried, it melts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
if it's fried,
fresh
it's like
cheese curds.
it's where you used to
Ask
work in
everyone.
Universal. That's what they used to sell.
And
That
you
we
wouldn't
had.
And
say
you wouldn't openly mock someone
No.
for saying that it could be cottage cheese.
would any of you, if someone said cheese curd, would your immediate thought go, it's like cottage cheese? Would any of you say
Hell no.
how about a Midwest?
No, I only refer to my ass when I'm talking about cottage cheese.
Respectfully,
Christ.
respectfully, no.
Everyone on the stream is from the
What's that?
Midwest. Can I get the Midwest to weigh in
They
on this?
are curd.
Cottage cheese is curds and whey.
And
Miss
curds.
Muffet.
That was AJ.
Thank you, AJ.
Curds
It's the
and whey.
verb curds. Yeah, technically, by definition.
But when someone's like, "Oh, I'm
Hmm.
really craving some cheese curds," who, unless they're like 80, is talking about curds and whey?
I'm not.
I'm referring to the Kurdish
Little
people.
Miss
the
Muffet,
Kurds.
that's who.
Little Miss Muffet.
And that's exactly
Sit
what
on her tough it.
I did in 5th grade.
Anyways, thank you all for
Be-
that.
So
vote.
Bethany, you're a great person to ask because you worked at a restaurant not in the Midwest that served
Correct.
cheese curds.
Yeah.
Cords?
Did you ever curds, whatever. Did you ever serve cheese curds to a table and have them react like this is what I expected?
So, in like a good way or a bad way, I guess.
In a bad-
Okay, so weirdly enough,
Wait, where's my
In a-
cottage cheese
in
kind
a-
of way?
right, where's my cottage
here's an interesting thing.
Are
about
you guys
working-
kidding? Down by the creek, we get the real cheese curds.
So, the interesting thing about living and working in Orlando, right? Especially at a big theme park where you get guests from all over the place. You don't understand. Anyone who is ever from Wisconsin would order them. They'd be like, "Well, we got to try. We got to see if they're any good." And I'm like, but you can get like you have the best ones at home. Like that is what you are known for. Like why would
We
you
have
come to a
cheese
place
curds
in
at
a theme
home.
park and get this?
cheese curds at
People
home.
from Texas would come and be like, "Well, I gotta
Brisket.
try your barbecue."
Always.
No, it's not going to be what you're expecting because you are from Texas.
You're setting
and you
setting
have the
yourselves
best
up for
brisket.
failure.
Exactly. Like don't like try something that you can't get at home. And we did get a lot of people from Wisconsin who said our cheese curds were good. We did also get some people that were like
weren't bad.
not quality.
I agree.
Or from the Midwest in general, but specifically from Wisconsin.
But
People
people from
always
Wisconsin only eat 5 things. They're not going to try anything else.
They can't run.
What are the-
No,
That's
it's
a fair point,
true.
honestly.
Good people, good people.
Good people.
Love
good
Wisconsin.
people. We love
Love
Wisconsin.
Well, yeah.
I love the
But
Midwest.
it's
I
like,
Bring
you
them
know,
a
it's
Hanson.
fried walleye,
Up
and
on
you have
the
to have that
street.
every Friday night. Right, Juice?
Yep.
Are you going to go what are you Friday night you have fish. Year round. It's Friday night fish fry.
From
Orange
what I've
Ruffy
seen,
if
they
you fancy.
constantly have cheese available on their head as well.
Yes.
I
Packers
also have
games or
seen
anything
that,
to go by.
unfortunately.
There is very few foods in the world that you cannot make better with some form of cheese.
I agree
Facts.
with that estimate.
And
to be
fries.
That's a
honest.
fact.
Yeah. I think maybe I belong in
It's
the
mostly
Midwest.
sushi.
You know, they respect cheese as much as I need to be
I'm
respected.
gonna go to Japan and deep fry their sushi. Go to one of those $100 a piece places. Just be like, this
Oh,
looks
you deep
great.
fry it.
And they deport you. They put you back on a plane and send you back where you came from.
Yeah, I agree. I
They
think
literally
everything
attack
is
me.
better with
Get the fuck out of our establishment.
And then we have an epic fight, anime style.
So Chris we
Turns into
understand-
Wayne's World 2.
Chris is gonna have to bounce in a minute, but before
Yes.
you do, we have a little gift for you, Chris.
Forget for Jake.
You said gift for a second.
Oh, Bethany was so excited.
Oh,
to see
Bethany
Jake.
died.
Jake, Bethany just showed you what the hummus
Jake
seeds.
slapped Bethany from across the internet. How insensitive.
It happens.
Yes.
I can't.
Anyway,
Purple tunnel of love.
I just got that from Jake.
Holy shit. It's the only time people know this, I thought it was you the whole time because I've been like, holy shit.
I want to know who Darkness was about. Does Matt know that you didn't know it was him? Are we outing you right now?
Oh,
The D in what
my
the show is
God.
for discretion.
That might be the best fucking thing I've seen all week.
Did you ever tell Matt that conversation was for me and not him?
Yeah, I told him like right after that.
Oh, okay, cool.
I
Because him and I never
completely
talked
forgot
about
about that shit.
That's great because that message was to Mike.
That was to me, yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
He was talking to me and thought he was talking to Matt Thomas. No, talking to Matt Thomas and thought he was talking to me.
That's so funny.
Once again, the D
Bullshit.
in what the show is for discretion.
Happy 3 years of that kind of shit.
Yes.
Thank
3
you.
years of what the
We're gonna
show.
watch Freeway one of these days, I swear.
By the way, you're
Yeah,
all
you already
disgraced
said
with
that,
your
I don't believe
champagne and crap. It's October. It's almost Halloween. You gotta have pumpkin or Oktoberfest beers. Come on.
yeah, nobody
This is
knows.
Mark-
I'm having Miller High Life,
Pumpkin flavored.
the champagne and beers.
Yeah.
High life is acceptable.
Yes.
High Life, the champagne and beers. Hell yeah.
It's a day that ends in Y, so
Okay.
Jake is drinking Bud Light. That's a given. He doesn't.
Bud
Not very
Light.
much though.
So-
I'm on pain meds now and shit.
No,
So.
he's got to behave.
One more
Reminds me, once we
random.
had 10 CT, I gotta go take my meds.
So one more random before you have to bounce.
15.
I did just get a message from Brother Lomas that after Ben Franklin, the most famous printer of paper money was silversmith, engraver, and patriot Paul Revere.
I thought you were gonna say Silver Shamrock for a second. I was like, Halloween 3 was real.
You know,
So yes, he was a silversmith, but he was evidently he printed money and stuff.
Well, thanks for the money, Paul. We were
thanks,
happy for-
Paul. If you guys would have told me that I would jump on this stream and talk about Paul Revere for an hour, I wouldn't have believed you.
Guys,
That's
That's
what
also
happens.
catch up.
You're
But
the
I'm
one that
grateful.
thinks he's a phony. Jeff Alterman's the only phony.
Yeah.
You're right.
Chris,
I
next time you
do
come
gotta,
on, I'm
I
gonna
do gotta
give
bounce
you.
though. I do gotta go.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
before-
remember,
thank you,
Chris,
guys.
you're with the show. We
Before
love
you go.
Don't hate you. Never forget.
Before you go, Chris,
Yes.
Next time you come on, I will assign
Mm-hmm.
you a historical figure, and we'll make the entire show about it. We're not going to tell. We're not going to tell the deacons or Juice about it.
Oh,
Deal?
that works.
You
Yeah.
just did.
Yeah.
Love it.
Okay.
Yeah, we
All
just
right,
did, but
all
we'll
right.
do it again.
But we won't
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
which historical figure. You see what I
Soliman
mean?
the Magnificent, I vote for. Great ruler.
We'll keep that in consideration.
We can't
Josh.
spoil it. We can't spoil
Yeah,
it.
no spoilies.
But we'll just
Pick one candidate.
But just throw that out there. But you guys rock. I know for a fact y'all don't hate me, and I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for tolerating my bullshit.
We love
And I hope to be back very, very soon. Y'all tell me. We'll make it happen.
We'll talk historical figures real soon.
Sooner rather than later. All right, you crazy people. Have fun, all right?
Love you.
Easy.
Bye. Happy show!
Woo!
Happy Sheldon Day, was he going to say?
I don't know. I liked it.
Guys, I can't wait to tell you who's coming on next. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It's Bob Fishbeck Day. Hi, Bob.
Whoa.
Bobby Fish.
Yo,
How's it
Bobby,
going, everybody?
House. More Midwest in the house. We love the Midwest here on What the Show.
The red hair ratio.
love
is
it.
really like it's
high right now.
He missed the
Gingers unite. We're going to kick you, unlike high school where everybody kicked me.
Yeah.
He missed the
Over
big
the world.
discussion. If you guys really want to know what's up with fast food for the Midwest, you got to check out Rob and I's fast food Midwest bracket.
okay, but will you guys do a low sodium version of that with me?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What is the best Midwest?
I'm supposed to be avoiding sodium as well, so yeah.
And gentlemen,
What's
I
that?
need to know what
I
is the
think
best.
we're all technically supposed to avoid it.
Midwest fast food in general?
Specifically in a Midwest world. Specifically.
It's out of Nebraska. It's called Amigos.
Okay.
Amigos.
Amigas?
Amigos.
Amigos.
Is-
Oh, amigos, like three amigos. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it White
it's-
Castle that one?
It's basically tequilas and an A&W.
Shake
and
Shack.
a phone.
Or Steak and Shake.
Steak and Shake is your number one?
Well, that's what won the
They have
bracket.
good garlic
Is that uniquely Midwest? I didn't know that originally.
I've been there once.
And
I just
garlic
had
burgers.
such a good time there. Like there was a group of kids that looked like they were there from a
Wait,
bar
did it originate
mitzvah,
in
and I was
Midwest?
like,
I
"This
don't
is
know that.
fantastic."
No, you had a good
No.
time there because you're watching kids. We got you.
I've only seen it in
I was a
Tennessee
kid at the
and
time.
Kentucky.
Oh,
Steak and Shake? No, there's one down the street from here.
Yeah.
It's
wait,
all
is it-
over Ohio.
It was
From-
super cheap.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it from
yeah,
the
they're
Midwest?
down in Maryland. They're in.
I don't know.
PA.
Their food's terrible now. I won't go there anymore because they got rid of their chicken tenders. But
But you got to
2 years ago when we did the bracket, it was great.
You went to a place called Steak and Shake for their chicken tenders.
No, but
I
Steak
see
and Shake
chicken
doesn't
tenders
have
at Steak and
steaks.
Shake all the time, but I also know
You know, Buffalo Wild
They have
Wings has
steak
decent
burgers.
So
Yeah.
you know.
their shakes are great. Their French fries are subpar because they're the really, really tiny shoestring ones, so they get cold like really quickly.
Oh yeah, their fries suck.
See,
Yeah.
until I went there, I was confused whether it was the act of shaking, like putting salt on your fries, or drinking a shake.
Drinking a shake
Was the
yeah.
shake in the name? Yeah. No, I got that afterward. They do have good shakes. Yeah.
They're very good shakes. I mean, I wouldn't say as quality as cookout milkshakes, but I'd say pretty quality.
I will say it's fitting that I thought I was going to freeze a lot earlier, but it happened as soon as Rob popped up on screen.
That's wildly appropriate.
It's
That was just
ginger
you
ale.
frozen in fear, Jake. That wasn't the computer.
You weren't prepared
And
for ginger taste.
You're all welcome for that introduction that I gave you to this guy, whatever my hands are doing.
That is true. That we would not
What
know
is this
Rob
hand
without
motion?
Jake. So that is true.
God, I actually have to thank Jake.
That is
for
true.
something.
Very
Oh,
true.
Gosh.
I can probably still find the text.
Okay, it was Jake to Juice for Rob. So
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, that's a yeah.
Jake,
No
if you
joke,
want
I
to
was
avoid
at
any
the-
alcohol
And then
while you're on
Rob
the
and I-
painkillers, just drink Coors.
Rob and I did a stereo.
Like the
Back
day
when
after we met.
stereo was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we didn't even know each other. Like
No.
that was our first conversation with
Our
each other.
first conversation was like hour long. Like my friend Austin was the only one that listened to it. It was like I'm walking around my apartment.
Austin.
Just
Shout out to
talking-
Austin, real
Yeah.
OG.
I'm talking to Rob. We're just like Pink Floyd. Yeah, fantastic. Springsteen.
Austin, if you're in the chat,
Great.
shout it out. 3-year anniversary. Come on.
I don't know if I've ever told this story,
We
but
love you.
I was at the gym on the treadmill. It was like 5 p.m. It was like right after Christmas, right after New Year's, something like that. and I'm just like, it's really cold outside. I'm just like going to town, and my phone lights up, and Jake just made this group chat with me and Juice, and he goes, "Hey, you both like music, be friends."
I think I was driving, and I was like, "I'm driving. I'm gonna put this down." But still,
And then we started talking, and hey, it's been 3 years. Yeah.
Oh, Juice!
Fucking
I
froze
gotta call
again.
you out on your The Prestige shout out, because real ones get the European Steelbook of The Prestige. Order it on eBay. That's damn right. I'm an elitist, even when we agree on movies that we like.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're in Europe or the US. There's multiple Christian Bales being bastards.
Bastard.
This is way too much Christopher.
Okay, I froze.
Stand for it here on the show.
I froze again. I'm gonna head out. So.
Bye, Jake.
Yep. Jake, fuck
Yeah,
off.
stream.
Good to see you for a minute, Jake.
All right, later, brother.
The estrogen level is also about to dip a lot because Sister Sarah is about to leave us, and I am also about to head out shortly myself. So, Sister Sarah,
heaven help us.
Any parting words? I know we're about to leave this.
If
with the
anybody has red hair, we'll send you the link.
Yeah, only redheads are welcome here on the show tonight.
Yeah, no, I don't know exactly when it's going to be starting, but I'm sure Bethany will mention it here and follow us over at the Last American Heroes too, and we'll get a little bit of estrogen on that channel there too for us with Know It or Blow It.
Blow it. Cousin Rob, I can see you hitting up some music categories. We'll be.
So I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with Know It or Blow It, but I'm very interested.
It's going to be a brand new show that'll be debuting probably the end of December. I think we're looking at maybe doing a Christmas episode.
Little Christmas
Yeah.
film. That's what we're hoping
Prove
for.
you know it or you're going to blow it.
So you get to pick the category for round 2, essentially, and it can be anything. So we know in the sphere there's a lot of movie trivia.
It could be Springsteen.
But you can do TV, you can do music, you can do whatever you want. So hit us up. We'll write some Springsteen questions for you.
Yeah, no, if that's what you want, or it's Hey, I'm a big fan of SpongeBob. I don't know. I've never watched a whole episode of SpongeBob SquarePants in my
But we'll
life.
do our research.
Yes, I would. I would do that if somebody asked for it.
That's a SpongeBob reference.
Bob.
That's awesome. Yeah,
Bob,
count me
we
in.
gotta
I'm
do
definitely in.
SpongeBob.
You guys let me know.
Yes, Cousin Rob. You're always welcome.
I want to see a Cousin Rob versus Juice match. Like that's a perfect match for
We should
this.
pick something where you guys discuss amongst yourselves and let me know, and we'll schedule you for something because that'd be fun.
Yeah, no, we'll. I have things already going and matches starting to be written, and we haven't even done a trial yet, but we're going for it.
We're going for it. We're getting there. No, it's really. Sarah sent me some of her graphics the other day that she came up with, and I'm excited. It's gonna be good.
Yes.
It's gonna be really good.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys. You guys all have a great night and happy anniversary, guys.
Bye. Bye, Sister Sarah. It's very confusing because I have a sister named Sarah. So that is weird to say. Because then I think of my actual sister, my flesh and blood sister. Anyways, I'm about to wrap up as well. We're gonna let this be the devices of the boys from here on out, which means things are probably gonna take a wild turn. So let's get sappy and sentimental for a moment, everyone, before I part. I love you all, everyone on this screen. You're great gems. One of them are related to Cousin Rob over there.
Fact.
It's a fact. It's a true fact, everyone. Don't look it up, but it's a true fact.
We got to play one more clip before you leave.
Yeah, tell me which one.
And
Specifically, or
but yeah, I
any.
just want to say
I'll send
that
it to you.
Okay.
It's been a wonderful 3 years. You guys have kept me sane a lot over the last few years. Again, like we said, we started during the COVID times. Things were crazy, and getting together with you guys every Wednesday night. Mike and I, we've moved to a whole other state. We've done a lot of things, and sometimes, when you make a big move, it's very scary and you don't know anyone. And it's been always really nice to know I have this to look forward to on Wednesday night. I have my people. And y'all are always in my back. Always in my back. Always have my back is what I meant to say. Always in my corner. Always have my back. So yeah, hopefully the Gators win tomorrow. Everyone pray for us. And,
You got the brother Lomas blessing.
Yeah, I did get a brother Lomas blessing. I mean, he did say, there's only so much the Lord can do, but we'll take it. Thank you. Yes, Gator Chop.
Yeah.
Allison has not been on the stream yet tonight. I think that's what it is. We bring too much Georgia energy when she's on the stream.
Nope. We're not gonna do it.
She has not been on the screen yet tonight. We're not invited to the anniversary stream anymore, Allison. Just kidding. We love you.
Allison Brie?
I'm gonna stop blabbing
Yes.
now. You just roll that beautiful green footage.
Holy
Before you
shit.
leave-
Good.
before
She
you
finished
leave-
her
Speed
mimosa.
run.
That's good.
That was an epic Bethany speed run.
I sent you the clip. It's just a matter of him pulling it up. Here it comes.
I've drank in my
I don't know what this is anymore because it doesn't have a label.
Yeah, listen, we almost
that.
in our life, and we're
Look at how thinner my face is now. Just need to, you know,
guys
get
ever been
it,
to
get there, settle in.
here.
Once you get accustomed to it, I thought it's great.
Have you guys ever been to a Dick's Sporting Goods and just thought, wow, this place is really big?
I
guess I'm okay with a reaction channel. Yeah, you can do your own stuff.
That was an iconic call. Jeez, what a
Keep going,
legend.
just keep going.
Guys, I've had too much on 2020.
Emotionally disturbed AJ.
Breaking news.
I'd like to thank Adam Witt for that running gag.
They're toasted.
Wait, how much? Yeah, I'd never had MD 2020 until that night, and what an experience that was.
AJ, you should get some quick cash just by being one of those clickbait articles like doctors hate this man. He lost 30 pounds and blah, blah, blah. And it just shows the before and after pictures. And then it's like 30
John,
slides with a bunch of ads.
Do you know
in
the
between.
actual stat? Do you know the actual stat?
I know you. It was I'm going to guess.
A
Okay,
lot,
I'm
yeah.
going to guess 30 pounds.
50 pounds
50,
in 3 days.
Oh, 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
I
the
know
first
you mentioned
40
that it
were
was-
in 2. The first 20
Ooh.
wasn't 1.
Okay. Whew.
That's insane.
Crazy.
Absolutely insane.
That's totally crazy, honestly.
Yes.
All right, everyone. And with that, I bid you all adieu. Get wild, have fun. Happy anniversary to us. Much love.
Bye. You're the best.
All right, now
Mike,
those chicks
I'm-
are gone. Who's got better tits? Sydney Sweeney or
So
AJ wins.
So seriously
Exactly.
though, Mike, thank you for inviting Bethany into this with us. If she comes back and sees this later, that's great. But if not, that's great too. But she's one of the most ridiculous people, and not everybody has to be a part of their spouse's hobbies. And you guys do a lot of stuff together, and she's as ridiculous as the rest of us. And I love how this wouldn't be the same without her.
So I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. When we first started the show, the idea for Bethany was going to always have the link, so she could jump on and just insult us and jump right off.
Right.
But
we just wanted her there.
Yeah. At the time, we were in a one-bedroom apartment, and we did the pilot episode, and we did our first one that's on AJ's channel, which is it's insane because it's 7 hours long or something like that.
5.5.
But she literally said to me, she's we did the next episode where Bethany was supposed to be a guest. Well, she was a guest, and then she's like, "Listen, we're in a one-bedroom apartment. If you're going to be doing this," and then at that point, we were starting later at night. She's like, if you're doing this starting later at night, I'm just going to do it with you. And that literally is how that all happened. It went from her jumping on to just insult AJ and I. And she's like, you're going to keep me up anyway. I might as well do it. So,
That's how a lot of relationships start. Look, if you're going to be doing this late at night, I'm just going to join in with you.
Wait, I've been in that apartment, and why do I have to springboard that after what John said?
It was awkward. I had a hard time sleeping, even with a mask.
I lost the thought. Now I can only think about is how Mike and I were totally middle-aged dads watching Mortal Kombat Annihilation and Major League 2 and dozing off
No.
on the
It was Back
couch.
to the Minors.
It was Back to the Minors?
You watched Back to the Minors?
It was
We
Back
did.
to the Minors.
I'm going
It
to
has begun. That's not Annihilation, but it's okay.
But, like,
Oh,
the two of us after like a full weekend of just going hard the whole time. We're just sitting there. It's like 3 p.m. and we're both
Phrasing. God.
all
The
weekend.
whole weekend going hard.
just going hard.
So it was the weekend Bethany did ET 40 times in one day.
Oh, jeez.
And
Right.
and we also drank
Again, phrasing, but
that
still.
hard. No.
I had at
Yeah.
least for every time she went on ET, I probably had a Jack and Coke.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And he watched. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I knew she was a fan, but
we had like a 3-day hangover just compiled into one, and we just
Wow.
both like sat down as Mortal Kombat Annihilation into Major League, and then it was back to the minors, and then when Bethany came home, you guys took a nap, and I watched Major League too.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
what it was.
think of how many
But
One
we were
Piece episodes
totally
we could have
middle-aged
watched.
dads, just passed out in an afternoon on a Sunday, or Monday in this case. But oh my god, it's one of my favorite memories.
So Jake in the comments says, "Yeah, I was in Orlando for 4 days and never saw Bethany the whole time." So
You saw Bethany, motherfucker.
He did see Bethany, yes. First off, and
Yeah, she looks different in person. I don't know.
apparently. So one of the
Who are you,
days,
strange woman?
we didn't even go to any theme parks. We went to a couple of the Disney World resorts to go bar hopping. And we went to Trader Sam's Grog Grotto, which is one of the, if you ever get a chance, even you, Rob, without drinking, if you ever get a chance to go there, because it's like one of the most fun bars you will ever find anywhere.
Cool.
And we went
They have
there.
an entire sober menu.
Yeah, they do. You can get mocktails. And
Let's
it's
get a root
just
beer.
like if
Shirley Temple.
if somebody orders something specific, something happens to correspond with it. So like there's if you order a certain drink, a volcano goes off. If you order a certain drink, the waitress comes out as a zombie. Things like that happen.
That's so cool.
So we were there, like most people go in there and have like a round and leave. And there's that. We were there for like
I took that photo.
Most people were there
It's
for
about
like
3 hours.
most people were there for like a half hour. We were there for like 3.5 hours. We racked up quite a tab at that place.
Yes.
And then we went to the Grand Floridian, which is the next stop on the monorail. And we went to this super classy bar. And then we decided, all right, we went to the Contemporary.
Hey, Mike. How high was the tab at the Grand Floridian? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember the exact amount. Didn't you pay for it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You convinced me to pay for everybody's tab.
And they were like $20 drinks.
Yep. 25, 30 sometimes. Sometimes people got appetizers. Sometimes
So really what we're paying for with all these donations is to make up for AJ's bar tab.
From
Listen,
2 years
it was a year and
ago.
a half ago.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Swindler.
The Grand Floridian.
Remember the
Beauty
Grand
and the Beast
Floridian, the
bar?
second stop on the
You
monorail?
picked up that tab?
He did.
Yeah.
Really?
Everybody's $30 drinks.
He picked up that tab and he dashed out the door. Fuck.
Didn't I buy you your steak at the steakhouse we went to, though? I think I did.
Yeah.
Was this an A5 Wagyu?
I
Does
think
that
you
make
meant
up
I
for it?
can't.
Like,
I think
So
you
that-
I think I had like had a bunch of Ubers or something to make
So
up
this
for it.
this is the thing that I was going to get to on this. So we started at the Trader Sam's, which like the average drink there is about 15. We were there for 3 hours, and there was 6 of us. It was the What the Show crew,
Danny and Kelsey.
Danny and Kelsey from Call to Action, and then Bethany had to leave, and then the 5 of us go to Grand Floridian, and we had like 2 drinks each there, and the drinks there are like between $18 and $30
I
each.
think we only
AJ
had one round.
It might have been 1. And then we went to a
Unless
steakhouse
AJ.
at the next stop.
I'm not saying how much it was on here.
We went to a steakhouse next, but then this is where I'm coming back full circle to Jake. Then I'm like, all right, we're gonna go to my local after-hours spot that I used to go to when I worked at City Walk at Universal. It's called Sloppy Taco Palace. If you spend $25,
I call my
at
girlfriend's
Sloppy
apartment back in college.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
Trust me, we saw her there.
If you spend $25 at Sloppy Taco Palace, and that includes eating, you're hammered, because that's the kind of place this is.
Because they put tequila in the tacos.
Pretty much.
We didn't eat.
Jake
Okay.
shows up. Jake shows up at Sloppy Taco Palace, and Jake has been Bud Lighting it all day.
Not surprised by that.
Yeah.
30 deep.
Jake's like
He
Sloppy
said
Taco
he's-
Palace. My
He
kind of place.
estimated 30 when he got there.
So this was
Those aren't
the
pillows.
second time I've ever seen Jake fall over at a bar, and this time I had to pick him up. And I always talked about before that how impressed I was of Robert Parker for picking up Jake. And after that, I said, no, I'm no longer impressed, because picking up Jake is like picking up a piece of paper.
Guys, I
thought you meant picking up
Jake
like in a
Giacometta.
car.
I also caught Jake
I didn't realize you
Giacometta.
meant physically. Yeah.
I wish I had cameras
Nice.
on me. I still think about this like
Like, dude, like the Dirty Dancing, like
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So he's on a bar stool outside smoking a cigarette, right? And he goes to stand up to talk to me like Jake does. And he spills over. And I catch the bar stool, pick it up. I catch him in the other arm. And I stand him back up. And I felt like Spider-Man.
you did it. I was gonna say you did a Toby. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Holy shit.
So then,
It,
fast forward, I guess that's like a year, actually. No, it wasn't quite a year. A couple months. Ben Bateman came into town to play his. He was on his tour, and he was like, "We need a place to go for the after party," which was for the people who bought whatever his VIP ticket was. He's like, "We need to have a place to go." And Allison Salamone was there too, and both of us looked at each other. We're like, "Sloppy Taco," and like it was immediate. Like, yes, that's where we're going.
Before you keep going, Mike, I just have to bring this up in the chat. I don't recall any of these falls.
No.
That's because we picked you up, we rescued you, we caught you.
Yeah.
You don't have any injuries to
Love
remember
you.
them by. Yeah, it's just not.
So
Yes,
Ben
go
Bateman did rack up at Sloppy Taco Palace because he started ordering more expensive drinks, because like he was ordering, decent liquors and stuff like that, because you can order, they have some stuff there. Ben Bateman,
Like, I got patrons, order whatever.
yeah. Ben Bateman probably racked up a $250 check there, which is impressive.
That's impressive.
Nice. Could have bought a Wii.
Fuck.
Well, I bought it, yeah, because I had a high tab because I bought a round for Jake and his friends.
But even so, like if you bought like Jameson,
It still
shots,
wasn't that
they're like
much.
$67
Right.
each there, as opposed
Yeah,
to
I mean,
Yeah.
I asked for nicer liquor
Motherfucker
in
getting
my
like
mixes,
Louis
and
the
it ain't
14th
250.
from fucking Sloppy Taco Palace.
I have a Louis the 13th box.
I mean, if you tip generously, they'll top it off with some extra Gentleman Jack in your mixes. It's but yeah, you ain't spending $250 usually.
No, not at Sloppy Taco Palace, sir.
And then I went with Ben the next day. We went to Universal together because he stayed an extra day in Orlando. And yeah, we got to certain places and I'm like, wow, he is just ordering, like, he does not care. He's ordering the high end stuff. I'm like, you're at a theme park, dude. These are not cheap.
Bob Iger's like, please order more. Oh wait, no, you said Orlando.
Bob Iger's sitting next to him.
He's like, you should try. Kathleen Kennedy's on the other side. They're just like, our stock still isn't going up. Order more.
Juice.
So I have a Louis the 13th box. This thing was like, I don't know, I could probably sell it.
Yeah, I'm sure you could actually.
How does it work?
I mean, hopefully you'd be able to sell it for some amount of money. But
wait, what happens?
Oh god, he's gonna
your bar has expensive liquor.
It's just gonna fall out live on screen.
Oh, I
and
have to press
shatter.
it.
Yeah, the bottle.
I have to press
the bottle
button.
crashes.
No,
It just falls right in front of the camera and
Most
shatters.
expensive
Juice, you
gag
don't
we've
have to show
ever
us.
done.
Just take it out safely, please. Okay.
It's empty.
Oh, the bottle is.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
The
Just
bottle
the
is
box.
gone. It's just the accordion left.
But you
Gotcha.
turn it around and then
But Juice, like, what does your bar charge for that?
$1,300 a
$30.
pour.
a box.
Oh, see, I
Okay,
was- I had the
Not
three.
bad.
Pour.
A pour.
A pour. Okay.
So I worked at a steakhouse who did a half pour for 80 and a full pour for 135, I think. 13, but that was also 10 years ago.
And Juice, how much better does it taste? Does it taste 100 times better than the 130 or whatever?
Yeah, absolutely not. You're tasting
Or
the
10 times
experience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So
When I've
better than
tasted,
30.
I haven't tasted that. But when I've tasted expensive scotch, you're not tasting like quality. You're tasting rarity.
Right.
Mm.
It's just,
And it's diminishing
only-
returns like anything
only
else.
a certain amount of people on this planet have tasted this,
So I can't remember
as opposed to Heinz ketchup.
I can't
that
remember what the
everyone's
name of the
tasted.
channel is, but there's
Better
this
than
guy-
Hunt's, damn it.
There's this guy who's like YouTube Shorts, which are basically TikToks I follow. That he'll go in, he'll get that bottle of Louis 13. He'll get a pour of it, and it's $1,300, and he'll be like, "Can you make that in a sidecar for me?"
Oh my gosh!
And then he'll drink it, and then like before he takes a sip, after he watches the bartender make it, he'll just be like, "Your rent," and takes a drink. Wealth.
Look.
I love it.
So what's a bottle of that cost off the shelf? Like if I went to a liquor store to buy that.
You're not finding it. You got a special order that.
Okay, so that's why it's $1,300. A pour is what, a glass?
Now you can get it like 7-Eleven.
An ounce and a half.
Yeah, like so roughly like
For a
$5
shot.
grand. Roughly like $5 a bottle.
Look, I know you guys, and Utah is worse about this, but man, in PA, it's annoying as fuck with liquor because it's all state-run stores. You can't have it at any gas stations. You can't have it at any.
Virginia was like that.
Yeah, it sucks. But kind of along the same subject, I won't mention exact prices because I don't even know what exactly they were. But my sister gets very nice ones, and my uncles, they always get the box wines, and they always drink it over like crushed ice that they get out of their fridge. And so, she brings a very nice wine to a family reunion one time, and her and I, we pour it out. It's neat because you're not supposed to have ice in nice wine.
Right. Like
and they
a
both are like,
bottle of
take the
wine.
bottle.
My God.
Over the ice and just start sipping it. And she's my sister's very nice, but man, she was giving him the death glare there.
Yeah, you could have done
Okay. How nice
wine
we
for that.
talking? How nice a bottle are we talking? Like dollar wise? So we're talking.
Oh,
like
I didn't know if you meant the
over
wine or my
40?
sister. I was like, I don't know. She's pretty nice. I don't.
Okay, but like, if she's seeing somebody, is she seeing
Fun
somebody?
fact: she just had her 5th anniversary. Yes.
Okay, but well, like,
Let's
what's she
cook that
doing
out.
after that? What's she doing after?
Look, AJ, if you're into Cougars, I'll let you know if they ever break up.
What kind of cougar are we talking? Listen, I'm into it.
Like I haven't said anything.
So box wines.
She's a raging right winger.
Okay, here's the thing.
Uh-oh. AJ's like, hate. I like it.
I can do it.
You guys ever played
She's a
Tour de
woman.
Transio?
I can convince my sister if it gets far enough.
She ain't dead.
We're gonna go. You want to
I'm
keep
afraid
going
of what
with
he's gonna
this?
say next. I'm afraid of what he's gonna say next. I got an authentic Necronomicon if you need some real help here, AJ.
Yes!
In the Halloween suit. I was lamenting the fact that Brother Lomas wasn't still on because it actually has pages and everything. Not that I can read any of it, except for this one part. It's Itu Kla Barak.
No, quit! Stop! Fuck.
What? Huh? Oh, hang on. There's a knock on my door now that I said that.
Snake.
Oh God. I saw one of the funniest Metal Gear jokes earlier because everybody's playing it because of that HD collection. where Snake's going through the whole backstory of Vamp. He's just like, he was buried in a church with his family. He had to drink their blood to maintain his hydration. And then Raiden's like, oh, is that why he's called Vamp? He's like, no, he's called Vamp because he's bisexual. Which apparently is an old term for bisexual people, like in the 20th century or whatever.
The second boss in the second part of Metal Gear Solid 2, it was a vampire whose name was Vamp, and you're like, oh, he's a vampire. It's pretty straight fucking forward. Explaining this to my co-host.
Kojima's never straightforward.
They get there, he's a fucking bisexual, and that's why his name was Vamp.
Which they probably should have picked up on before then, but speaking of wine, I still love
plot. It's nothing plot-wise. It's never touched on again.
I love how there's a whole section about predicting like social media disinformation campaigns in the game was made in 2001. He's like, we'll flood it with so much information nobody will know what truth is. I'm just like, oh my god, Kojima, what were you doing in 2001 that you knew this?
Dude, it's so good. He knew conspiracy theories so well that he was able to actually project into the actual problems of like society a little bit, and then also project into conspiracy theories today a lot.
He also, I couldn't believe this. I platinumed the game in December of 2019, but in November of 2019, Death Stranding comes out. The whole game is about doing deliveries in a world where everybody has to self-isolate because of this terrible thing that's outside of their homes, and you have to be a delivery guy braving all these dangerous environments. So I'm like, keep in mind, this is late 2019, like literally a month after the game comes out, the first coronavirus reports come. It's like, wait a minute, Kojima, did you make this?
Bro, okay, so here's another one that you and I can specifically identify with, because you and I were like super on Koi's Patreon like day one, right?
Oh yeah, tater tots and all that.
So
those were his tears.
So talking about like Collider and what that meant, and just like, yeah, we helped somebody with their Patreon like during 2020 after they lost their job. No, that was January.
Oh yeah, Fernandez.
Everybody lost their job from Collider in January, and then March the fucking pandemic hit America.
Yep.
It's crazy, right?
You know, it's so funny now. I follow the Collider X, and they literally post these articles. There's literally 0 likes on them. It's amazing how much it fell off since he took over.
It's insane how different it is compared to like 5
years
ago.
Like 400,000 views or whatever on their daily talk shows, and it was this huge thing. And then it's just like in like 4 or 5 years, it's like.
They decided their channel. Who owns that company now? Somebody else? Just some random.
Well, when it fell apart, I know who it was, but I don't know if he still owns it.
Yeah, it was Fernandez.
Right.
Yeah, I think Fernandez sold it off to another media company, kind of thing. The only person left that I care about what they produce is fucking Vinny Mancuso, which Vinny, we love you.
I didn't know if Perry was still there or what, but
Perry is still there. I forget.
She doesn't do much on that channel. She's still there, but
I know her mainly from the theaters where she's on like she's in the lobbies and shit, you know, doing interviews and advertising stuff.
And then
which is awesome. Good for her. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's fantastic for her. I'm sure she's making way more off of that than she ever made a Collider. It has to.
Yeah.
But like Hermance and Snyder still do For Your Consideration, which is a great show, especially at award season. Is a wonderful.
Yeah, I watch that show. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
We should see,
I still remember
just for shits and giggles, Mike. We need to reach out to Snyder and see if he'll come back on.
I can do that. Like, bizarrely, Snyder likes us. Like, I don't know how that happened.
Zack Snyder, director of Watchmen?
Yes. That's Snyder. Listen, I don't know if you heard about how pro Snyder Cut we are, but
God.
that James Gunn's pretty woke, right?
So speaking of like ensembles and
ensembles,
like
Segue.
Snyder and snobbling and
Oh my
all
God!
that
Cut the
stuff.
ads. Do we have an ad?
Oh, dear God. Want to know why you're wrong?
Okay, why? Why am I wrong? No, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Correct. But you want to know why you're wrong?
Okay, why? Why am I wrong? No,
Is that the whole thing?
Ed Sheeran, that's who you look like. I've been trying to think of it until old screen. Like he looks like another redhead. I'm trying to think of it. Sort of with
that
the hat
other
and stuff.
one.
I've also gotten Prince, whatever the redheaded Prince guy, the one that's married to the Meghan Markle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Harry.
Harry? Yeah.
Oh, I've gotten that so many times.
Why?
Because he fucks Meghan Markle.
I'm such a huge fan of
No, I
Suits.
do
Can
like
you
brunettes.
introduce me to your wife? Suits, the #1 streaming show whenever everything gets shut down.
That's right.
This most recent time, not the Corona one, the strike one.
The strike one,
the
yeah.
other
It
shutdown.
went skyrocketed, yep.
I like how I have
Like
to
Suits
specify
getting
that
popular
now.
right now feels like if there was like a Cheers revival during the Hollywood strike that we all knew, like the 2007
from like
one.
08. Yeah. Oh my God.
But getting back
Well,
to
Cheers is just effervescent.
I'll reach out to Jeff Snyder and see if we can get him on. Like getting him out on around award season would be funny as shit, I think. So
Yeah. Oh God, award season this year with Snyder would be insane.
Yeah, I read his tweets. He's going hard for Oppenheimer. I'm all about Killers of the Flower Moon. I think it's going to sweep. I think it's going to sweep this year.
I think it'll sweep. Yeah, the actors for sure. As somebody who's only seen half of the movie, I think it'll sweep.
You only
for
saw
the
half
actors.
of the movie?
You didn't go back?
Is that did I miss this story earlier in the evening? What?
No. The other show.
Last this past Wednesday, a couple days ago.
So before you tell the story, Juice, we have some friends backstage.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring two friends, two awesome friends of the show. First off, let's bring back recurring guest, Mr. Danny Martinez.
Hello.
I miss you, Danny.
What's going on,
you,
everybody?
bitch.
Good to see y'all. Congratulations.
Thank you
Love you
so
so
much. We
much.
don't just have a Danny though. We also have a cousin, another cousin,
Another cousin.
another
We have
cousin.
another
Bob
one.
and Ryan.
Another one.
We have a Rob and a Ryan.
What's up,
Bob
everybody?
and Ryan.
I thought they were the same person for a long time.
I've never seen them in the same room at the same time, so I got it.
It's two cameras pointed from different angles.
One of them is AI.
But real quick, guys, I gotta go dip out and do meds real quick. I'll be right back.
You got it.
So,
I'll be
Danny
listening.
and Ryan, welcome. You know, this is, I know, Danny, you've been on the anniversary stream before. Ryan, first time. This is our biggest stream of the year. We go long, we go hard tonight. This is our party. So, for both of you, though, like, I know you both came into our spheres in very, very different ways. Like, Danny obviously came in through Rob and Ryan, and we met you through Moose and Benny, and we had Benny and Sarah were on earlier. Moose unfortunately couldn't make it tonight, but like for you guys, like you come from two very different areas, but you're very similar. Like both of you have such the nerdy in the best way tendencies, whether it be with comic books or Ryan, I know basically all encompassing everything. What do you think, like, from our end on what the show, like what drew you to our brand of chaos?
I think it's the first of all, I want to say great shirt, Ryan. I've never met you before, but amazing. But I think really the vibes, as the kids say, it was really the vibes, right? I think this is a place to vibe. I like that you guys have a premise of like we want to have structure, but not too much structure, right? Like let's
we have any church.
Let's try to put something together, but it really feels like a good place to just kind of hang out too, like which is what a lot of people are looking for on the internet, which I think it's very cool. And then just very different personalities too. Not just you guys, but like the people that you bring on, the circle of friends that you've made along the way. A very diverse group of people from all kinds of corners of the internet. So yeah, I would, if you hadn't told me that all you guys kind of live in separate places, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have just felt like y'all kind of know each other from the neighborhood. That's kind of what brought me into the What Show.
Yeah, I mean,
and now Ryan, compliment us.
Hey, so
pay your tribute.
My first interaction with you guys was that when we started recording our show over on Last American Heroes, and that was my first interaction with this group. And the amount of fun and chaos that happened in that first filming made me just love you guys right away. And then having you bringing me on your show for that first time, for the chaos that happened,
was fun.
And then bringing on my COD Squad friends on the next time around, and the more chaos that happened. You guys are great. You guys are one of the funnest groups of people I have ever met. I look forward to hanging out with you guys so we can have our own stories to tell here in Las Vegas and do some dumb shit. So I haven't met you guys yet in person, but I know when we do, we're all going to party hard and have a great time.
That's going to be awesome. Now, I wanted to ask you something because I know you were at something pretty substantial last weekend. I need to hear about When We Were Young.
I was at When We Were Young this past weekend, and talk about nostalgia at its finest, watching, bands from Warped Tour days perform again, seeing Gym Class Heroes, Simple Plan, Sum 41, Green Day, Blink, all those guys playing on those stages. It was amazing. The weirdest thing, though, I will say, was Michelle Branch was there, and talk about the most random person to have on a bill at a festival, but it was awesome. Tony Hawk showed up and sang that Goldfinger song Superman. Got on stage with them and sang it. So It was a great time. I'm going to talk about it a lot more when I do my next Beyond the Neon Veil.
Yeah.
Weekend. So, but it was great. It was a lot of freaking fun. I was tired for 3 days. So
I can only imagine with how many bands there were at that festival. Holy crap.
That's a lineup.
Dude,
yeah, that was
Sum 41. I remember they have the funniest music video for the Hell song where they're all playing with their action figures and shit. Oh my god, that is where they're just spinning. I think it's a George Bush on a drill. It's just and then at the end they just throw all of them out the window on a helicopter and it just crashes. It's the cheapest music video, but it's the most memorable one. I remember it 20 years later after watching it on Fuse.
Well, what sucks is this is it for them. They're putting out one more album and then they're done. They announced that again at the festival. I got a lot of boos because no one wants that, but it was cool being able to see them one last time, probably for me. So
I only got to see them. I saw them very bizarrely open for Motley Crue. That's the only time I ever saw Sum 41, and it was a deal they weren't even advertised. It was
two people you would not expect to know each other.
Yeah,
reunion, and
did they just show up to the show and they're like, "Hey, y'all want to get on stage?" That's what it feels like to me because
they got high together.
they had the same dealer, so they're like, "Hey, y'all, we're playing a concert."
They weren't even on the flyers or the advertisements or anything. It was if you went to Motley Crue's website and said with special guests, and then I was like, "Oh, Sum 41's playing." It was not advertised at all that they were on there.
Motley Crue's you guys are in a band? You should totally play at our show.
So before we get too deep into conversation, we have one more guest backstage, somebody who we're very familiar with on this show, somebody we've dealt with for a very long time.
Oh boy.
And somebody who's probably not going to shut up about the Cleveland Browns, and that's Mr. Matt Thomas.
Oh, you don't got to worry about me talking about the Browns. I'm not going to be on long. I am tired as hell. I've been up since 5 a.m. I just happened to I looked at my phone. I'm like, oh, Deacon messaged me. Oh, it's a StreamYard link. Oh, I should probably go say hi before I go to bed.
How you been, man?
I'm tired, man. How's
the wedding planning?
So it took a temporary pause because we bought a house.
Right.
So we are in the final steps of finishing up the house, and then we got to move all the wedding stuff from my parents' house to here, and we get back to it. We just planned our tasting today.
That's
So
the best
now,
part.
yeah, so now we have a tentative idea about when we're going to be sending out the invites. So that'll be mid-January-ish. So keep an eye out, guys. But yeah, that's it's been fun. I'd show you the place, but I really don't want to get out the bed.
I just popped back in. I just want to say PJ Walker, gang.
No PJ Walker, no quarterback.
Yes.
Give me Jacoby Brissett
Hey.
back.
How about
Yeah.
TJ Watt though?
Now,
We don't speak about that devil.
Listen, I'm outspoken about Deshaun Watson. You already know my thing.
I don't like him either.
While PJ Walker's the quarterback, that's my team in the AFC.
There you go.
So.
No.
These are football players, Rob. Just FYI.
I mean, he beat the Niners. How can you complain about him?
What's that, Danny?
These are football
He
players.
didn't beat the Niners. The defense beat the Niners.
Yeah.
And the Niners kicker beat the Niners.
Yes.
And guess what? PJ Walker didn't lose the game.
He threw 2 picks.
Well, he
You
sort
might
of
as well
did, and then they called pass interference. And then...
Yeah. Dude has been saved 2 weeks in a row by the refs. But
Yep.
yeah.
I ranted about that a lot on Left Side, Strong Side. I'm not going to go into it anymore. But
Hey, Mike, I started that late, went back and watched your bit on the Browns and Colts, and I'm like, I have nothing to argue with here. I know it.
Hey.
I know we got lucky thanks to the refs.
Steelers got a BS call too with that quarterback sneak. At least the Rams would have had to score a touchdown still, but it was not a first down. I'll admit that heartily.
Yeah, the Rams got fucked.
And you mean the Colts?
No, the Rams and the Colts both got fucked.
Rams and the Colts.
Oh, the Rams. I thought you said the Browns got fucked.
No, I said the Rams got fucked.
The Rams and the Colts.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, the Steelers are my second favorite team, and I was even like, no,
it was not a first down. Although it was partially on McVay for using those timeouts before the 2-minute warning. Nothing to challenge with. He would have 100% won a challenge, and it was just a technicality that it was like, oh my gosh, you can't challenge, and they aren't going to review it because it's still above 2 minutes. This is kind of a freaky thing.
The timeouts before the 2-minute warning happened again last night in the Bucks game, but that's a whole other thing.
I wasn't watching that. I was watching the other Bucks, the Milwaukee Bucks versus the the 76ers. So I was watching Dame Lillard's debut.
Didn't even make the playoffs.
Football season is almost officially over for me. I went to the Cavs home opener tonight. Basketball season. Basketball is the number one sport. Football starts to take a back seat in about another week or so for me, and then I'm just fully in on basketball. So, but all right,
hockey.
I'm gonna go to bed, y'all. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I love you all. See you in June. Happy to see you're doing well, AJ. Happy to see you, Juice, even though you've been quiet as shit this entire time. And Deacon, you know how much I love you. Peace out, guys. Peace out, everyone.
By the way, the other thing, I just want to say the thing with you mentioned me doing well. So the heart peptide that they measure for heart failure, basically the baseline is 100. And if you're below or above that, they mention something when you go in for a checkup. So when I went to the hospital and I was there for 10 days, it was at 1,200.
Oof.
And now my last labs it was 229, which is basically where they'd say if I was there for a checkup, that maybe I'd have to worry about in the future. So that's basically like I'm on the track where my shit's hopefully repairing itself.
No,
so,
hell yeah. Going from 1,200 to 229.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
That's insanely better.
That's awesome.
I mean, it might not be where your ideal number is, but by comparison, holy hell, that's an improvement.
That's how long? Like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
That was 2 weeks ago. That was at the hospital. But yeah, it was about a month and a half ago. So
yeah,
awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
I
6
was in the
weeks to
hospital.
basically get it from.
So
Yeah,
I haven't been fucking around. I haven't been doing anything dumb. So
since you were with me,
it's awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
so AJ and I, we talked about this the other night. I know most of you probably haven't heard this because our view count was not very high, but we mentioned about how we were in Jersey together, and our weekend was absolutely insane. We didn't stay still like at all for.
We were going 100%, and I was in the stages of heart failure.
Yeah. So we both traveled to New Jersey. We stayed in one Airbnb overnight for 2 nights. We traveled to Massachusetts, came back and stayed in New York at the most hilariously bad hotel you could ever find. Went back to New Jersey, then we actually had a good hotel the last night we were there, and then I flew back to Orlando, and AJ got stuck in Jersey because his flights got canceled
for 2 days.
Yeah.
That's like a dream for me to be stranded in Jersey for 2 days.
Oh yeah. Going to Asbury Park.
Oh yeah.
It was rough. I could barely walk without feeling like my lungs were on fire. I thought I had pneumonia. Actually, I did have pneumonia, but I had pneumonia while my heart was failing. Yeah, dude. It was so wild. And I was on a vacation with Mike and Paul and Kim all at the same time, and holy fuck.
So we haven't really talked about this a ton on air. I know we've mentioned it, but the first night we were together, so AJ and I were like, we're going to meet up and go to an airport bar. And AJ had checked bags, so he had to go past security, and it turned out there were no bars like in the past security area. So AJ and I are like, let's just find like the closest place we can go to that's a bar. We wind up at this most like ghetto bar.
Glorious dive bar.
Oh boy.
So it's a glorious dive bar in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, it says it's an Irish bar, and it's not.
It was no sloppy taco.
No, it was no sloppy taco. The place was actually kind of pricey too.
Trust me. Yeah, it was more expensive and more likely to get stabbed than sloppy taco.
How about some salmonella poisoning from the drinks? How's that?
Yeah, AJ and I are there, and we're messaging Paul and Kim because they were running behind. The reason we went to the bar was because Paul and Kim were running behind because they were supposed to pick us up and take us to the Airbnb. And I messaged them like, okay, we're going to get ready to close out our tabs. And we get a message back, and they're like, no, we want to come in and drink. And we're like, okay.
So what
you're saying is it was hashtag blame PLD.
Yeah.
We go so hard, they start buying us shots. And
Yeah.
that didn't start until after Paul and Kim got there.
Yeah.
The bar was comping us shots.
Yeah.
You're keeping us in business. Please stay.
They were giving us green tea shots.
Yeah.
Multiple rounds.
Oh. Well, that's
So then-
antioxidant. That's good for you.
No,
We
not like
wind up-
actual green tea shots. Green tea flavored.
No, like really strong green tea shots. And then we go back to the Airbnb. Like we finally, like, this is at this point probably what, like 1 a.m. we go to the Airbnb. It's like, it's late.
Yep.
And Paul and I killed almost an entire bottle of Gentleman Jack.
No, we did that.
Like
Yeah.
a fifth or
I
a
was-
handle?
A fifth.
It was a handle.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it-
Oh,
No,
So-
it was a handle. It was a handle over 2 nights. It was a handle.
hang
over
on a
2
second.
nights.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Paul and
That's like
I
horse.
are smoking cigars, and then at like 3 a.m, Paul decides he wants to pull out his phone and start calling people. If you were
As
a
you do.
personality who was on the Schmodown who Paul had the phone number of, you either got a voicemail or picked up the phone.
So this is why the Schmodown ended.
At least some of them are in the West.
I know
Coast.
it's after that
I need-
happened, but
I need
still.
his number.
We talked
I need his number.
to RB3 for like 20 minutes.
Nice.
RB3 was
How
cool
was
about
he?
it.
Is he
Silver
tired?
Street was cool about it. Jacob London answered. Brandon Hanner answered, but he hung up pretty quick.
At least some of those folks were on
Brandon
the West Coast,
was
so it
saying
wasn't that
Sabrina
late.
was on her way home, and just like made it end quickly.
What, he didn't
But
stay on the
yeah.
phone with you guys and ignore Sabrina? Huh,
Yeah.
that's surprising.
Craig answered. Craig the Barbarian answered.
Nice.
I
Well,
think
that's just
almost
him
everybody else was a
keeping
voicemail.
kayfabe. Okay. That's some interesting voicemails.
Paul called Kaiser like 3 times.
Oh my god. What about
because he was sure.
He called a lot of people. Like there were so
JTE?
many voicemails.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think
we-
we called JTE. I don't think we
No,
called JTE.
he called JT. We left him a voicemail. I don't know what he said. He called Gucci. Same.
Yeah.
Oh, expected Gucci to just be up 24 hours a day.
Oh, he was up.
He's up. He's just not picking up the phone.
He's busy.
He was doing business.
He was dropping Sabrina off at Brandon's.
Fuck. Who else did he call? He left a lot of voicemails.
Yeah.
Paul left so many fucking voicemails.
Just tell him you were busy until
Listen,
now.
Paul,
Just tell
we have
him.
to left this. We left so many voicemails. Paul called them. We left this voicemail.
You just take the phone from him. You just pluck it as soon as he's done calling.
It was on speaker. It was on
Oh,
speaker.
okay. Paul's just like,
there was
mustache.
Mike definitely puked in a trash can. In a communal trash
over
can.
voicemail?
No, in a communal
Okay.
trash can.
Yep.
For the Airbnb and everybody in that residence, he fucking just destroyed it.
And then I continued drinking.
Yep, kept going.
Well, I mean, at that point, you're dehydrated. You got to get fluids back in your system.
Exactly.
They always say
And I had
clear
a
fluids
smirk,
like
too. I was like, I'm
vodka.
not
Yes,
stopping.
absolutely.
And then we saw Metallica
That's
the
just
next
science.
day.
That's medical stuff.
Well, and as we checked out that Airbnb the second day, the family that owned this place, it was a family with children, and we just waved, and we didn't say shit about the fact that Mike left a pile of puke in that trash can.
Vin Diesel would have been very disappointed. You disgraced family.
do.
How dare
Yep.
you?
Yep.
So,
I like
Hashtag family.
Does that mean
I
Deacon,
was-
when you come visit me, I'm gonna have to put a tracker on you because I get the feeling your ass is gonna get lost here.
Oh, when I go to
Apple
Vegas,
tag.
the last time I was in Vegas, I was accused of my friend of trying to drink Vegas out of Jack Daniels. So
I'm gonna have to put
Okay.
a tracker on you.
Mike's got a little air tags on into his shirt.
So here's what I'm thinking. The last home game of the 2024 Raiders season. We go. What do you think, Mike?
that's probably within reason.
Might be celebrating a 2024 re-election there. You just get that Raiders game going.
I'd love to go see
Steelers
that.
beat them in Vegas.
I went to the Golden Knights arena. I saw Metallica and the Golden Knights. I went when I was in Vegas last time, and the Golden Knights game was cool because I bought tickets that were like quote unquote standing room only, but they included an all you can eat buffet and all you could drink, and that was not bad. Like that actually was. And the area
Vegas
was
Knights
a
have
great
one of
night.
they have one of the coolest intros in sports too. They just have the Knight come out and he's got his fucking banner. Oh,
So I'm in
it's-
Savannah now, and their minor league club is here. They're called the Ghost Pirates, and they do something very similar. But instead of the Knight, they have Davey the Ghost Pirate, and they
That's
raise
dope.
the flag at the beginning of every game. It's pretty cool, actually.
Nice.
By the way, Jeremy Miller, we were about to call Roxy, and then we decided no.
That's probably a good call.
Yes. And if it's Broncos Raiders, my God, it's we gotta.
But if any of you on screen, Rob, Daniel, you guys ever show up to Vegas, you better let me know because this is my town. I'd love to show you guys around.
I appreciate that. I've never been to Vegas before. It's something I'll do eventually.
At least once in your life, you gotta at least go.
Yeah.
Went
Yeah,
one
you're missing out,
time
Rob.
and got picked out by the Blue Man Group to participate in their show.
That's awesome.
So anytime you go to a show there and they're like acting like they're randomly picking somebody out, it's probably pre-planned because they came up before the show started and they were like, "Hey, you're the right height and everything. You look like you're the right shoe size and stuff." And
Looks
so
like blues
we're
your
gonna go through
color.
we're gonna go through the crowd. We're gonna act like we're randomly picking someone, and then we're gonna call you back. So they pulled me out of some big machine or something. So I didn't see a lot of the show, but they reached into some big floopy machine and pulled me out of all these weird little like vacuumy things that were waving around and everything.
You blew yourself. That's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, they blew me. It was great.
Did they have an understudy you could see like behind stage?
Yeah, I saw a little bit backstage. Yeah, I mean, they kind of rushed you through pretty quick. They got you into their these pairs of shoes because I think they were getting paint on you, so they didn't want to get it on your shoes. But and so they like switched you out real quick there, and then I remember they marked because I took a picture with like the little blue mark on the face, and then yeah, they basically like put you into this big moving contraption that then shuffled back out of the curtain onto the stage. And then at some point, you know, you could hear everything going on. A couple of them reached in and just like yanked you out real quick onto your feet.
That's cool.
We got to watch a good bit of it beforehand.
They should give you a ticket for the next show to make up for you missing so much of their show.
Well, it's still entertaining, the bits that you watch. I recommend it anyway. You know, anytime that you go there, they're just a funny mix of like comedy and stunts. It's a fun show.
So you mentioned that with like the pre-screen and stuff. Like, I know some of you know this, maybe you all don't, but like in 2009, I was pulled out of the audience and did a skit with Jimmy Fallon when he was on Late Night, before he was on the Tonight Show, when he was on Late Night. And what you're saying, John, is 100% true. So like, if you watch 30 Rock and they had the NBC pages, they literally went to the line of people going in and were just talking to people to kind of like screen. And my buddies and I were among the last people to get there. And we'd had several drinks in us and they loved us. And literally, like, the reason I wound up on the show, like the pages just talked to me and my three buddies for probably 20 minutes. And the reason they picked me was because they're like, which one of you was the one who submitted for the tickets, which was me. And they asked me two questions. One was if I had any food allergies, and two, if I would mind being on TV. And my first answer was no. And my second answer was I have no shame. And they immediately grabbed us and took us onto the show. And that's how I wound up on with Jimmy Fallon that night. So that was exactly what you're saying. Like it's not random. It's all pre-screened. Yeah.
Well, they got to screen you to make sure you're not like JFK was an inside job and stuff. You know? You gotta make sure you're not going to say anything crazy, especially if you're in a speaking role of any kind.
I want to wear Jimmy's skin type of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, now Juice being
fuck Paul Revere.
Any of this is a dream.
I think Juice is asleep behind the glasses.
He hasn't been here for 45 minutes.
He's been looping the footage.
Yeah, it's a
movie
speed
thing.
situation.
I wish.
Spoiler for Speed.
I gotta say, for Haskell, man,
got a Heinz Ward jersey behind him.
For Haskell's comment, if you want your money from Rio, you better do it soon. They're gonna be closing that place down, man. It's garbage now. So.
Oh, the Rio is terrible.
Oof.
I mean, it's kind of hard to. Well, I guess I'll ask Ryan since he's there. How is it getting around with all the F1 bullshit that they're trying to get together?
It's crap, dude. It's so bad right now. There's so much construction leading to the strip and I live fairly close to the strip, so it kind of sucks. It's just gonna get worse.
I know a few people that went because like TwitchCon and like the concert and everything like happened in the same week, and I could just see like all over their pictures like construction everywhere, right? Like no matter what picture they were taking, and then also that giant orb that they now have in the
that's where U2 lives now.
Spider-Man was on there, yeah.
I wouldn't go see U2, but I would go watch something else. There.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't U2. That was kind of disappointing because the inside of that.
So you're saying you still haven't found what you're looking for on that sphere?
Yes.
I want Tom Waits. I want Tom Waits to
spoken word.
Yes. I want Tom Waits to spoken word in the sphere.
I want to watch a Christopher Nolan movie in there.
Yes.
Or multiple Christopher Nolan movies playing all around.
Now we got a drink.
Oh. You're like, this is a little bit of a boring part of Oppenheimer. Let me just move over to Dunkirk over here. You just start rotating around.
Okay. So last stream, one of the funniest things I ever heard was Mike describing Oppenheimer as men talking. I go to tweet this out. I still tweeted it out.
Right.
But I kind of hesitated because by the time we got off a stream, the news of the main shooter happened.
Oh, yep.
And it's just like, wow, that happened during the hour. Oof. Still gonna tweet this out.
I mean, if you gotta hold a tweet for awful shit happening in the world, then you're never gonna tweet again. AJ.
Yeah, for real.
Right. I mean, that's
just let it go,
dude.
Because it's gonna happen again.
Just let it fly out.
We have an employee from that same town actually, and he looks incredibly similar to that guy. And so he was showing us the photo the next yeah. What?
Listen, I'm just gonna tell you, everybody from Maine looks like that guy.
Well, he was showing us the photo the next morning.
Everybody except for Stephen King.
I have a Stephen King, because everybody's from Bangor, Maine, and Stephen King novels. Yeah. Oh my gosh! But it was just like
Lewiston. People
shit.
from Bangor look like Stephen King. People from
No,
Lewiston look like Robert Card.
I will say the Pall Mall thing from Pet Cemetery, where the guy across the street, he's always like, "Oh, get a pack of Pall Malls, Lewis," and he's just like, "It's so true." The employee we have, he smokes Pall Malls. It's like, well, that's 100%. Stephen King was right.
Just
based on my very small sample size. Yeah, you don't want to go down that road, Lewis. A lot of dead critters on that road.
Well.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch the Bloodlines Pet Cemetery thing?
Not yet, but I want
other than myself, because I watched it.
I did, and it was the classic example of taking one line and stretching it into an hour and a half film.
Yeah.
Isn't it just You Don't Want to Go Down That Road, the movie?
Well, it's prequel.
Dead Is Better, the movie. They literally spend a whole movie trying to work up to that line.
So I haven't seen the original one in a long time. The more fresh one in my mind is the remake with John Lithgow and which I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. I like all the actors that were in it. So
great cat actor in that movie, by the way. The cat, brilliant.
Great cat, I think. I don't know. I don't judge cat acting, but yeah. So like, I was like, I feel like I'm missing a lot of lore, and then I realized reading online comments like, no, it's just the movie was just the movie. Like it wasn't on me.
It's kind of good that you didn't watch it because you didn't know the ending, because they literally just tell that story in a few lines in the original movie. They're like, this happened back in the day. And then it's just like, oh, the movie is just explaining, it's just extremely stretching out that story that he just told.
Conversation. Well, I mean, it worked with the Demeter, the last voyage of the Demeter. That was just a chapter in the novel, and that worked. So I mean, they could have made it work.
Well,
okay.
In that
I really
context,
want to see the last voyage of the Demeter, by the way, because like how it was explained to me was this is Alien, but it's on a pirate ship.
AJ, it's I saw it, and it's I mostly really liked it. It fumbled a bit at the ending. It's one of the biggest examples of like effects affecting, for lack of a better word, my impression of a film, because it was big stilly CGI face at the end, whereas I'm like, oh, if you'd have gone practical there, you could have really nailed this ending.
I agree, but overall, solid film, I think. But
I thought it was really good with the suspense and everything. Yeah, and really good acting. Yeah.
If somebody told you like beforehand it was like Alien, but on a pirate ship, would you have agreed?
I can see that. It's fairly isolated. It's fairly tense as far as them not knowing where to search and stuff like Alien. Yeah.
David Desmalchin does get down to his underwear in the last fight, so it does make sense. Yeah.
Sold.
Shit, I don't remember that part. I must have been drunk. Anyways.
It was an extended cut we got at the screening. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think you might have been watching the what's the Woodrock or whatever the porn company is.
Which is weird that they still got David Desmalchin. I mean,
I mean, you gotta splurge sometimes to
I
keep
hope-
your
I hope he
prestige.
got a
Rushing
permit.
does Skinamax.
I hope he
You
got a
get Ron
permit for
Jeremy,
that.
you get David Dastmalchian.
Good for him.
Or you just put it on HBO and say, "Oh no, it's prestige now. It's not porn."
So
speaking of
it's still not streaming.
So speaking of people who are kind of exposed.
Oh, this is a good one. This is one of my favorite clips of the year.
Him. Have you not watched it? He's in
Jeff,
Jaws.
you are a phony. Oh, rewind it.
Big fat phony.
You are.
Oh, you're right.
Right now.
What I know of Jeff, I wouldn't be surprised if Jaws is number 1.
Yeah, what's number 1?
Jaws is not in the list.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Wait, has he not watched it? He's in the
Jeff,
Jaws.
you are a phony. You are a phony. Juice, rewind it one more time. What I know of Jeff, I wouldn't be surprised if Jaws is number 1. Pause it for a sec.
Yeah, what's
All right. I want you all to listen to. There's going to be a moment here where Bethany puts her glass down and just listen to the glass effect.
Before we do this, too, let's give the context.
Yes.
We are looking at Jeff Alterman's ranking of Spielberg films. We're expecting Jaws to be number 1.
And it's not there at all.
And it's not there. But there's a moment.
Dan Merle disowned him in this moment.
But there's a moment that
right now.
What I know of Jeff.
There's a moment when Bethany gives us a great
unintentional
sound
comedy.
effect.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Right now.
What I know of Jeff, I wouldn't be surprised if Jaws is number 1.
Yeah, what's number 1?
Jaws is not in the list.
What the fuck is wrong with him? Wait, has he not watched it? He's in the
Jeff,
Jaws.
you are a phony. You are
Juice.
a phony.
Juice died.
Yeah, Juice about to die, but Juice, you need to sample
What I
that.
know
You need to
of Jeff,
sample that
I
clink
wouldn't be
for a song.
The clink was just so. And the thing was, like, I had to clip this out, like, right after the episode. Like, I remembered this. I went and I found it the next day. And I was going through for this purpose, for tonight, going through the clips that I wanted to show and sending them the Juice. And I heard that. I'm like, oh my God, this clip is so much better than I even realized.
The clink.
In Mandalorian season 2, before they have a duel, she bangs a Beskar spear against a hard surface, and I swear it's not even as loud as that clink that Bethany just did. And it's like,
I know what you're
ding.
talking about, and it's so similar.
You need to sample the clink and then also mix it up with a little bit of.
I'm down
John
down
Williams.
just to watch it again. Let's
Right now.
What I know of Jeff.
Yeah, what's number 1?
Jaws is not in the list.
What the fuck is wrong?
The way she
I keep
says that
mishearing
is
it
so
too, because
great.
that time I heard Johns is not on the list, and then the other time I heard Joss is not on the list. I'm like, Joss Whedon, what?
Guys, here's the other part of the clip that becomes weird with every other What the Show clip now. Look at my face here and look at my face there.
Mm-mm.
So if we show
Well, now
the
you're doing a
clip-
creepy smile. Stop doing that.
If we show the clip of PLD winning,
Stop doing that.
That's the ultimate AJ face.
No,
So
where's the
I
clip?
look like a Simpson face now because
Not yellow enough.
We did the cutthroat trivia
Profile.
challenge, and
Taylor
PLD
Swift.
knew the answer to our impossible question. Like, we were trying to do a bit. Like, we had a whole thing planned out, and we're like, we're going to give the world's most impossible question as the final question to eliminate the whole final table, and then we're going to bring Juice on and ask the world's easiest question, and Juice is going to win. And fucking PLD knew the answer to our 10-point Schmodown question. And the look on AJ's face is so good. Juice, I'm going to send you that right now. The
Had one of
this one, you got to go to the comments for the timestamp. I know I didn't clip it.
I'll do it.
But You have to watch Juice's face when AJ's face when Paul gets this question right, because we were all like thinking we're geniuses. We've just like fooled everybody, and Paul was originally not going to be part of it because he had to work, and then he at the last minute is like, "Hey, I can jump on," so we threw him in, and of course, Paul being Paul did this, and we asked. So I'm gonna throw the question out there because I know the question won't be part of the clip because the clip starts when Paul does his answer.
Well, I can go back.
We didn't think of one because we saw the question that Mike had and we're like, okay, that's good enough.
So
that's good enough.
The question is, in The Wizard, can you name all 3 contestants that make the finals of Video Armageddon?
Does anybody have it before we start?
Well,
No?
it's Ralph Macchio.
Nope. Go fuck yourself.
A Video Armageddon and The Wizard. So
For context, we're going to help you out. The 3 characters who are playing Mario 3.
yes. And Video Armageddon and The Wizard. Only the one of the
In
greatest
what
movies.
world does anyone know this answer?
William Harris.
Your character names, right?
Their character name. Just one name. They're all just one name characters. We're looking for the character
Big fan
name.
of the Wizard. Who
Give me a
knows?
few extra seconds because this one is tricky.
The only person who knew
They
this,
are all kids.
who's not on screen, is Lego. Lego
Jake
knew
was
this.
given the answer to this question before.
Never watched the movie,
No,
but I
I
watched the
was not.
nostalgia critic on the movie a lot of times.
Yeah, you were.
So Jimmy was 1.
5-second warning.
Not tonight. It was another night.
And time.
he hasn't even
Jake,
written
I'm gonna
down.
ask you
Fucked up,
first.
That's crazy.
Why am I even here?
And
Oh, Biden.
Jake, I'm gonna ask you first. That's a great answer. Dan, your answer?
It's okay, pal. I'm coming with you. I got John, Jacob, and the
That's a
last
great
one's
answer.
Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Ooh, that would be great if that was their
Can I
name.
change my answer? Can I change my answer?
It's like all hyphenated one word.
There are
Jingleheimer
no
Schmidt.
rules
Yes,
here,
so you can
PLD.
change your
Pick
answer to be the wrong one
Oh
again.
God. Okay. I think I got it. Is
Watch
it Jimmy, Lucas, and Maura?
That look right there. That's what.
Somehow.
What the fuck?
You know that.
I watch The Wizard all the
Mean
time.
face.
Today.
It is over. The bid is over.
See-
PLD wins.
We were
See,
trying
everyone would know Lucas because Lucas is so bad because he's got the power glove.
Yeah.
But
Right.
the other
That
two
is
have no
Maura.
idea.
Well, Jimmy was the main character.
Yep. But
Who knows?
Maura.
Who the fuck is Jimmy?
By the way, guys, you know who just joined us? Jacob fucking Blunded.
Hello.
But what has he joined?
Sorry,
What
hello.
I joined. I am currently crying and trying to. I'm still not. It's still going, and I can't watch the end of it. So yeah.
Has
What are you watching
BLD got
the
that
end of?
question right?
No, that's the
the
Diamondbacks,
Diamondbacks game.
the World Series.
Ah.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Isn't it only game one? I don't think that. Oh,
All right, it's over. It sets the pace for the
There's
whole
no
series.
So Jacob, before this goes, like we're gonna go
Just ask
way
the
off the rails,
Phillies.
way off the rails. But today is 1 year away from something important for you.
It is. Today is exactly 1 year until I get married.
Whoa.
Yep.
Can I come?
cheers. Well, that's up to you and your Viagra, AJ.
It's not up to me on my Viagra. It's up to me on my beta blockers. That's a different subject. Can I come to your wedding?
We'll see. We'll see where we're at with numbers.
Due to the fact that I gave that counter argument so quickly, and I'm on beta blockers, I think I get something.
No shame. No shame.
Oh God! What, as my name says, what have I joined?
Yep.
You are at the 2 hour and 45 minute mark of the What the Show 3-year anniversary. Where at this point, all bets are off.
Oh, great.
Listen. I'm
I
sure
could have made it
if you
halfway
show
through
that
Mundom
clip
by
to
now.
Taylor, she might not laugh. She
Swift?
will react.
So, AJ's plan was to just invite people that are about to get married so that he would get a bunch of invites on stream.
I want to go.
He loves weddings. I get it.
Yeah. I don't dance.
And then he tried to marry my sister.
No.
God damn it.
Well, kinda. What's she up to?
Pull back, AJ. Pull back.
Live proposal.
No, not proposal. Just what's she up to?
Oh, this game is taking forever, Jacob. Holy hell.
Yeah, it's in it. We blew a 2-run lead, and now it's in the 11th inning, and I just can't watch it anymore.
The 11th.
It's a long game.
Fellas, you know this.
The one baseball game
I
I've been to and went to extra innings.
We know this for head communication, right? This is how men communicate. Respect. What's up? Let's talk. Check that shit out. Right? Respect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look-
See, I do a lot of.
Yeah. You give a lot of people the finger, and that's.
So I was gonna like completely off topic, but AJ brought this up in the What the Show group chat yesterday. Has everybody seen the trailer? Lady Frankenstein? Is that what it's called?
No, Lisa Frankenstein.
Lisa Frankenstein.
No.
Wow.
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Is this a new movie?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So you know Lisa Frank, right? The pastel arts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Lisa Frankenstein, and it's directed by Zelda Williams.
Now, who's in this?
I don't know, but it's directed by Zelda Williams.
Like it's low budget. It's meant to be, you know, like this is a movie that understands it's a silly, you know, horror comedy.
See, I'd heard about Zelda Williams' directorial debut. Yes, I didn't realize
Yeah.
that was what she was directing. Ah.
Yeah, it's
written by
Catherine
Diablo Cody.
Catherine Newton and
Yeah.
someone else. Who's
Yeah,
the other
Diablo Cody wrote it, and usually I usually
Yeah.
like Diablo Cody scripts. So I think
I
this
mean,
could be, you know,
Diablo
it's not gonna be
Cody
a
has
blockbuster.
Yeah, his
Diablo
first name
Cody
is
has
Devil. What?
One very, very good script, one relatively fun movie, and then the rest are all.
Wasn't all that Powder Puff
Okay.
Girl stuff that got canceled? Diablo Cody, like
So,
Oh God.
no.
I forgot about that.
right?
Yeah.
Well, that was a
So
CW
Diablo Cody
show,
was-
so I
I
doubt it
don't
was
know.
a
I
Did
don't know
movie
who was
writer.
associated with it, but
So the very good script. Did you mean Jennifer's Body or did you mean Juno?
Juno is the very good one. Jennifer Bodies is the fun one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am on opposite pages with you.
I
And
like
that's why
Juno
I
a
think-
lot, actually.
I think Juno.
Jennifer's Body is
great.
interesting, and it explores how they exploit tragedy in a small town like that. That was an interesting movie.
Which one?
I think Juno is a
Jennifer's
very-
Body.
I wasn't too focused
How
on
they
the script
exploit
at that point.
tragedy with like the band and everything. That's what
Yeah.
the main thing I remember from that movie.
That's the main thing you remember.
And
That's what you remember? Come on.
you know what? You know what I remember about Jennifer's Body? Chris Pratt being a dirtbag.
That's what you remember. You guys watch movies wrong.
yeah.
I don't know if I should be a part of
Have
this
you
group
watched
anymore.
our show?
I guess the younger version of yourselves. Maybe you've evolved.
No,
Come on.
I have not.
You know this.
Nope.
I want to ask a question because Juice has been a little quiet, but I don't know if you guys have seen the newish Mortal Kombat animated thing, the Johnny Cage match thing, whatever.
Wait, what?
So
Yeah, animated Johnny Cage. Yeah.
the animated Johnny Cage came out maybe a couple weeks ago,
Oh,
so the opening to
After
that,
Mortal Kombat 1?
yeah.
no, like after the Kenshi movie.
Yeah, after the time traveling one.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the opening to that, it's very similar to the opening to y'all's show that Juice made. Now I don't know who's being influenced by whom,
That was 2.5 years ago. He made that.
That's what I'm saying. So like, Juice, was there any like reference? Because I don't remember any Mortal Kombat stuff being or anything looking like that. I think that was just original stuff that you made, right?
100%. Yeah.
So
I don't think anybody on this show has anything to do with Mortal Kombat. I don't even think any of them like Mortal Kombat.
No.
So
Have you?
I don't know if somebody involved with the movie saw you guys' opening and was like, "Oh, that's pretty rad. We should do that."
That would be
Jeremy,
funny, like-
text us to New York. Sorry.
So
fun fact: the New York Rangers are my second. Well, I guess now that things have changed, but like before I worked in a sports bar, were my number one most hated sports franchise. The New England Patriots were number 2. After working at a sports bar, it changed, but that was my by far my least favorite sports franchise.
What's
of all
your
time.
number one?
Now, Liverpool.
Cincinnati Bengals. Oh,
What's your number 2?
In America.
Steelers.
Translate that to English.
Liverpool is English.
What's
Say
your number 2?
Real
your number
English.
one, like your number one.
American.
So my least after working at a sports bar where I worked, Liverpool is my least favorite franchise, and Pittsburgh Steelers my second, based on the fans.
That's fair. I'll give you
We've
that.
been so
I will
mediocre
absolutely
for
give
so
you that.
long. I don't see how anybody still hates us.
It's
Who?
not. It's not
The
that.
Steelers?
It's not on the team. It's on the fans. It's the way
Yeah,
the
you
We
fans
have very
act.
widespread fans, so I guess they
Steelers fans
affect
are more
everybody.
delusional than Cowboys fans at the moment.
It's because you've never bartended in Philly. That's why.
I don't know who you're talking to. Steelers fans are the most pessimistic and most self-hating fans in the NFL. We
have
literally
you
just
talked
expect to
to
lose
them?
every week.
Okay,
Have
I
you
bet we
talked-
can all start this chant right now. I bet we can start right now. If I just start going, Fire Canada.
Chance will just show
Exactly.
up.
Fire Canada.
Please do.
Fire Canada.
I'm a self-hating
And the
Join
whole
chant.
offensive line.
So
And the whole offensive line,
You join,
please.
You join the chant, and then I start doing the thing. Oh, God damn it. Nobody gets the
What are you
point.
supposed
Anyways,
to do after we join the chant?
we just do the chant.
It's hard to chant on
okay.
stream. It's
Chanting.
very hard to sync all our
Yeah,
voices.
it's all in sync.
You just-
I mean, if we,
You,
if we were in
do the
person-
thing. Help me out. Fuck.
I want to say something about this. The Patriots fans who are not from New England, yes. I actually don't mind the ones who are from the Massachusetts area. Like, they actually are not that bad. But the ones who are the ones who jumped on, Taylor, come on.
I can tell you, Steelers
Taylor.
fans hate our team even when they
He's
win because they
recovering.
win in a heart attack and they lose in blowouts.
So, okay, when I was a little kid, my older sister's high school team, their mascot was the Patriots, and like the New England Patriots had this cool, hard-nosed quarterback, made plays. His name was Drew Bledsoe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was my
He's the
favorite
man.
team in the NFL,
Great guy.
right?
When I was in high school, we were also the Patriots. So like I had a lot of Patriots gear because of to support my high school, not so much the team.
My most hated
Drew
team
Bledsoe
in
was my
sport-
pick in
Oh, sorry.
NFL, backyard NFL
Yeah, oh yeah, back here.
2000.
Jacob?
Anyway,
But the Drew Bledsoe Patriots were my favorite team when I was a little kid. And then he gets hurt. And then this fucking snot-nosed brat comes in
settle, AJ.
named Tom Brady. And
Hey,
I
Jacob,
could
you
have
okay?
been a fan of the Patriots my entire life. And nope, I don't do it. I don't do it anymore. I don't fucking touch them. I don't touch any team that is part of a dynasty. I am an underdog guy. Every time.
I fucking hate the Mavs. I hate them.
Good for you.
The Mavs.
Mavs, yeah.
Because they won one time?
Yeah,
Well,
let us have that one time.
I just hate them. I really don't. I really do not like them. I don't
like them for beating the
I think
Heat when they had
that's-
the
I
All Star
really don't
team,
like
and
Luka.
Dirk Nowitzki single-handedly stood against 3 All Stars and was
Yeah,
like, "I'm
Dirk.
going to win this
Oh no! And
anyway."
that's look. I wasn't watching basketball at that point. They're past. It's more the
No,
last
I'm
3 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dirk
I
is
don't
bad
even know
here.
them the last 3 years.
No
They haven't
way.
even done anything the last 3 years, have they?
Nah,
I hate Luca because of what he did to the Suns. Plus, also, I just don't like Luca.
it's just look a hype for sure.
Taylor,
AJ
I gotta ask, like being the Chargers fan here, is it the Chiefs now?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Who would be yours then?
My most hated team, like ever.
Yeah.
It's always the Patriots. Patriots can get lost, jump off a cliff.
I like that answer.
AJ, did you follow Drew Bledsoe to the Cowboys?
Well, a little bit. A little bit. A little bit.
I guess you don't like him that much, huh?
Well, it's the fucking Cowboys. But then the Bills, yes, the Bills.
Go the Bills.
And he, I believe, had a winning record against Belichick at the Bills.
They blew out the Patriots in one of the worst losses of the Belichick era up until Brady left.
Until last week. I mean,
yeah.
Well, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then they changed the rules that you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, they managed to beat the Bills this last time.
Thank you
Steelers
for stabbing me and reminding me.
But
hey, I didn't want it to happen. I was rooting for the fucking Bills, trust me. But yeah,
but Bledsoe came back and he came back from an injury that happened today. He'd be fucking insane. But
yeah. Well, that happens a lot. I mean, back in the 70s, the Browns had an all-star quarterback. I believe it was the Browns. And he had the same shoulder injury as Drew Brees had in what was it, like 06 or 07, where he moved to the Saints afterwards.
Mhm.
Yeah. And it was a big story because it was like, oh, if this had happened in the modern day, this guy might have been one of the greatest quarterbacks. But Drew Bledsoe had happened, and he had modern medicine, and he ended up being an awesome quarterback, obviously.
Yeah. Drew Bledsoe was an interesting story. Like he went, obviously was kind of a journeyman, but he was always supposed to be the guy. And
he was prototypical quarterback. He was big, tall, rocket arm, all that.
Yeah. He should have been a better than Dan Marino.
He had a classic duel with Dan Marino in the early 90s.
He did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He should have been an Ace Ventura.
And there's countless examples of this, but there's a million examples of, especially with Dan Marino and even with Drew Bledsoe and a lot of them, where it's like, yeah, great quarterback, playing great. Drew Brees was another great example. Whenever he would throw a touchdown with a minute left in a playoff game, and then his team still ended up losing.
Yep.
It's like, you know what? I don't measure wins or championships as a quarterback's greatness, because it's just like, there's so many extenuating circumstances and so much of the team around you that just fucks you over. It's just man, Dan Marino is so great, and yet Trent Dilfer won more Super Bowls than him. Whatever happens,
we all thought Peyton Manning was never going to get one, right?
Yeah.
And when he did win his second one, it was like he wasn't even doing much.
Yeah, he wasn't even trying for the second one. Okay.
That was the Von Miller won that, not Peyton Manning.
Yeah. It was the great post-game interview, though. Whenever he did a sponsorship, he was so used to doing commercials that as he's getting interviewed for his last Super Bowl, they're like, "Are you going to retire after this?" He's like, "Well, you know what? I'm going to go home and have a Budweiser." It's like, Peyton, you don't have to sponsor everything all the time.
But at the same time, I did like that he didn't make it about him when he knew that defense won them that Super Bowl. He didn't want to say, "Hey, the bus stops here." And I got that with Bettis. The bus stops here was one of the best retirements of all.
Well, this is hometown. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's Peyton not making it about himself was cool.
So my sister hasn't cared about football for 5 years. And we're watching the Bills game last night. And she's like, "Oh my God, Von Miller, shouldn't he have grandkids by now?" Yeah, he's way too old to be. And I said, "Yeah, he's getting old to be in the league. He's 35.
Wherever he goes, they win."
Von Miller is 34. And I say this, and I'm 32. My sister is 37.
Shut up.
I shouldn't have said a woman's name on there. I'm sorry, Amy. But I saw her realize in real time, football old versus actual old. Oh my God. It just melted her. Just ruined her.
This is why I like old football. Whenever George Blanda was like 45 and he's smoking a pack of cigarettes a day, and he's just like, "Yeah, I'll go out."
George
and throw
Blanda
a
has a
football."
different breed. George Blanda could still hit a 35-year yard.
Roger
field goal
Staubach,
today.
man, he looks good throwing a football. Even now, he's in like his 70s or 80s. He looks picture perfect, man.
Do you guys know who George Blanda is besides me and fucking Steelers fan here?
I do.
He was on the Raiders.
Well, he was also a Steeler at one point.
Oh, was he?
Hey,
I only know him
cousin
during his
Ryan,
late
how
career.
excited
Whenever
are
he,
you for Formula
The
One
dude was in
destroyed?
the NFL until his 50s.
yeah, I mean, he was around forever. I'm sure he was on every team at one point, like Ryan Fitzpatrick. Speaking of
does
which,
not
Ryan
love that
Fitzpatrick was shirtless at the game, I think, last night.
He
Or
was,
2 nights ago.
the
Whatever.
fans chanted it at him after the game until he took his shirt off. So
It's
I mean,
magic. Talk about a journeyman. It's just, I wanted him to play for the Steelers at some point for so bad. I was just like,
who doesn't love that dude? That's like the dude. Like who
he
doesn't?
needs to
love
come
that?
out of retirement as soon as this offensive line gets Pickett his ACL torn, because they're letting him get hit every play. So he's going to get injured at some point, and then Fitzpatrick can come in and play for them.
You want to know what was really depressing about Brady retiring, though, was like Brady was
Nothing.
the last NFL player who was older than me. I'm like, fuck, now I'm older than every fucking NFL player now.
I disagree. Nothing was depressing about
Yeah,
that.
I'll
I'm
take
having
that.
so much more fun watching NFL now.
The fact that he retired, amazing. But now I'm like, God damn it, I'm older than all of them now.
I'm annoyed because
Even when the
I had a
Chiefs
I had a
slaughter the
promise with
Steelers,
my I had a promise with my father-in-law that if the Cowboys retired Tom Brady, I'd buy a Cowboys jersey. So now I have to buy a Cowboys jersey.
Oh, wow.
But
Let
did
me give
he
you- let me
really
give you a
retire?
coupon.
Go Dak. Go
Let me
way
give
to
you a
go,
coupon
Dak.
code.
Is that for him or is that for you?
Well, it's one that I'll probably. He has so many Cowboys jerseys. I'll
Right.
end up having to wear it. But
He like takes them all out and lays them out across the whole couch. Like when there's it's a whole thing.
they're literally at the
Wait,
game
we
this
all
weekend.
do
Like,
that.
he's literally at the stadium this weekend.
Yeah,
It's
they
a-
went to
He lights some candles in between each
Yeah,
one.
it-
He does a little prayer.
it's
He
required
has
by law.
a
in
jar
Texas.
of dirt.
from the stadium. Yeah.
He has
But
a
the
jar of
truth
dirt
is-
from the stadium that when they when they need magic, he'll come out. He'll like
Bring the
get
dirt
bring
out.
bring
From
out
old
and
Texas
open
Stadium?
From the
up.
new stadium or Texas Stadium?
From Texas Stadium.
Oh,
Is
amazing.
Roger
Oh,
Staubach-
that's some
Oh,
valuable
no,
dirt.
no, sorry, from yeah,
Oh, from the
Jerry
Arlington,
World.
from the new one. Okay.
Yeah, from
You know,
Jerry
it's
That's
like
not
the
as-
Holy
that's not as-
Land,
yeah.
Texas Stadium. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not
so-
as
but
magic.
no,
It's got
he,
some magic, but
because they came to Australia when like the weekend of the conference final, and I kept having to say, if they beat the 49ers the weekend before, you cannot bring the jar of dirt. They will confiscate it. I was genuinely terrified he was going to bring the jar of dirt on the plane.
It's a lucky charm. You gotta bring it.
he'll
I even went to
he'll-
Hawaii and they wouldn't let you bring any dirt or
Won that
anything.
game,
Yeah.
because otherwise, yeah.
He'll put a little bit of dirt on his
Or-
shoes just to have it with
Hmm.
him. Just sprinkle a little on his shoes inside, just to have it with him at all times.
Yo,
He's
why
always
was
walking
he
on Cowboy
hardcore?
Stadium with dirt.
There was somebody
Any
when I
sort
was
of
on my
island
honeymoon
there-
who had a banana, and like they made them go through like customs and stuff because they had a fucking banana in their bag. So
Yeah, no, we're nuts. Australia's nuts on it.
Dude, well, eat any island, because I even went to Hawaii a year and a half ago, and they were like, "Did you bring any like this?" One of them was like crustaceans or something. I'm like, "No, I didn't bring a fucking lobster on the plane. What are you talking about?"
You,
And then he
you
shaved his
laugh,
feet.
you would be surprised. You would
Actually-
honestly be surprised at the shit people.
And they make you
bring.
rub your feet before going in the forests and everything. Like you have to brush off because it's like
Yep.
any invasive species.
Hey,
or
we all saw
anything
that Simpsons
You,
fungal
wanna,
episode,
you,
right?
you need to clean your shoes and everything before you
Oh,
come
yeah.
back to the country. It's fucking
Yeah.
nuts.
Yep. So we went to Hawaii for my honeymoon, and so this is 3 years ago.
That else was
And so 2.5 years ago, they literally made you contract trace any restaurant, anywhere you went, any hotel, whatever. You had to stay where you were prior to going there. Like you had to sign in at the like if you were going to a restaurant, sign in and say where you were staying, like because they were that hardcore on the COVID protocols. But like they had their signs up on the streets and stuff like that. It was like COVID in the last 6 months, 3 cases, whereas everywhere else is
Where was that?
astronomical.
Hawaii.
Where was that? I missed the start. You cut out.
It was Hawaii. It was Oahu.
Oh yeah. We were like, well,
Australia
we
was like
went Australia. We went basically 12 months with less than 1,000 deaths.
That's insane for how big Australia is.
Yeah, like we were.
Yeah,
and
because it was the same thing. You like checked in, like when you went places, like it was a whole like they had a whole
you had an
system.
app that had full tracing and everything. Brisbane alone had less than 100 for a while,
Yeah,
and then they opened up
it's pretty good.
But you got to remember, we shut the borders. We
Right.
shut down the
I
country
remember that.
completely. We couldn't even go interstate. So, like, can you imagine, not being able to go to any other state?
Right. Wow.
That's how much they shut the country down. It was nuts.
But it was all it also gave
It
results.
worked.
Yeah,
it
worked.
It definitely worked, and I get it all. But yeah, my God, that was
Well, it's also a lot easier to do on an island.
Yes,
it always
definitely.
is. Be it Britain or Australia or any other number of Indo-Pacific kind of islands. Yeah, because I know Hawaii was still real strict about that, and that was even like 2022, and they were still
The
asking.
fact that Japan
about
actually
that,
had
so.
the Olympics, it's nuts because they were strict 12 months after the Olympics. Still, like that was crazy.
See, well, I know something crazy because we went when we were in Hawaii. We went to a couple of different places. We only went to Oahu. We didn't go to any other island, but we went to the Disney resort on for a couple of days while we were there. And yeah, of course we did. Yeah, but
Fucking chill.
They are so based on Japanese tourism at that particular location that like all of their gift shop stuff was buy one get one free, which included like their like really nice Hawaiian shirts and stuff like that. So like I did like all of my Christmas shopping. I'm like, holy shit, I'm getting like a $70 Hawaiian shirt for free for buying another one and stuff like that because they had nobody going there because it was primarily Japanese tourism that went there. And just like that experience we had, yes, there were like social distancing measures and stuff, but just the fact that resort was not full whatsoever was amazing.
The single eeriest thing that happened for me during all of COVID. So like we obviously were shut down, but like you could stores still kept open because we were handling it okay. Like we weren't handling like we'd actually COVID had like decimated Australia. Like I never really got the, I Am Legend feel of just, oh, this is post-apocalyptic. Okay. Like I never had that until we were in Sydney International Airport when we were coming to Australia. Coming to the US in 2021. And we were walking through Sydney Airport and there was maybe 10 people.
In the whole international terminal. It was nuts.
It was eerie. That was the first time I'd ever gone, oh, we're in post-apocalyptic.
Well, nothing was open. The only thing open in the whole terminal was the McDonald's. All the gift shops were like closed. All the bars were closed.
Like so annoyed. I was like, oh my God, I don't have a car. I can drink. No, I can't.
You can eat McDonald's.
Nothing open.
That's all you get.
A single bar was freaking open. So devastated.
The same thing happened to us in Hawaii when we were coming home. Like a Burger King was the only thing in our entire terminal that was open in Honolulu.
You just sit there and you're like, damn.
Yeah. When they turned the lights off on the strip, that's when shit got real here.
Yeah.
It was dark. That was
so like the two things that we joked about, one of them was Vegas and one of them was Disney World. When Disney World and Las Vegas shut down, we're like, all right, shit just got real. Like,
well, I remember. So we had the Prime Minister come, basically our version of the president, come on and do a press conference and went, so weddings, funerals, like anything indoors, done. No more. We're banning them. Like we couldn't. He literally came out and went, weddings, we're not doing them right now. We can't. Like they're all cancelled. Funerals, you get 3 people. Like it was like you had.
I think it was like you couldn't have more than like 10 people in one room at a time.
Yeah.
So they were just canceling everything.
which thank God they did, because we were meant to go to a wedding and my parents weren't the most
careful about it.
Yeah, and I had a 90-year-old grandmother who was like, "Yeah, I'm going to go to Sydney for it." And I'm like, "Please, I'm begging you, don't." And everyone else is like, "Oh, she'll be fine." I'm like, "She's going to die." Oh my God. Okay. So, yeah, thank God that got canceled.
Our wedding, so we got married in 2021, but so our reception hall was, I think it could hold technically 200 people, and we were in Florida at the time. They did limit us to 80, and we had sent out our initial batch of save the dates for people, and we're like, well, we had the initial batch, and we had like the next batch of people planned because we were like, not everyone's going to say yes. And we got to the point where like, oh fuck, we need people to say no. We just barely got there. Like we were like,
yes means yes, Mike. You know, you just gotta.
I think it was 80 was the number we were allowed, and the number of yeses we got was like 78, and we're like, we're like, basically like, fuck, we don't want to uninvite anybody.
Yeah,
but, like we were like faced with that, and we were just. It sucked because we did have like a second batch of people we were ready to send the next batch of save the dates, and we couldn't. It was rough. And again, a lot of people because I think we sent 110 or 120 save the dates, and a lot of people, because it was still on the cusp of when everything was starting to reopen, a lot of people were not comfortable traveling and didn't come because of that reason. But it was just like, fuck, if I have to tell somebody who said yes they can't come, that's going to be like the worst thing.
Yeah.
That would have been awful.
Yeah.
But fortunately, I think if I remember correctly, because we also had a handful of people who couldn't make it last minute, we had the limit of 80, and I think we had 82, and they were like, "You're fine."
It's Florida.
Yeah,
you're fine.
I was gonna say that normally they weren't too strict on that stuff, and it was like 80, you could get away with it.
82 actually included like the photographer and the videographer and stuff like that.
Right.
So we were lucky in that regard. Like, so for those who don't know, Andrew DeMolanta from Schmodown was our videographer, and we actually were gonna let Nikki come, and at the last minute we're like, well, we can't do that.
Mike, follow-up question.
You wouldn't let Nikki come. What the hell?
Follow-up question, Mike. Who were the two people you would have kicked out?
That's a great question. I don't know.
I will remind you, Mike, totally unrelated note, but AJ is not on mic or camera at the moment.
So here's the thing, though. AJ did not make it at the last minute because, and there's a reason for this. He works at the fragrance shop, and they have like a very small window of locations. And one of his other store managers who was supposed to cover for him got COVID, and like their supervisor called him up literally 3 days before he was supposed to travel and was like, "You can't come. We need you." I'm like, so AJ at the very last minute had to call me up and like, "I can't make it." Our wedding was on Saturday. That phone call happened on Wednesday.
So it would have been AJ.
I got disinvited to one of my high school best friends' weddings during the pandemic. He hit me up and had to uninvite me, so I was on the other end of that.
My high school reunion was meant to be on during when COVID first hit.
Yeah,
and like everyone had started to organize it, and then COVID hit, and then it just kind of never happened because one, we were the laziest group in the entire freaking history of this have never had a reunion.
You were voted most
every
likely
other
to be lazy
grade
in the high
has
school yearbook.
We're the only ones that never had a reunion.
But like on the same token, AJ would have been in the same category, but first time ever met this dude was at our wedding. Like in person, like we knew him online, but first time in person ever met Justin was the gathering that we had 2 nights before our wedding was the first time. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time you met like anybody, if I remember correctly.
Right? Oh yeah. Yep.
I am
Jerry
determined to
Jerry
make
was the
sure that
first
is
person
not
I
the
met
case
at
for
the
you.
Played the
airport.
guitar for your first dance and everything.
I had the guitar.
You did, yeah.
This
I can't-
guitar with me. Physically.
Nice.
So the first time I see Juice, he's our friend Jeremiah Morris and Juice came together. They met up at the airport, and we're literally at our little gathering we set up on Thursday night, and there's Juice just walking in with the guitar around his neck. I'm like, "Yep, that's perfect."
Yeah.
I'm here to kick ass and play guitar, and I'm all out of ass.
Exactly.
Something like that.
And then I've told this story many times on many streams, but I'll tell it again. 2 nights later was our wedding, and Chance Ellison was there, and he could not compete in the Schmodown free-for-all because he was at our wedding, and a certain somebody had his biggest moment ever because of that.
Oh yeah. I watched that with Chance. That was fantastic.
Chance has admitted he wouldn't have got it. He would have been he would have been 4-1.
Yep.
So it would have gone to overtime.
Yeah.
He's still mad at me about he's still really mad at me about the Clint Eastwood question though. Because
right.
What
So
was the question?
no, so there was a question
The one that got
in
you out,
the round that I got kicked out in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was like who directed High Plains Drifter or something, and I had no idea. But the reason he was so mad at me about it was because I had bought a Clint Eastwood box set like a month before that had sat every single one of our study sessions. It had sat behind me, and I just hadn't actually gone through it. And then so like Chance was so mad at me when I missed that question. He was like, "How did you not know that?"
About those last 3 shelves that are all backlog that I haven't even played yet. So I understand having something and not getting to it.
So I finally cataloged every single one of my movies on Letterboxd. I went, okay, this is everything I own on 4K. Yeah, it's
Oh no, okay.
It's 670 movies. And I've
at $1 each.
I've seen 75% of them. There's 25% according
That's
to Letterboxd.
pretty good.
There's 25% I've never watched at all.
That's a pretty good percentage, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty
funny,
happy
like-
with that. But between now and the end of the year, I want to try and knock the rest out because I don't have a job. I am unemployed. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, like movies, I'll watch them a lot on streaming services, or just like I'll even buy them digitally and shit, and I'll buy the ones physically that I really like. But like games, for some reason, I just buy them at launch, stick them on a shelf, and I'm like, I'll get to it when I get to it. I don't know why.
I'm the exact opposite. Games, I'm very selective. Most like I have Game Pass. I have Game Pass and PlayStation Plus. Like I use those and I'll play games, and then if I like them, I'll buy them. I'm a heathen. I'm digital with gaming, whereas in movies, I'm full on physical media. But with games, I think it's because with games and you are getting the exact same quality outside of obviously you physically actually own the thing. And that, but I also have I got a digital PlayStation because I couldn't get the disc one at the time, so I use my digital PlayStation. So.
Well, see, like games, they'll patch it later and they'll change shit. That's why I like to actually have it physical. And then like movies, very rarely that'll happen. Like French Connection, I know there was a big controversy where they took out scenes and everything recently.
Star Wars,
Criterion, and all that. Yeah, well, Star Wars is the biggest example. Yeah, it's like where they've changed major things, and that's whenever you just go to a convention, you get those 4Ks, the despecialized editions, which I do have. But
with French Connection, you got this movie at 1970. Like, oh man, I can't wait for them to the special features.
But that's also
so weird that they go back and edit those.
The frustrating part for me at the moment is there's certain 4Ks that have mistakes lately. Like the quality control for Blu-ray and DVD was always generally pretty good, but 4K as the quality control has been awful. And so like the most recent one's Rosemary's Baby. They straight up cut out a line in a movie. Like they just and it's not even like it's just they've in the mix. They've just messed up because they haven't checked it. So you'll buy it, and then they're like a week later, oh hey, you got to send in a replacement disc. It's not even that they can patch or anything. It's just, that's frustrating.
Does that happen more with movies that are being like upgraded to 4K, or like not so much with new movies? I would think, right? Okay.
Yeah, so it's stuff that they're remastering, and that's the more frustrating part because you're like, oh my god, I'm finally getting this. They've actually gone in and done a proper remaster of it, but then they've missed one or two little moments, and you're like,
and they miss opportunities all the time.
Cameron's doing
like the
all of
Friday
his
the
movies,
13th,
and they all come out at the end of the year. I'm very
This is a good bit. That's funny. You guys are real good at
James Cameron. It's that fucking internet delay. God damn it.
Yeah. All right.
James Cameron, though. What were you saying?
Yeah. No, James Cameron's he's re-releasing like pretty much all of his movies, and he's actually been the one who's been remastering them. So they all come. So like Titanic's December, True Lies is January, Abyss, I think is like Abyss just aired, like they just screened it, so that's coming next soon. And ironically, Terminator 1 is going to be the only one that's missing. Everything else is going to have a 4K release. Terminator 1.
I mean, I guess
so. T2 gets it, but T1 doesn't.
Well, T2 was one of the first ones, and it is notorious for being one of the worst 4K discs you can own.
Yeah,
because he didn't do it. He didn't work on T2. It was T2 and the first Pirates movies are like two of the notoriously most awful 4K transfers you can buy.
That sucks.
I kind of want the Titanic to still be extra thick, even though it's like just a Blu-ray.
So,
I'll tell you what's perfectly preserved is Gollum, which I have signed by Andy Serkis, as you can see by his signature there.
Nice.
Well
I
done.
never
Beautiful.
have to patch it. He came to Pittsburgh literally in July after that game release. And I was like, I've never gotten one of these celebrity signings before, but this is the perfect time because I'm either going to royally piss him off or he's going to be really laughing about it. And he laughed as like
I
hell
just met
about
Andy
it.
too, and he signed my Venom Let There Be Carnage.
Oh my
god!
Oh my god!
Let There Be Carnage, really? Holy shit!
That's his directorial debut.
That's his directorial movie. That's why I was like, I could bring in Lord of the Rings.
That is technically his debut.
Yeah.
No, wait, no. Breathe is his debut. Sorry.
Real quick, I dipped out for a few minutes. I just want to let you guys know, I'm gonna call it for health reasons and having to work in the morning. God damn, I love this entire community so much. I love talking with all of you and nerding out and everybody who's in the chat too. I mean, most of you have been on screen to chat with us. I mean, we've had personal conversations, all of us, whether it's on screen or not, and it's 3 years of What the Show. Holy fucking shit.
A dumb conversation between AJ and I after we found out we were back to back in the last general standing from Call to Action led to this show, and we're still going 3 years later. I mean, it's
Mike, I can't tell you how much you as a friend mean to me. I would count you as my best friend.
The feeling is mutual, buddy.
And Juice and Bethany, I mean, my God, I can't even talk about it without tearing up because it's an AJ cry moment, I guess. But wow. Coming here every Wednesday night and tonight Friday, I can't put into words
what it means to me. And I mean, Rob and Danny and fucking cousin Ryan, and I've only just started to talk shit to you, Jacob. Only just started to do that. I meant to try and call you cousin Bob the entire night and make everybody do a bit about it, Rob. Because you'd take that shit and be awesome. And John, motherfucker, you and I have not even started to talk trash at each other truly yet. And I love you because you and I see everything from a different point of view. I can't talk about everybody on the screen enough for how much I love them, and everybody in this chat how much I love them. But I'm gonna turn in for the evening, and God, I wish there was a cool, stupid hard close I could do on this one, but
we're still going.
Yeah.
Just keep thinking on it.
I'll try and do something that's just like
Leave it in the
total
chat.
AJ move, maybe something I did recently, and just go Hitler. No, I don't support Hitler. I just did that for fun. All right. Good night,
So,
guys.
like,
I
can
love
just
you so
genuinely
much.
say, like,
Night,
this
AJ.
show.
But some of his art was all right.
Wait, what the hell?
What was that? Go back.
Those
There
are
is-
pillows.
Subliminal messages.
There is nobody else in this
Fucking
world.
gay agenda. I knew it.
There is no one else in this world that could have co-created this nonsense other than AJ. And you know, and then Juice and Juice and Bethany came on like right away, and really like they're the nuts and bolts of this. But without Juice and Bethany, we wouldn't be here today. But it would never have happened without AJ. So like 100%, you know, love him to death. You know, there's very few people in this world who I regard as high as AJ Lancaster, and the fact that we've been able to do this for 3 years right now, especially when we had our crutch of a community of the Schmodown disappear, is amazing. And the fact we have and Juice and I can say this, like we have John, Ryan, Danny, Rob, Jacob, and Taylor on right now. All 6 of you, very, very different people, but yet you all fit into our sphere, which is so cool. Like our idea for what we've done with this show it's evolved, but it's always been like, it's a virtual happy hour. And I love that it just has brought a community together of so many people of so many different backgrounds, different places. You know, like look at Jacob and Taylor. They weren't even in the United States until recently. You know, they were over in Australia. We would not have had a contact like that without a channel like this. And then we have Ryan, you're in Vegas, and we got Rob in Chicago. We got Pittsburgh. You know, it's just like so many people who it never would have found this kind of stuff. At my wedding, Juice can say this. My best man, he made it part of his speech. He's like, I talked to everybody who was here today, and I'm astounded at how many people who are here from all over the country, which was insane. You know, and that's something that very few people really can say outside of the internet sphere. And I love that. And actually, speaking of which, I'm going to bring somebody else on right now.
Oh, God.
Who was at that wedding?
Gucci.
Yeah, I'm not Gucci. Hey, what's up, all?
Packers fan.
Cardinals fan.
Oh,
But you're
yeah.
right. Because like we going through
Colts
our
fan, not Arizona.
like going through our invite list is There's not one person from Arizona, like as in from Phoenix, Arizona.
Right.
Everyone, we're like, okay, so the place that we're going needs to have hotels near us because otherwise this is going to be impossible. Like, yeah, they're all over the country. Everyone's gonna have
not
to
only
fly
that,
in.
like even the people who are in Arizona, they're probably gonna want to stay in a hotel anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like basically our whole guest list is just like gonna take over one hotel.
Yeah.
The entire thing.
My brother's
yeah.
in Arizona, but he has an apartment. So.
Everyone's all over the place. And it's
gonna be one hell of a hotel party.
Yeah. I'm excited. It's gonna be a lot of drinking that weekend. A lot of drinking.
Yeah.
What? Alchematism.
And I'm also going to have to drink because my parents are going to be here.
Yeah. Fun times.
An election year.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, on that note, I need to go to bed. I have to be up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work. So goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, but it's so good to see you. Jacob, I can tell you straightforward, like when it comes to that kind of stuff, yes, you are. You're valid, and like you got to deal with family. Yes, it's gonna happen. But the best advice I can give you, like as a whole, is just prepare for the unexpected. Like, just shit's gonna go wrong, and just the best you can roll with it, the easier it's gonna be.
Yeah.
So Jerry, man, though, you got out of working time. We didn't know that you were going to make it tonight.
Yeah, I got out of working time. I wasn't sure how long you guys are going to be streaming, so I didn't want to make any promises.
Jerry, what do you think of Jordan Love? That's all I want to know.
I think he's not Aaron Rodgers. And I'm having a hard time right now with him not being Aaron Rodgers.
Oh God! For the
happen.
first time in 30 years, I haven't had a quarterback.
Yeah, I'm a Steelers fan. I feel your pain.
30.
I
Yeah.
understand.
I think it's been more than 30.
It's been one of those things where it's like
Packers, yeah.
Packers fans are overreacting because he's not looking great, honestly. But he's still to me, he's still in his rookie year.
Yeah.
And if we get a low enough drafting, maybe we'll get one of the good quarterbacks in the draft. So, always look at the positives.
Here's the thing with the Packers are in the same scenario as a couple of other teams. I think, like, legitimately, they need an offensive lineman.
Oh, yeah.
And they are going to be in a prime position, I think, to get one of the legitimate offensive linemen where they're going to, because I don't think the Packers are going top 5. I think they're going to be in the 6 through 12-ish area. And
hopefully they play them, unlike the Steelers, who drafted an offensive lineman and refused to play him.
Yeah.
But
well, we have one of the highest paid offensive linemen, and he's been on the bench for 3 years.
Bum knee. Yep.
And I this is not a shot on the person, because when it comes down to it, they're people. You got to do what you got to do. Okay.
I love him.
It's just a shot on the left tackle for the Packers.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can get some good draft capital when we trade him to New York next year.
Ooh.
Because we all know that's what's going to happen.
There you go.
Yeah.
I heard Rodgers might come back December, though.
It'd be impressive if he does.
No,
I mean, what's his name? Terrell Suggs. He got those steroid injections. He came back from an Achilles like the same year. He was.
And Rodgers is one of those people that he will take.
Ankle.
He will take all the, what is it? Non-doctor prescribed medicine to do it.
He'll get that herbal shit going. Yeah. Dude, there was a story back in the 70s about a Steelers running back who would soak he had some lady from New Orleans who was like doing some voodoo magic and shit on his ankle, and he would soak it in this weird, like, it was like horse piss and vinegar and all this shit, and he would soak his ankle in it after it got hurt. And they were like, and all the Steelers players were joking about it. They were like, yeah, he probably would have been back 3 weeks earlier if he hadn't put that weird shit on his ankle.
All right, so we're gonna say goodbye to a couple of friends right now. I know Danny, you got to go, and I know Rob, you got to go. If you want to plug anything, go ahead and plug.
Well, just first, real quick, thanks for having me on here. This was a lot of fun. I always have a good time staying up late. with this crew. I know we did it a lot more back in the day, but man, this was fun. Once again, congratulations. Yeah, just my channel, Next Issue Podcast, if y'all want to see some comic stuff and movies and all that dumb shit. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Y'all take it easy. Have a good night. Nice to meet a lot of you guys. Take it
Daniel, before you go,
yes,
I also have I also do a YouTube show called For All Nerd Kind. You and I need to talk, sir.
100%.
We need to nerd
hit me
out
up.
together. So
Yes.
I'll hit you up.
Yes, you two need to hook up on that. That 100% needs to happen.
Yeah, you two definitely need to hook up on camera. Wait, what?
That'll get views, right? As long as it gets views and subs. Yeah.
Rob. Yes, we've got the Rob Fishbeck Network, Characters of Culture, amongst other shows. Danny comes on once in a while, and various members of all sorts of other YouTube channels. Happy anniversary to What the Show. It's fantastic. Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, and you can find me at Rob Fishbeck. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a blast. And we got to do, so I know we were going to try to do it earlier this year. It just didn't pan out, but we got to do that Mortal Kombat watch along. The 95. I've never seen it, for those of you.
I haven't either.
No, I've never seen any of the Mortal Kombat films. So,
John, bring John on too. That
I really don't know very much about it. I can name you like 3 characters, and that's about it. So they want to do.
It's on the song. Liu Kang, Katana.
I know the characters. I don't know.
I've only seen.
And I played the games.
The 2021 trash heap that was.
Oh, that was fun. It was garbage fun, but it was fun.
No, that movie.
No. At least it had the saw hat, you know.
Totally.
Best one.
All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll see y'all later. Take
it
easy.
Yeah,
I remember. Okay, all right. I walked out. I was so hyped for that movie. Like, I was so looking forward to.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mike was too.
So excited. As someone who like has played the games, enjoys the games, for some reason has just never seen the 95 movie. Like, I just was too young, and yeah, I was incredibly hyped for it. And the main guy might be one of the worst actors I've ever seen.
Their self-insert OC was the worst thing. Yeah.
And then that was bad. And then spoiler alert, the third act where they turn him into Scorpion, I was just like, fuck you, and fuck
100%.
Dude, it was the worst thing. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. And it happens in a lot of modern shows where these writers have like their self-insert OC, and they're just like, they have all the powers and they're the best and they have plot armor. It's just like, no, we don't give a shit.
Like,
we just want the classic characters.
There is a reason they dropped the first 10 minutes of that movie as a trailer and went here, because that first 10 minutes got me hyped, and I was like, this movie's going to be the best movie of the year. Oh my God, I'm so fucking excited. And then the rest is fucking dog shit.
The first, so the thing was like, they cut it right before it like really amplified. So like you got to the theater, it got you into to watch it or on streaming, whatever. And then the next 3 minutes are just insane. And then it dropped off. Like,
as an Australian though, you should be like, as a fucking egg roll, right?
They know what
fireballs, right?
He was the best character. In all seriousness, he was good. He was fucking funny. And especially like, what's his name? I can't remember, but he's been around forever in Australia, in stuff, and so seeing him get his like moment was pretty good.
Yeah, I hope they revive him for the sequel. I don't give a shit about continuity or whatever they say.
Yeah,
he's got to be. I mean, just looking at the response from the first movie, that was the #1 positive that everybody listed was Kano. So they have to bring him back somehow if they're reviving every other evil character. Like,
when's the next movie supposed to come out?
2 years.
It's scheduled for next year, but because of the strike, probably not.
So probably the year after that.
Yeah.
All right. So while we're at it, Cousin Ryan, I know you got to head on out. So you want to give us your plugs right now?
Yeah, real quick, come check us out at Last American Heroes Network over on YouTube. Got a bunch of shows over there. Me hosting 2 shows for sure. Beyond the Neon Veil, where we talk about everything Las Vegas. Jake, you and I need to chat because I want to hear more about that story. And also my other show is For All Nerd Kind, where you come and just talk nerdy to me about whatever's on your mind. So come check us out. What the show. You guys are the fucking best. I love you guys so much.
Good luck in 3 weeks.
Oh, I'm not excited about Formula One. It's going to be a shit show. I'm just going to start drinking now so I can just probably black my way out through it. You know, won't have to worry about that later.
I can appreciate that.
But yeah, guys, thanks so much. I appreciate you all, and we will see you guys soon, I hope.
Absolutely. Love you, Ryan.
Night, gentlemen.
Yeah, I didn't watch Mortal Kombat until right before that movie came out. I saw the first one because Mike was like, "You have to see the first, like the original."
The original is
The
so,
Jock Jam theme is legendary.
like
The music is amazing.
the
I'm
original.
not that into it, but it was like the music, and there were some good parts. I think it would have hit better if I'd have been younger when I saw it.
Right. Right.
But
Well,
it
yeah,
was
you gotta
still
appreciate
it
the
was
one, like-
good.
Like Mike, what was it? Mortal Kombat 2 was like 92, right? Or like 91 or something.
No, I thought it was 95. I thought. Hang on,
Oh
let me have a look.
gosh.
The game.
Well, not the movie, the game. I mean,
Oh, the
Mortal Kombat
game.
2.
Right.
The
Sorry.
game
Yeah.
was- so the game.
The game's 92. Sorry, the game is 92.
92 is
Okay.
is 1, 93 is 2,
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah,
then
so it was like a cultural
95 is
moment because
3.
it was because Mortal Kombat 2 was huge. And
Yeah.
then I think you're right. I think 3 was 95. And then the
3
same
came out
year
around
the
the
movie
same time as
came
the
out.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
3 and
it's
the movie
just
were
like-
around the same time.
And the whole ESRB, I forget what that even stands for, but it's basically the rating system for
Yeah.
games
Mhm.
that all evolved around Mortal Kombat. And then the
100%.
movie came out like right around there. And it was just like, oh man, what a moment for like pop culture and everything, where it was just like, because there was the whole Mortal Monday and everything where it finally came to consoles. Yeah. And it was such a huge moment.
Real
just
quick, so the whole rating system for games is because of Mortal Kombat,
It's not 100%
or
because of
revolved
Mortal Kombat,
around Mortal Kombat.
It was a catalyst for
but
it.
it was a
yes.
major catalyst. Yeah.
Which is hilarious because in 2010, Mortal Kombat is the reason Australia finally got the R rating. So Australia never had R rated. Like we would not do. So sorry, the equivalent of R is your NC-17.
Yeah.
Where it's
Alright,
basically
so-
banned. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
sold anywhere. Yeah.
But that was Australia did not have the equivalency of it. So when Mortal Kombat came out, they banned it. It was straight banned in Australia. You could not get the 2010 version of Mortal Kombat at all in Australia. And then the appeal is what eventually convinced the government to create to do the R18, which thank God they did, because if 2 years from then GTA 5 came out, that would have been a fucking disaster.
Right.
So,
So
yeah.
going back to the 95 movie, I know you haven't all seen it, but like literally it's on the New Line Cinema logo and you're already hyped because it has the scream of Mortal Kombat, and
There's
then that
one
theme-
movie that can do that for me, and Lord of the Rings. It's the only one.
Oh yes, New Line. Yeah, that makes sense.
To their credit, New Line in the 90s actually had they did the same thing with Austin Powers too. Like New Line didn't have their own logo music as like a hype thing. They did something else with a lot of their movies that got you hyped, which was
I purposely avoid like Lord of the Rings as far as like a regular watching because I want it to be special when I watch it. Because like for I think it was the 15th anniversary of Fellowship, they showed the whole trilogy in theaters. It was like one for each day, and I went and shamedly ate a whole large popcorn for every movie myself.
That's not
That
normal.
whole weekend, 3 days in a row.
See,
And
shamedly, you say that shamedly. I was expecting like 2 per movie. Like
So,
1 is normal for me.
The closest I think Taylor's ever gotten to wanting to just straight up leave me was I woke her up at 5:30 in the morning to get in the car, drive 2.5 hours, because there was a cinema playing all 3 Lord of the Rings in a row in our version of IMAX. Now it's not IMAX, but it's the big screen, like everything. And they played all 3. We got there, didn't start. We got there an hour and a bit early, so she was not happy about that because I was speeding. I was not.
Did you have reserved seats, or did you need to get in the seats?
No, we had reserved seats. We had all that. I was just
then I would be mad at you too.
yeah.
Yeah.
We get there, get food, do all that. It's like, okay, cool. Watch all the movies. Don't get home until about, I think we got home at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Extended or theatrical cuts?
Extended.
Oh, wow.
God. And the worst part was, so we did all that. We got home, and then we got home because we lived quite a bit away from that theater. And I think that's the closest she ever got to break her off with me because the night before we went and saw there was an advanced screening of Knives Out, but the only session we could make was a 9:30 one. So we went to a 9:30 Knives Out.
So good.
You know, it was great. It was worth it. But we went to a 9:30 Knives Out, got home at midnight, fell asleep, got up at 4:30 to be in the car by 5:30.
See, I love Star Wars, and I wouldn't do that even for Star Wars.
Dude,
like,
see, I don't even like
these
to
movies.
watch
I can
movies
see
like
again some other time.
Yeah, I don't like seeing them consecutively because I like to, I don't know, kind of savor. That's why I liked how it was done whenever they had that anniversary because it was like Friday I saw Fellowship, Saturday I saw Two Towers, Sunday I saw Return of the King. It was a nice little break in between each. You kind of like
They did it again this year. They did it again. They did the same sort of thing this year, but we'd already left at that point. But what they had done, they did one each month. So they went. So July was Fellowship, August was Two Towers, and September was Return of the King, and they did that for the 20th anniversary.
Nice.
So
like I did 2 Dragon Ball films like back to back one time, and that was cool because it was like they were like just over an hour each. And they took a little break in between. You know, you go and you get your little snacks and stuff. You go to the bathroom and then you come back in, and it's another like hour 15 or whatever. For 3-hour movies, I gotta have a day or a significant break in between.
I'm somewhat I don't really do it much anymore, mostly because I don't have a car to do it. But I used to when I first graduated high school, and then I suddenly was an adult and had money and disposable income, which was scary. On Thursday was new movie day. Like we didn't do the weekend. So Thursday is new movie day, not Friday. So I would go to the cheap cinema that was about 45 minutes away, and it cost me $7.50 a ticket, and I would literally watch every movie that came out that day.
Wait, that's your cheap cinema?
Yeah, it was $7.50 was a ticket.
Oh, well, around us, it's weird because like the shittier one was like $11.50, but then the nicer one was actually like $8.50 normally. But they were more competitive because they were around more cinemas. So the one that was $11.50 is in like a more isolated area. Yeah.
This cinema was in the mum and dad refused to ever let me be there after 5 o'clock or I'd get stabbed.
Right.
So I had to go in the mornings.
In the slum and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. If I wanted to go see a movie at night, I had to pay $20 a ticket to go to the nice cinema. It was
like if you pay for a popcorn, we won't mug you.
So before we go too far further, we have another guest backstage, and this is the person who is in the most fantasy football leagues of anybody I've ever met. Mr. Brandon.
Sorry, Brandon.
Jacob, I completely
about them Cardinals.
Agree with your name. They had tonight's game.
They couldn't lose that. That's gonna, if we lose the series, that's gonna haunt us. That one's gonna haunt us.
So I still think it's going 6 or 7. So but if they can win tomorrow, tonight's win's kind of null and void. Like you just
you got to know who you got to blame for that, right? It's the St. Louis Cardinals. We gave Garcia to the Rangers. So
No,
you're
no.
welcome.
That's
No,
facts.
you
Garcia
just
wasn't the
said
problem.
That's
we
facts.
don't want you anymore. Anybody else can have him.
I'm giving up. We gave him to them. That's
It's
what I
just
told my brother
crazy.
to make him, talk to me more about it.
The St. Louis Cardinals at one point had Adolis Garcia, Sandy Alcantara, and Zach Gallen all at one point.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on that.
Look, I think he's a very good pitcher, but Ginkel cost us that game.
Yeah. No,
That eighth inning was bad.
if
That
he
eighth-
didn't give up those 2 extra runners, Seager doesn't come up in the 9th.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And that's what cost us.
Jerry and I are just happy watching our David Freese reruns.
I literally posted that as Facebook.
Well,
yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
it
David
was,
Freese
what,
hitting.
12 years ago today was that Game 6 home run. So
Still my
the
favorite.
best.
Favorite
Still the best.
sporting. Still
Still
favorite
the-
sporting memory.
Still the best moment of all time.
And you know what's even better? My brother is a big Texas Rangers fan.
Yeah.
And so I can literally, anytime I want to make him mad, just bring that up.
That was
So
unbelievable.
much fun.
That was where I was in my superstition phase where I was where I stand in my living room will determine if the Cardinals do well. And where I was standing,
Oh, I
David
remember that
Freese
phase.
hits this just
So I'm not gonna lie, I did that for the first 3 games of the Brewers and Diamondback because I wore a certain shirt and they won the first 2 games.
I'm that with it. Oh, there's a shirt I won't wear. There is a shirt I will not wear.
So yeah, no. So like Mike was saying, I'm in 46 fantasy leagues.
Jesus.
You're exaggerating, obviously. Now, how many are you really in?
No, I'm really in. I have a note on my phone with my running weekly record and season record. That's not
I'm in
bad.
one. I'm 5-2.
Hey, I beat Jacob last week somehow, probably because he had Josh Dobbs.
In one of them, I'm sure.
Well, I'm only
No,
in one.
I'm only in. Actually, no, I'm in 2 technically. I'm in
2. I got a family league and then the What the Show league. I think my team in What the Show league amazing. My team in the family league absolutely sucks.
Lamar
literally
Jackson,
polar
Tyreek Hill are
opposite.
carrying my one team.
I was so glad that I got Travis Kelce there. And everyone's like,
The
"Why
only
are
tight
you
end worth
taking
having."
Travis
The
Kelce?
only.
He's not playing week 1." I'm like, "Well, luckily, fantasy football's not 1 week."
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I drafted Alvin Kamara. So
Travis
early.
Kelce saved you, and fucking oh my god, Calvin Ridley's fucking just screwing me.
I'm playing
I got
PJ
Calvin
this
Ridley.
week. I don't
And
think
PJ didn't set a lineup. He forgot to set it, so he had Damian Harrison. So.
I saw that. And
I did not say a word. I need to
saw
win.
that
Harris is Najee
yesterday,
Harris.
and I'm
bust
like,
this year.
this win doesn't
PJ
feel
doesn't
as
check.
earned.
PJ's auto drafting.
He has Jamar Chase on his bench. I hope he realizes that and makes that adjustment.
Dude, week 1, I won because the dude had Brock Purdy and Ayuk on his bench, and I forget he played. Oh yeah, he played Chase and Burrow, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I
Okay,
just
so
stole
he
one from
played
you.
the right. He played the right thing.
Played the right
It
players.
just actually
That's
played
just-
wrong.
Burrow is
too
a
at the same time.
notoriously slow starter.
This
though.
is why
He's
I don't
consistent
like
in that.
single QB anymore. When you have
Mm.
super flex or 2 QB, it makes that decision super easy. You play both.
So before we go on any further, we have another guest backstage. Somebody we got to know the past year, and has been super, super fun to interact with on What the Show, and has an amazing channel himself. So we're gonna bring him on from the Cinefanatics, Robert Adams.
Wait, what was all that of an introduction? I don't recall any of that.
Whataburger is trash.
No.
There we go. I got
Sure, Bob.
my brand in, so we're good.
Nice camera of the
I
night.
have to do
Wow.
that anytime I'm on stream with Robert, Chris, or Jake.
Yeah, Brandon has to stay on brand with that. Yeah, that makes complete sense. What's going on? People who decided to stream the same time as we did.
We've been going all night though. We're on almost 4 hours now.
So that's the thing. Every time we do those marquee rankings, I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be like a 2 or 3 hour long show. Y'all started streaming before we did the marquee. And then as soon as I click, I'm like,
And
y'all are
we're
still
still
going.
going.
All right.
This is
We
like
did
the
about
one
45
show
minutes of
that's
gaming before
everywhere.
they started this, and then I quit because they were like, "Oh, we're gonna start at 9." And then I look and I'm like, "Oh, fucking 9:15. I could have streamed for another 15 minutes."
Actually, I want to ask, who here has played Spider-Man, like the new one?
I haven't been able to afford a PS5 yet, so no.
See, I have it. I got it day one, and then I was like, "No, I gotta play spooky games. I gotta play
So,
horror games." I'm
today,
playing Mundawn. until
Jacob, I actually
November.
completed 100% today.
Nice. I did that.
So
I did that
I'm,
earlier.
I'm
You got that
gonna
platinum?
wait. Yeah, I have to get that platinum. There's a couple of other things
Mm.
I have to get.
Okay. So you've just okay. So you've 100% of the game, but haven't platinumed it yet. Okay.
Correct. Yes. And I'm probably taking a break.
Game Plus or something.
Oh,
There
that's
is
not
one.
out yet. That's what I'm
Yeah,
waiting. That's
in
probably
December.
when I'm gonna go back. But no, the story in this game is phenomenal.
And they're gonna have
It's
DLC
very
for
good.
sure.
I have some issues with the third act, but
I definitely can see it.
and the boss fights are so fucking tedious. They're repetitive and tedious, but that's
Absolutely are.
So I'm not exactly sure what y'all are talking about. I just wanted to add to the conversation. I do like sex and nudity in my movies. Just saying.
Oh yes, absolutely. No, this is true. This is true.
Depending on who's sexy and nude, yes.
I know, but also the,
Yeah.
the game
That's
still
very relative.
Some things I like to see, some things I don't.
The one
I don't
thing-
need to see Jake's butt on my screen.
No. we
Okay.
don't.
No.
No, but the one thing about the game I don't like is the same thing I don't like about the first one. The Mary Jane Watson missions. I can't.
I heard she's OP in this one. I heard she has like.
Oh
a gun,
yes, she
kills
is.
everybody.
Fucking one shot shit.
Fucking MCU.
Yeah, I'm like, it's
feminazis.
just like it just always feels so like it changes how the game's going for me whenever. Luckily, this one it's not as much. Like the first game, it was like every few hours. Oh, here is an MJ mission. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Oh, MJ.
I'll be honest though. I was playing the original the Spider-Man game, that original one, and I'm like, I was
2000 on the
heartbroken at the
PlayStation
end.
1.
The original, like, yeah, but
Not the original.
No,
No.
yeah, PS4. It's
yeah.
No, I
The first
understand.
one for the
Jeremiah.
one that just came out.
Yeah.
Oh, I
And
played
that one at the end there
2018's
killed me.
Yeah.
2018's, I think, is a far superior game to this one, personally. But
That one
I
felt like
also-
a complete
But I
story,
also
yeah.
think this one fixes a lot of the problems 2018 has.
Gameplay wise or story wise?
Yeah, gameplay wise.
Oh, okay. See, that's how the Arkham games were for me.
Oh
where
my
I was
God.
like,
Jacob,
Yeah,
you
I
have
never
that
played
PlayStation-
those.
Oh my God, that first
What are we
PlayStation
talking?
game,
What are we talking
that
here?
ending,
Yeah.
that ending will haunt my nightmares. It took me weeks to finish that final.
Oh,
mission.
with Doc Ock and Carnage, and it's like,
Yes,
die, and it gets like 100 times more difficult than the whole.
yeah,
rest of
and
the
like
game
you have to
combined.
go up and
It worked.
Oh my God.
For me, it worked on like when you're playing on like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. I emulated it this year.
Oh, okay.
And because it's legal if you have it, but whatever.
No, that's fine.
This big bag of cocaine is legal if you have it.
It's legal. It's legal.
You have the
like,
express written
it's
permission of
legal if you have
NBC
it.
and
Yeah,
the
it's
National
legal,
Football League.
but whatever. But
You can't even talk about these games.
do it. You can't do it like on the emulator because it's like you can't jump. It's like the whole thing.
The
whole,
controls are all messed up. Yeah.
The express written consent, it's all messed up.
So what was your like first consoles? I'm curious because I was 64.
Mine was
PS1.
was a knockoff Sega Genesis. It wasn't
Oh
the
my
actual
God.
Sega Genesis. It was like one they
Mega
had
Drive?
at Costco that the Sega Genesis games worked on it, but it wasn't an actual Sega Genesis.
Right.
Oh, so it was like Mega Cosk or something.
Dude,
Mine was a PS1.
I had my parents' Pong system that it was
Nice.
just the bars. And then, of course, my first one I actually owned myself was the original NES. God, I'm old.
Wow.
Robert, I'm with you. My first was ColecoVision.
Okay, so
Oh,
you're
wow.
old fart also. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was 64. I didn't do. I went 64, PS2, PS3, Xbox One for some stupid reason, PS4, and then both.
See, that's unusual because most people went from like Xbox 360 to PS4. It was by and large was the change. You went the reverse, where you were like, "I'm sticking with the PlayStation, but now I'm going to Xbox when they get less
was
popular."
because my friend bought. My friend bought. He basically he had an extra Xbox One that he was going to sell me for $100, and I went, "Sure, okay, I'll do that."
Okay, yeah, because that was the infamous like Xbox was like had some
Xbox
momentum,
One
and then they were like. And then they were like 2013 when they all had their big conferences to advertise their next console. Xbox was like, "We're going to get rid of used games. We're going to have you sign on online every 24 hours." And PlayStation was just like, "We're not going to do any of that."
The
And it
irony
just
10
stayed the
years later.
same.
Hey, all of that shit that they were doing, we're now doing, by the way. Just fair warning.
Well, and Xbox does it a little subtly now, where they're
I
like,
know.
"Oh, we're still going to do it," but
as bad as each other.
Hey,
and that's
Mike,
actually really great.
Mike, do you hear all these people bragging about how their hips and knees are still good and they don't have to drink Metamucil every day? Like,
It's so bad.
Hey, I'm way younger than you. My knees are not good.
So I was gonna say, like, Robert probably knows this, but I don't like. How many of you know what the ColecoVision remote looked like?
Was
I
it
have
like
no
with
idea
a
what
bunch of buttons,
ColecoVision
like a phone, basically?
Yes, it was like a phone. Exactly. It was a
I watched a
phone
lot of
with
AVGN.
joypad.
Yeah,
I know
It was insane, and like the games there, like I remember the Smurfs game was like that was the big game on ColecoVision because ColecoVision wasn't around super long. Like it was 2 stages. Like if you beat the second stage, you beat the game. Like it was insane.
Well, and that was the one where, like, with the sports games, it was like you had to do the overlay where it was like, "Oh, you're playing hockey. Let's put the blue line on the screen."
Yep.
And so now you're playing on ice. And it was
Mhm.
like, no, but it's just a blue sheet of paper that I put on the screen.
That was like the Pong system. The Pong system that I said I had for my parents. So Pong is generally just the 2 bars and
Up
the
and
ball
down,
bouncing forth. You could change what game you were playing. There was like a switch where you could switch between like tennis or football, whatever. And all it would do was just move a line on the screen. It was still the 2 lines and the ball bouncing back and forth. Like,
this is a great thing. There was actually a whole
probably the
Angry
same.
Video Game Nerd episode on just Pong systems where he just went through like, here's the Sears one, here's the JC Penney one, here's the he just went through all the Pong systems. And some of them were like a big pyramid and you put in a triangle cartridge at the top of it. Like it was some weird ass designs that they would come up with.
And they were all essentially the same thing.
Yeah, it's all like we just want to make Pong, but we have to make it proprietary.
so I remember playing that. I'm like, man, I am tired of playing tennis. I want to play football and just move the little selector, and it's still the same fucking game.
So, do you all remember Nick Arcade?
Yeah,
Where basically
Nick Arcade.
they played Pong for the first round, like every time.
Real quick trivia on that. Did you know the guy who hosted Nick Arcade?
David Moore's dad.
Yeah, I would say his son played in the Schmodown.
He was on Schmodown. Yeah.
Oh shit. Do you guys remember oh gosh, it was back Cartoon Network used to have a bunch of games on there. I would always play them during school and shit, where it would be like Cartoon Network Resort and stuff. It'd be like classic like point and click adventure kind of games, but they were available for like free. And they would have a bunch of them. And then like Newgrounds, of course, had a lot of games on there. Yeah, and they whenever Flash went away, they got rid of a lot of those, all the old like websites and all the old games and everything. I know some of them got converted, but a lot of them were just kind of lost. And it was like, oh shit, that's what I always used to play like all through my high school and middle school and everything.
Yeah, I've lost track of how many times I got dysentery while playing Oregon Trail. And it's always appropriate that if you're going to say that, you have to break up the sentence right there. I lost count how many times I got dysentery.
Oregon Trail. What was it?
While
Dysentery,
playing Oregon
snake
Trail.
bite? Snake bite was a good one. Yeah, and then you would always try to cross the river, and it would always start to sink halfway through. It was like, yeah, you fucking game. You tempt me. You're like a scratch off ticket. You're just like, you're gonna be good. Never mind.
I'm the pioneer over here. Like, who put a fucking river in here in this spot?
How many of you played Oregon Trail as part of like a class at school? Like I did, yeah.
So
yeah, elementary school.
Elementary
History
school, we had
class,
the
yeah.
computer that it would not turn on unless you put the floppy disk in it.
Yep, exactly. Like,
What's a floppy disk?
Yeah,
I played Oregon Trail probably from like grade 4 through like 8 in school, and
nice.
Like just thinking about that back then, like how long that took to load, like to say you have dysentery, like it just took like 5 minutes to load, and now you're dead. Like
3D pinball space cadet. Yeah.
That's the equivalent to today if you play Fortnite. The second that you finally land, and you immediately get taken out by someone who's swinging their pickaxe at you. You're like, do you know how long the loading screen is? Shit.
There's a key to not getting addicted and having way more enjoyment in games. It's called not playing multiplayer ones.
So for that reason alone is why I like killing people as soon as I land. Bye.
I got like 4th place in Fortnite one time. It was the best I'd ever done because I just went and hid in a booth the whole game, and Circle happened to be right on me. And then they killed me once it actually got down to it. But it was
if you happen to find like a place where you could just hide and no one bothers you, you're like, I win.
Have you seen that video?
You just go in there and you chill out.
Video of some streamer who's like winning Fortnite without actually firing a shot, and it's because he hides for the entire video while his roommate or friend is the one who kills everybody, and then right at the end he runs in and flips his computer off.
that's
how he won
nerdy.
Fortnite without firing a single
That's
shot.
awesome. Nice. That's awesome. You could legit do that, like not even with that, just like by catching somebody outside the circle. Like, I don't know. Those battle royales, they had their charm for a few minutes, and then it was just like, all right,
That's everything.
no, I've won it once or twice, but the not problem, but just like the funny thing is, like, it still sticks around for so much longer now. Like, people have been playing Fortnite since whatever year that came out, like 5 years ago at least.
2017.
Well, to the point now that there are teenagers who are quote unquote nostalgic for the original map, and they're bringing that back as a form of fucking nostalgia. Like,
and it's a free to play game, and it makes more money than anything that they charge $70 for.
Wow, that's the future of gaming, unfortunately.
Anybody complaining about $70, it's like, you spent more on skins than anybody. Don't you fucking complain.
This is what they need to do with sport video games. Just literally make it a live service that they give you new rosters every year. Like,
problem with that is Madden, just like COD, they've gotten people so used to that once a year model that people just automatically re-up, and I'm guilty of it too.
COD's not going to do that anymore. COD's going to turn into a live service.
Well,
now that Microsoft are in it, they're going to make it a live service because it's going to be a free game on Game Pass anyway.
So
is
COD
going to
quote unquote free? Yeah, they're going to make you pay $180 a year for it, but yeah.
Sorry,
is COD staying on PlayStation?
Yes, it's good
for 10 years.
It's signed the 10-year contract. It's on PlayStation for the next 10 years. It's on every.
But by
console.
that time, I won't be able to play it anyway. So
yeah,
because you're not going to have the console for it.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
I already don't
like,
have the console for it.
It's so weird. Like,
but I will get the PlayStation 5 console by the time COD stops being on PlayStation.
yeah.
It's so weird.
Dude,
like IPs and gaming.
That was the hardest
forever.
thing I've ever tried to get was a PlayStation 5. Like that first year and a half.
2 years, yeah.
It was so hard, and then I got one, and
That's why I'm very glad I lived in Australia because there was no way in hell I could have done it here. I'm terrified of.
I only got it for Spider-Man 2. That is the only reason I got it.
Yeah,
because it wasn't going to be on PS4. And I'm like,
well, it can't be. You play that game, you're like, okay, I get why.
Absolutely no way would that work on the PS4.
Is it on the PC?
Not yet.
No, not yet. It will be in about 2 years. Give it about
Since
2
you're
years.
done with it, once you platinum it, you can sell that PS5 to me cheap. Right?
Jerry, I play other games on it. So
You said you got it for Spider-Man 2, so I assume
no, but I get other games to play on it.
Still watch porn on it. I mean, come on.
I've also played God of
a lot
War
easier to do on Steam
Ragnarok
Deck.
on it, which is phenomenal as well.
My brother got an Xbox S. I've only played 2 games on Xbox. God of War Ragnarok because I love God of War, and then Knights of the Old Republic. So
you played the old Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah. The only game that I played on Xbox, and the only way that I played God of War on Xbox was because I didn't have the new system, so I couldn't play. I couldn't play the new one, and I really wanted to finish that one. Finish that story out.
Dude, that one took me forever to 100%. That one probably
Ragnarok?
took me almost 6 months.
That has some
I'm
tough
waiting for that.
bosses.
I'm
That
waiting that
Berserker
to come
King
on.
and the Valkyrie Queen. Oh,
I
I'm
hated
waiting
the
for that to
Valkyrie
come on the Plus because I again unemployed, so can't afford games at the moment. And except Spider-Man was one I was not waiting for, so I don't care. This is where my money's going for right now.
screw my wedding.
The reception is just going to be them playing Spider-Man 2.
I guess I don't need the cummerbund.
Anyway, I'm really hoping
he ain't denying it. Uh-oh.
Hope my visa gets approved sometime in the next couple of months so that I can fucking start working because I'm bored out of my brain.
Jacob,
Mm.
for the wedding, I'm going to give you, I don't know if you've done this or not.
Uh-oh.
Don't rent tuxes. Buy suits. You get to keep it and then you can reuse it. And all your groomsmen will be so much more appreciative because actually don't instead of spending $250 to rent something for a weekend, they maybe spend $20 more and they can reuse it.
Yeah, I
spent twice as more, and I bought the suit. Yeah, with my sister's wedding. Sorry, AJ, but it was we bought our suits, and yeah, you keep it. It looks great, and honestly, it looks better than the tux anyway.
Yeah.
I'm suits anyway. I don't really want to tux, but yeah, and well, especially considering I'll have a female groomsman, so that'll save them money too.
Yeah. The tux rentals is the dumbest thing you can do at a wedding at this point. Just buy the suit and then you can reuse it. Seriously, it really is.
I can attest. Also, don't rent your underwear.
Good advice, actually. Yes.
Especially if there's a hot bridesmaids, are gonna get dirty anyway.
Wow.
Oh, the worst thing at my sister's wedding was the fucking bus that was supposed to take us into town afterwards was late. And I remember my now brother-in-law on the phone with the bus company that was supposed to get people there for the wedding. He's just like, well, I gotta go. I'm gonna go get married now. Y'all sort this out. He just hung up on him.
Wow.
And
the guy's going to be my best man is single, and he's like, so how many bridesmaids are going to be single? And I went, I think there's literally 2 people in the entire wedding who's single, and they're both guys. So everyone else is in a relationship. He was not happy.
You can find a couple people to invite. Jeez, help a brother out. Anyway,
he's like, I'm flying from a different fucking country, and there's not one single girl.
It's called a true friend.
I don't think I've ever been in a wedding where everybody wasn't married but me. Inside the people that were getting married. I've been in 3 weddings, and everybody in the bridal party were married except for me.
I don't think I've been in a wedding.
No, Jerry. My wedding.
I wasn't in your wedding though. What I meant, I've been to plenty of weddings.
I was gonna say,
in the wedding.
Almost all of them were.
Yeah, I've probably been in 3 or 4 weddings, not counting when I was a kid and I don't remember screaming down the aisle as a ring bearer.
Yeah, you weren't chasing tail then. Yeah.
No. Probably could have gotten it better then. you know,
Ew,
I was way
cooties.
cuter back then. I never heard. So,
Yeah,
but no,
that's
I
the awful truth.
love Mike's wedding. It was a blast,
Mm.
even though we showed up late.
Yeah. Their entire Airbnb showed up after we had walked down the aisle. Like, so they had to hold them up from going in.
Okay, no one
I mean,
held us up.
honestly,
Okay, we were smart enough to realize that when Bethany was walking down the aisle, they didn't need pictures of us walking down the aisle with her. Okay, we were smart enough because they did it in this I don't know what you call it. What do you call it?
Church?
No, it was like a garden. Yeah, a garden. And so as we pull into the parking spot, there's Bethany driving by in her cart, waving at us.
Yeah.
And then we get to where we're going, and we see her walking down the aisle, and we stood behind the bushes and waited until she actually got down, and all the focus would be back there. And then we walked up.
So the officiant's like, who gives this woman away? And she's like, all them guys back there.
Are we talking
behind the bush?
And the Uber was not enough seats, so I think a couple people sat on each other's laps.
Oh gosh,
I was a fat guy, so I got to sit in the front by myself. So that was lucky.
Are we talking about what I think we're talking about?
Yeah, when we went to the wedding.
So Larry was like, "We don't need to show up on time. We need to show up late." And I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's a wedding. You know, it's
God.
Mike and Bethany. He's like, no, we'll show up late. Who cares about the wedding? Reception's all matters. Mike, all right, whatever. So we show up late. So we all arrive where we need to be. And I start running. I'm the only one. I'm the one that's a part of this. These are my two closest friends. I'm running. If I had it turned into a maze though. So had I continued running in one direction, I just showed up and just been on time for the wedding. However, I'm I don't want to leave my friends hanging. So I turn around. We get everyone. And then we turn around and then there's the bride. And all of them are walking down. So we kind of awkwardly go around in this one way. And we're just kind of standing.
I don't even think we didn't even sit down for the wedding. We stood up.
No, we stood up.
We just stood in the back.
Yeah, we stood in the
At
back.
Mike's wedding, I was expecting you, once you got to the maze part, I was expecting you to come up on some fighter. And she would have a veil over her mouth and be like,
it wasn't
"You
fighters,
must
it was
fight me
dinosaurs."
to enter
Ready.
this wedding."
It was
And
dinosaurs.
she'd be like, "Oh, okay, yeah." I was expecting them to be like, "You must fight me to enter this wedding," and then you have to have
I'd
a
have been
3-round
so
fight.
ready.
And that's why we had just juice there. Okay, so if it happened, we could throw him in the fight.
Because that's basically the Mortal Kombat campaigns. It's there's the smallest offense and it results in a death battle, and then you move on to the next thing.
So the funnier part about this is that happens and yes, they all showed up late and
The death
whatever.
battles happen? Oh.
It was fun. The next day though, we were all right, we were in Orlando and we're everyone is gonna meet at Epcot. And I get a message from Larry Payne. He's like, "Hey, we have some stuff for you. We'll meet you at the parking lot." And so Bethany and I get there, and we and Larry shows up, and it's all of the undrank booze they have from their Action House because they were all checking out that day.
Oh shit!
We're at that parking lot of Epcot, and they're all there.
Oh my god!
Sips out of all of these booze bottles and stuff, and they're like, "Here, take these." We're like, "We're going on our honeymoon. We don't have any space for this."
Oh, no.
There's fucking 10 bottles of 10 handles of booze that they had not drank from the Action House.
Yeah, Jake
I didn't
over-ordered the
drink it all.
booze.
Why couldn't they have some of it?
We all had flights.
Yeah.
Our venue is 100% BYOB.
They were saying like, "We're sorry, we expected Jake Yakabetta to show up."
BYOB.
Yeah, we thought Jake.
Yeah.
We thought Jake was going to drink it all. He didn't.
But we've got to.
He
So
only drank Bud Light.
not for you guys.
Jake,
Like
Jake
we're
had to be responsible because he was the only one actually in the way.
Jake was in the way.
But Jake was the one that wasn't drinking.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Jacob,
why you had all those handles.
Jacob, you got to provide the booze. That means, right?
Yeah, so we're providing all the booze, like which we know about. But my God, afterwards it's just going to be like if we don't go through it all, like oh shit. So you guys might need to say, well, so because my parents are flying in, great, plus a whole bunch of other my friends that week after. So the wedding's one weekend, and then the weekend afterwards we're going to Vegas, and that's the weekend we're all doing Vegas. So
nice.
Yeah, we may be very drunk.
Oh.
That's gonna be fun.
Drunk. We won't stand for it.
Juice is eating a pizza pocket. I love it.
Hot pocket.
I know he's
starting streaming for 4 hours. You get hungry.
It's fucking 10:30 my time. How the hell are you guys still awake?
It's 1:41 a.m. There you go.
I'm still riding that high of ranking all these scary people.
I saw you were doing that. Yeah. So what was
God,
number
that
one?
just reminded.
Yeah, we
When
weren't
we
actually meant to be scary. That's very personally offensive.
When we used to do our bracket
Well, you
show,
just shot to number one right there.
Oh, I got Camp Crystal Lake. I'll take it. Yeah.
when we used to do our bracket show, like Marisol and Adam wouldn't finish until like 2 a.m, and they always hated this afterwards. They'd just be like, I am so dead tired. They just reminded me, Robert, when you were like, man, you guys had started streaming before us and finished after us, and every single time when we did the bracket show, POV had their Schmodown after show, like their Schmodown show, like an hour before we started, and we always had that's the POV, that's the CPOV bump, because we would have a note when their show ended, we would have a noticeable like 20 people join. And you'd be like, oh, there's the CPOV's just finished. You could always tell.
It's just like at work, we get the after church crowd. Yeah,
the Twitch raid feature to YouTube. Like, why don't we just?
Yeah, God, that feature would be awesome on YouTube.
YouTube gaming is lacking. I'm wondering if this Twitter gaming will pick it up. I don't know, but.
So my brother does like Twitch gaming, and he's looking at doing like, I guess he's going to do both to Twitch and YouTube, because I guess now Twitch allows you to do that.
Yeah, you can do that now, which they never used to, and then now they can, which is weird.
Well, Streamlabs, I have like Twitch as the primary and then YouTube as the secondary, because
but YouTube never, but Twitch never let you. Like if you got caught doing it, they would ban your account. But now they're saying they won't do it. Like
okay,
I wonder if they're doing it so people don't go to Kick.
Yeah. I think that's their. Hey, fine if you want to start trying to build it up somewhere else, but you can at least keep Twitch going while you're doing it.
It's so weird because Kick looks almost identical to Twitch. It's just the color green instead of purple.
Yeah, I've seen that option on Streamlabs. I'm just like, I may as well add it, I guess. Better than TikTok, which has all these requirements. And it's like, fuck it. I'm not going to do that.
I think TikTok's the one where you're not allowed to have it on at the same time or something. Like there's one of them that has now made it you can't have both streaming. So what they technically do is they'll just have the live stream on their phone or something because it's not breaking any rules. Then like it's technically its own independent stream. It's so
TikTok has a lot of requirements before you can even like live stream on them, because
you need I think it's 1,000. You need 1,000 subscribers or followers.
Yeah, because then they're like, you can't live stream until you're big time already, and so it's like, okay, whatever. TikTok,
they don't want to pay for it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm probably gonna have to get off here because I gotta actually work tomorrow, though, albeit later. But probably gonna get off now. All right, but happy 3 years to you, Mike. Happy 3 years to belatedly to AJ, who obviously got off a while ago. But fun hanging out with all you guys.
My chopped liver.
Is it your 3-year anniversary?
Indeed, you are, Juice. Indeed, you are.
Just because I'm taking down Hot Pockets.
Maybe if you'd have muted the mic when you were fucking eating.
Was I making
Somebody could have told me.
I'm joking. I didn't even fucking hear you. But
Pretty soft
game
munches.
sometime. We'll see ya.
John, always good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hot.
See,
I was
never.
about to ask the Jim Gaffigan question. Was it frozen in the middle or boiling lava hot?
It's all been hot.
You always gotta have a boiling lava hot. It's the worst thing is biting into that, and it's cold in the middle.
No, I've had. Oh gosh, yeah, that's the worst with the hot pockets. Is the cold in the middle.
Or it's like it's ice cold still right in the middle, but everything around it is boiling lava hot.
Right.
So I do have the question. So I'm in Savannah now, which we don't get a lot of like tours or like big things going on. But in 3 weeks, we have John Mulaney coming to town.
Oh.
The get-in price is pretty high, but I kind of feel like I have to do it because there's like nothing that comes here. Like the get-in price after the Ticketmaster fees is like $90 a piece, but I think I should do it. Like, right?
But after the Ticketmaster fees, it's like $300 a seat.
Like it was like 66 plus fees, so it was like 90-ish.
That's actually not that bad. That's for fairly.
So because we're talking
What's
about
the
these
venue?
crazy ticket fees,
It's a theater. It's like a Broadway theater kind of place.
Okay.
so I
Probably
won
like at
$1,300 when the Diamondbacks won the National League. So I was going to use that to go to a World Series tickets. Before Game 7, they were like $500.
Right.
Not too bad. After Game 7, I couldn't find anything until under 900, and that is without fees. And then you add the fees, it's almost 25-30%. And I'm
it's ridiculous.
Because normally I use like SeatGeek, Game Time, StubHub, all of them. Like it's usually not too bad, but I'm like, what the hell? Like that's the problem with these third-party sites.
Yeah, so my first trip to America was 2018, and the Diamondbacks were playing the Red Sox in LA in the World Series, and I was in LA in America for the first time, and Taylor and I went, fuck it, let's go to a World Series game. It took about 2 years to pay off those tickets.
Oh, I
they were $1,200 for the two of us. And that was in Dodger Stadium right at the back, which admittedly, looking at it now, that's like, fuck, that's actually not too bad considering what
I'm also being kind of picky. I don't want to sit in the nosebleeds.
Yeah,
So-
this was nosebleeds. This was not good seats. But still, like
those ones, even for the games here next week, those are like $450. But then you add the fees, it's close to $650.
Yeah, those aren't
$700.
cheap. Because
And I'm like, is it really worth it, or should I just go to a bar, spend $300 and just get trash?
So
what we're probably going to do is on the Wednesday, because we're out of town on Monday and Tuesday, but on the Wednesday night we're probably going to go into downtown and just go to one of the bars and get shit faced and watch it there. And then if we lose, then be very, very drunk. If we win, then celebrate with everyone as they're walking out.
Being very, very drunk.
Yeah.
Yes,
definitely.
See, I don't do sports events. Like the closest I could get to is like concerts. Years ago, my girlfriend at the time, we went to go see Andrea Bocelli. It's not someone who I'd be like, ooh, let's go see Andrea Bocelli, but it's one of those that, like, especially if your girlfriend's into that music and you're like, this is someone who, like, while I'm not into his music, it would be awesome to see him live in person and hear that voice, like, coming from him unamplified within a giant room, a giant auditorium. It was an amazing show. We were in the cheapest seats possible. Like, we were the third balcony up, all the way against the back wall. You could not get further away from the stage, still in the building. And those tickets were like $300 a piece.
Yeah.
So So we've scored tickets to go see Taylor Swift in Australia.
Oof.
And yeah. So not including the flight, those tickets we bought 4 and they cost us $2,000.
So it's going to take you 10 years to pay off those tickets.
Yeah. Well,
unless Jacob, you have a bet that hits very, very well.
Yeah. So here's the thing. They're already paid off, thank Christ. But the biggest problem is I might not be able to go because we were hoping I would have my visa by now, but I don't. So that's going to be interesting. We can just kind of wait and see that if I can go or not. Taylor's going with or without me. She's just going to be bringing a friend who's going to get a free trip to Australia.
Well, given her name, I mean, she has to.
Yes.
It's a prerequisite. Your name, Taylor. You go see Taylor.
It was either that or she abandons me and goes and comes to America 3 months early and tries to get tickets to the American concerts. So, yeah. But so that one, so I was 3 rows. I was 3 rows from the front of Hans Zimmer, and that cost me $250 a ticket.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So the closest I've ever been, like I'm to this day, I'm so glad we freaking went to it. But there was a one of the music festivals we went to. We were 1 row. We were literally on the barricade for Linkin Park. So that
nice.
Like it was one of those ones. So because it was a festival, they had Paramore and Blink-182 were also at the same festival, but they were both playing at the same time.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so it was which one do we pick? And at the time, I wanted to go to Blink, but my mate was a massive Linkin Park fan, and he's like, "No, we're going to Linkin Park." So I went, "Okay, fine. I'm a big Linkin Park fan too. Whatever. We'll go to that. We'll go to that." And the thing that really pushed over was Travis didn't come for it because he can't fly. So all right, cool, whatever. Yeah, we'll just go.
Decision has been made.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, cool. We'll go to Linkin Park. To this day, the guy's going to be my best man. I'm so glad he made us go to Linkin Park. I'm just so fucking glad.
I saw them their first tour or their first Project Revolution. I saw them then. I got to meet them afterwards.
Oh wow!
So I've got pictures like with each member of Linkin Park. And then I had tickets again because they were like the closest they were going to come to Austin, Texas was San Antonio, which is an hour and a half away. I was like, cool, I'll go drive down to San Antonio and go see Linkin Park. I show up to work one day and my coworker is like, "Hey, have you heard the news?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that concert's canceled. And yeah, it was like right after Chester passed, they canceled it. Like, I was so torn. I'm happy I got to see them, but I was really eager to see them again.
Yeah.
Because that was a good band.
So another one that's like funny now that I'm in Arizona as well. So same festival, but a different year. They had Green Day's and it was like actually going to be, it was Green Day's last tour before their current, like now that they're back. This was back in like 2014. So they stopped touring after this. And because it was a festival, they had like, the way it was working was like this stage on here was the one that was playing, but while this stage got set up, and then there was a divider in between. And anyway, and like you could hear both, but one was the crowd for this stage, and the other was the crowd for this stage. And Linkin Park, and Green Day are setting up on the stage that we're right in front of, and we're about 3 rows from the front for that one. But the stage on the other side that's playing right now while Green Day is getting set up was Jimmy Eat World, and you could tell the crowd were just not into it and just wanted Green Day, and he knew as well. And everyone in the crowd knew. As soon as he started playing the middle, that was the last song. Everyone knew that the middle was going to be the last song. he played the opening like 4 chords about 5 times just to piss the crowd off. It was so funny. He was just trolling the crowd because he knew how much they did not care. And he was just like, fuck yous, I'm going to troll yous. And he played the opening 4 chords to the middle about 5 times through the set.
I like it when people are petty like that.
Yeah,
that's
it
just
was
fun.
so good.
Who was that? Was it 50 Cent that bought like all the seats to like a Ja Rule concert?
Yes. Yeah.
That's so funny. And then no one showed up.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, and then I saw Jimmy Eat World again for when we went and saw My Chemical Romance, and Taylor became obsessed again. And that one, like, and they were a lot more. They were like, oh yeah, no, this crowd's really actually into us. Cool. All right, so yeah, that was good. But yeah, I've always found that funny.
I hate it. We just had the Austin City Limits Festival. And I had the ticket to that because that first Saturday I was so eager because they had Foo Fighters and Alanis Morissette. And I was like, I've been wanting to see both for a long time. So I was so super excited. That was one of the Saturdays that I had COVID.
Oh, I thought you were about to say, are you a fucking curse? Because I thought you were like Foo Fighters. I was like, are you the reason?
Yeah. So it was the week before I went to Fantastic Fest here in Austin. And so like the day after Fantastic Fest, we did like the tier ranking show. Yeah. And I started like getting like that tickle in the back of the throat. If you ever like get the throat tickles before you get sick. And I was like, nah, that feels weird. And then the next day at work, I'm sitting here because I work from home. I'm sitting here, and as I'm talking to customers on the phone, I'm just getting worse and worse. And then that last customer that I had, that was a terrible phone call because I guarantee that person didn't understand anything I was saying. I was like, and so yeah, my brother had to go run out and get like the COVID test, and sure enough, and it sucked. I was so upset that I had to miss that concert.
I've had COVID once, and it was coming back from America.
I've never been a big concert guy. What made me so mad, and this is besides everything else that happened with COVID, is that was the year the Packers played in Indianapolis. I've never seen the Packers live, and I literally could not go to the game because they wouldn't let people in, and I was so mad because I was like, the Packers are finally. I'm gonna get to go see the Packers live. And I'm like so excited, and then I can't even buy tickets to it.
You should have gone disguised as a cardboard standee. They would have let you in then. They were cardboard people in the audience.
I don't know enough people down at the stadium to get through.
So you ever have it where you finally like get to go to a concert and it's a band that you really like and they're past their prime, then they put out an album that's actually really good, except when you get there and you get to the live concert, they only play the songs on that album that suck. And you're like, what the heck?
And I don't even know what a jabroni is.
And it's just not.
That is the best content ever.
It's just not.
You got to put down the Appletini.
May the 4th be with you guys. Why we love Star Wars. Why